Good morning, Europe, and good day to the rest of the world, and a good day it is because we have 10 hours, if not more, of Legacy ready to go. Are you excited, Robin?
I absolutely am. There's some good old decks, some new adaptations with the new Dragons of Turkey Izzet, and we still have some leftover sun.
Yeah, we got some good stuff. We got a slower format thanks to some really good bannings. I'm really excited to see what we see today, and I hope everyone at home is excited too.
Yeah.
So,
So in line of his remarks, we're going to watch a good old classic in a Grixis tempo, and we get a very old mechanic back in Legacy in a Madness deck.
yes. So for chat, we have 7 rounds today, as well as top 8. We have 103 players, and we're playing for not one, but 2 slots for the European Legacy Masters today. So, good stuff.
Absolutely good stuff. Maybe someday I'll play again as well and try to get there as well. European Legacy Masters is always a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited for this year's edition in Hasselt in Belgium. So, for us, it's a bit closer to home, being here in the Netherlands. But I know the Italians are probably a bit sad to see it in Belgium.
I mean, it's still in the end, it's still Europe. It's not that far. Everything can be done with car by car in a
Yeah.
day or maybe two. Worst case scenarios. But having a big European Legacy tournament, that's the one you want to aim for. Good prices up there as well.
Yeah,
So
and
getting
the
an invite
glory.
from this tournament is a very nice addition to the prize pool.
You got the glory. You can call yourself the European champion. Like that's amazing, right?
I mean, sure, I don't have it. It's still on my list. Let's see. Players will
Well,
shuffle up.
let's see how it works out today. We do have a couple of people who are already qualified playing today, so it will be interesting to see our top 8 today.
When is the event in Hasselt?
It is August 10th, I believe. But it's the entire weekend. It's Eternal Mania, the second weekend of August, and you can still qualify on Friday and on Saturday, I believe. And then on
Right.
Sunday is the actual European Legacy Masters.
Yeah, this is the final Bazaar of Boxes that will add players from this
Yeah.
event. Yeah.
And then for the players who miss out on this event, there's still 2 more qualifiers here in the Netherlands. First up is Apeldoorn, 5 Elements, good friends. And then finally, there is the Haarlem Magic Knights Invitational, and that is the last opportunity for Dutch qualifiers.
That was good to know. I didn't check who won the die roll because we have a very aggressive matchup where Madness will just drop their hands on as fast as possible, and Grixis will have to see if they can deal with it.
Um,
And I'm pretty sure we
that
have the
doesn't seem right.
names. The Madness player is on the right. He didn't win the die roll.
Wait, but the play on the right is playing Brazen Borrower, I think. I think I saw Brazen Borrower.
No.
Okay,
Pretty sure there isn't.
maybe I missed it. Yeah, no, the names and the deck lists are swapped. We'll have that sorted in a moment. So our tempo player on the play here, that's really important if you want to be able to daze something.
Yeah, that's why it really matters
Yeah.
to win a die roll. At this point, the tempo player might actually have a fighting chance, and it depends on where he aims to start the fight. There will be
And-
some very crucial spells, but the first one is already there. It's a Lineside Diamond that resolved. So a Daze is probably going to amount to absolutely nothing, depending on the strength of the hand.
Yeah, and assuming that Alexander actually kept the hand with a counterspell, because
Yeah.
he might not know what he's up against. Ah, that is
the new one.
that is the new edition, Marauding Mako. We'll see if we can get that up on the screen for you. But the important thing is, whenever you discard a card, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So that thing gets big real fast.
These two are going to be discarded into exile. V is free into my graveyard. Just if you want to read something, then grab it.
Good old times. It's the reading time.
Yeah,
This is a mechanics we haven't seen in years.
and what I hadn't appreciated is that the madness cards aren't discarded into the graveyard; they're discarded into exile, which means no, it doesn't matter. You discard them. Doesn't matter where they go. Marauding Mako gets the counters. Okay, that's
The discard is the trigger.
Then I'm going to the Undead Ravager. I'm going to pay 2 of the red into it. Yes. To cast it from exile. Yeah. That's going to trigger Boxwalker.
and we get the
And they're going to return him to the battlefield attack.
Unjust Ravager.
And then this one for free.
Yeah.
Which-
So the Ravager also will net them a full new hand of cards.
Return back to you.
Well, 3.
Keep in mind there's
It's not a full 7. That would be insane.
No, it's a full. It's 3 cards
if I got enough cards.
if it attacks.
Yeah.
Then we have to wait one turn. But then again.
But next turn it has to attack.
I mean, the damage has already been done. He dropped an entire hand onto his Marauding Mako. He got 3 additional creatures from it. I wish the one player good luck to deal with it.
Only my graveyard, so it's a 1.
That's a Nethergoyf, which unfortunately is one of those goys that doesn't look at your opponent's graveyard, because that would be insane right now.
With Boxwalkers, Mako.
But yeah, that's going pretty fast.
So let's see what the removal package is. I see 4 Fatal Pushes. And I see a Bowmasters. And that's pretty much...
On the stack.
And a Molten Collapse, a single one.
Those do all work quite nicely if you can find them.
Discard my hand and then I draw 3.
Well, he's
this-
in desperate need of stopping the bleeding somewhere.
Okay, so I'm going to discard a hollow one.
Yeah, this is
Draw 3 cards.
an unfortunate case of I didn't know what I was playing against, and it's biting me in the ass.
So you trade for
Yeah, but now sideboarding will happen.
Yes, you take
Yeah, this gets a lot better after sideboarding, I would
doesn't.
imagine.
No, it doesn't.
to play a line set.
Well, even just knowing what you're playing against makes it better, right?
I mean, knowing against it will help you with the opening hands. But looking at the matchups and the cards you can put in,
Well,
it'll still be rough because there's only 2 Hydroblasts in there, and there's a whole bunch
Sure.
of non-red cards as well. But the Hydroblast is a big one. Yes.
Probably. And
but also I'm looking at how this game played out, and if we had a counterspell for the Lineside Diamond, that would have been huge already.
Mako.
Yeah. There was no other discard outlet in his hands.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, knowing what to fight for is very important.
Yeah.
So it's all up to Alexander how much of the game plan he grasps and the knowledge of the game, so he can fight an honest fight in the second game. But the game is not over. He's still at 11 life. But that one Mako and the one Angie's Ravager is absolutely
No, yeah.
giving him an up card of advantage. That's very hard to recover from.
I'm actually kind of wondering what Alexander's hoping for here. Because he is thinking about something.
It's hard to see what he has available. It's not time for a Murktide.
Yep. That's,
Well, that's a thing you can definitely think about.
Because Wasteland left the battlefield.
That's one removal.
Yeah, but
Untap.
it's the Mako that's the
Investigate.
issue here.
It's hard to see on the dice, but the Mako is like, what is it, 7/7, 8/8? It's hard to make out.
Weird. And if I put him in my ear,
But it's
could I
so
say-
big. I understand he needed the Wasteland to sacrifice, so he got the
Yeah, okay.
the added effect of
And I
the
guess
Fed
that just
push.
doesn't
They
work.
got the Ravager.
Trigger. 2 more cards in the Mako.
Wait, I have a solution.
Rootwalla.
Grab your own, log in on Discord on your phone,
There it is.
and then you can just listen in.
I don't have Discord on my phone.
Just install it. Just install it.
It's 1 win for me.
One win for you. Mark.
Yeah. So there should be
Yeah.
a
Well, it was a good attempt at the end, at least.
no. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to know why he just didn't develop his second land again, took out the Marauding Mako, and accepted the Anji for another turn.
I really don't know why this.
Yeah.
I thought there would be a button there. I'll just do it myself. Left score.
Maybe just
I think that's
a
it.
misread.
I don't know. Yeah, it just had gamble, but there was just lethal on board, one way or the other, and that's where it comes when you get like these slightly different decks or very old mechanics. If you haven't played Legacy for long enough, these the counting of the damage or where all the damage is coming or where all the value is coming from, it's hard to assess on a first-time base. So now
Yeah.
it's very important how much did Alexander learn from that one single game, and how well does his cyber plan adapt to it.
Like it kind of depends on if he knows the deck. It's not a new deck. It's not like he cannot possibly know what the deck does, but it's not a deck that you see all too often. It's a deck you almost never see, actually.
No, it's a widened version or expanded version from the modern one. We've seen plenty of in the latest modern Grand Prix, where a lot of hollow
Yeah.
ones were being discarded.
I mean, we haven't seen that deck in Modern in a while, and then it came back after the unbanning of Fateless Looting, which
Yeah, the Fateless
very
Looting
nice.
and the Marauding Mako were definitely added
yeah,
some added power to the deck. And it's for the player itself. It's not like it's the easiest deck around, but the game plan is pretty straightforward. You discard cards, you play cards
yeah.
for as cheap as possible.
And an interesting thing is Alexander's sideboard doesn't seem all that geared towards this deck, because it seems to lean heavily on Gravedigger's Cage, which unfortunately doesn't work against Madness.
Now here's the thing. He hasn't seen all the cards that where the Gravedigger's Cage will find use. We haven't seen a single Vengevine. We've only seen the Orcs and we've only seen Poxwalkers. Everything else hasn't shown himself. So he doesn't know about the Vengevines yet. And at that point, do you need to bring in the Gravedigger's Cage to stop those from coming back into the game? Or are you just going to fight for the initial spells? And the initial spells will be the Fateless Looting, the Burning Inquiry, or the Lion's Eye Diamond.
I think that's the better option, personally.
Yeah, the question is you can pour it in a lot, but then again, what do you take out? For example, is Kaito a card you want to keep? Is your Tamio doing what it needs to do? Same goes for Murktide Regent. Those cards might be on the slower side, where you don't want it. I can absolutely see the Brazen Border. And 100% the Hydroblast are coming back in.
It's a lot of very grindy threats, which is not ideal.
No. And then we have, of course, for game 2, you'll probably keep your Dazes in. But will you keep your Dazes in for game 3?
Yeah, good question. I could see an argument for maybe having to keep them in, honestly, and then hoping they don't have a turn 1.
Yeah, there's plenty of cards where I can make the decision where I can take them out to
Yeah.
get more sideboard cards in. The question is if it's enough power at that point to even stop. For example, a Barragoyf is an interesting sideboard card because it is a card that might be very important on recovering. Because it suddenly can block Root Wallas or gain you the additional life. Trading is a little awkward.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a 3 mana spell.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to just wing the first few turns, and I think once you get to a Barragoyf, it does a lot of work.
Yeah.
This feels very much like a matchup where Barragoyf is just an extra removal spell that helps you stabilize the game.
Yeah. Considering what you've seen, what would you do? What would you change?
I think I would cut the Tamios. Granted, I'm not a fan of Tamio to begin with, but I just do not see them do enough in this matchup. And if I really need some spots, maybe some stock ups, and then bring in at least the Fairy Macabre and the Nile Spellbomb, as well as both Hyroblasts and probably the Barragoyf.
Yeah, I would slightly change a few things. I would definitely take out the stock ups. You don't have time for those. I might taking out the Tamios, taking out the Kaitos. And I will consider bringing in the Force Indications even. The only card it doesn't counter that you need to target will be the Putrid Imp, but you haven't seen it. You don't know it's there. So yeah, I would take for the Force Indications. Probably risk it on the Barragoyf, or at least one of them. And then bring in the two Hydroblasts to take out the red spells, and then just fight for the cards that enable the discard.
I'm thinking.
So the Landside Diamonds, the Burning Increase, the Faithless Looting, and the Putrid Imps.
I think I like Barragoyf more than the Graveyard Hate, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, the Graveyard is just a win more in this case.
It's just the having to interact with the Madness spells means the Graveyard Hate is just not good enough.
No, you can consider the Fairy Macabre because it's free Graveyard Hate. If you had Torment Script, you could have considered it. As once again, it doesn't cost you any form of tempo.
Fair enough.
This is everything will be fought for the tempo, for the turn 1, turn 2 discard spell. Maybe there will be a turn 3-1. It depends if your discard spell is Lionside Diamond or one of the red ones. Yeah, it's hard to assess what the perfect strategy is for sideboarding in this case, because you haven't seen everything of the deck can offer. If you've played long enough, you can make assumptions like, could there be a Vengevine? There could be other cards.
Yeah, but I mean, you played
could there be the Putrid Imp? I mean, for those who haven't played for over decades, Putrid Imp is a very old card that's used in the first editions of Reanimate after Entomb got unbanned. And afterwards, we've never seen the card again.
Yeah.
So pretty much fully disappeared from Legacy for, almost 15 years.
Does Dredge still play it? I think so, right?
Oh yeah, it could still be, sure. Dredge could still do it. I don't think they do it anymore. We do have a Dredge player. Let me find the line. Let's see what he plays with.
I'm not sure.
Dredge could still use it. But yeah, now you're naming a deck we haven't seen in years.
I think I saw a Dredge player in the player list today, so...
There's Dredge. Let's see if it's in there.
Maybe we'll see some Dredge.
It is not in there. It's not on the list.
It's not there?
No Putrid Imps. There's Stinkweed Imps, but no Putrid Imps.
Interesting.
Because there's way too many discard options available for Dredge. So they don't need the Imp. Right, you have Careful Studies.
Right.
You could go...
Right, they're going more to the blue package. Yeah.
Blue package or Faithless Looting, Breakthroughs, Lionside Diamonds. They'll find a way differently. Or they could
Otherworldly
just...
gaze.
They could, yeah, and they can also just draw this card.
Yeah, of course, of course.
It's still Dredge.
I'll keep 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen a card in a while. Let's see how it happens. How it plays out.
Well, we're on the play again for Alexander here. And again, now that we know what we're up against, I would assume that Alexander's at least able to put up more of a fight, knowing that he has something to play around.
I mean, to be fair, Stefan has had a very good deck, a very good hand in the first one, right? He could go off. He wasn't contested for his lines and diamonds, so he started with 4 spells on turn 1. Doesn't mean his second hand or his current hand is able to do the same. I do see a Mako, I do see a Hollow one. Do I see one of the spells that is needed to discard cards?
And after that, you'll draw a card, right?
Yes.
I am not sure. Doesn't look like it, but no, I see a Faithless Looting. I think this is a Faithless Looting hand.
If that's a Faceless Looting, then he has everything he wants, right? For a good, very strong turn 2.
Draw.
Either he goes off turn 1
Play an Eric Mesa.
without a Mako,
Go to 19.
or he just
As well.
plays the Mako and sets up for turn 2, which is very good for Alexander, which means he has an additional turn of time and mana to start interacting with the Faceless Looting.
Is it?
Yeah, we'll have to see how this turns out, because it feels like
Basic mountain.
this is a matchup where the difference between turn 1 and turn 2 is really significant.
Like this game feels like we're going to have an honest fight.
Yeah. And I mean, if that's the case, then Faithless Looting is great, because you can just start flashing it back and keep going.
Yeah, Alexander must feel. We don't know his hand. We don't know if what kind of removal package he has in hand or counter package he has in hand to interact with it.
Box of Agamas back.
The Dimir temper decks are known to have a lot of interaction
Free from my hand.
to play with, but then again, interact with 4 spells. If you don't know, you had to force the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Then short turn.
But
Gonna
Stefan is choosing to go for a setup turn. Alexander must be very happy about it. Just to get some time to get additional land out and maybe actually cast a spell in preparation, or either take away the Mako straight up.
I mean, taking out the Mako here would definitely be a good start.
Yeah, but you don't have to. You can do it whenever he starts, depending on the removal.
Yeah.
But you can do it whenever.
That's true.
I have a Bowmaster. I would like to target this one.
Bowmaster. Yeah, I mean, that's a removal spell.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would have done it right now.
Yeah.
It's fine. It works now. It's gone. Maybe you could have, like, for example, wait a little bit, waited for him to cast a spell, and then respond on it. So you just make him force to use an ability, like for example the Faithless Looting.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is there maybe something he's scared of that he wants to do it now?
But I just
Maybe he's just. That's what I said. If you play against an unknown deck, it's very hard to account for everything. So he's like, you know what? Let's take it out, so I don't have to think about that part.
Sure, better safe than sorry.
It's not the best advantage, but it'll be good enough.
Above that.
Get going.
So you're.
does it work like that?
I mean, I believe.
Oh yeah,
would-
that's actually an interesting interaction here.
Timing thing.
Our players are calling a judge.
Kind of need a judge.
Alexander wants to target the Rudwalla, but he can't
Yeah, but
because
if I don't know something,
the draw has already resolved, so he needs to select the target now.
But
But it's just if you want to check, then that's.
yeah.
My turn? Give me a sec. Yeah.
He has a target already, but the damage isn't done yet.
Yeah, no, but because he has the target already, he can target the Rudwallas. That's what they're going for here.
He's going to draw the cards. I announce. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Venge Find. Oh yeah, the Venge Find for the discard.
And then he's discarding.
Yeah.
then this thing with Madness is gonna get discarded.
Okay.
And we were wondering what the layering is right now. So when will my Orcish Bowmaster triggers be on the stack?
Yeah, just
Where will they be?
a quick check to make sure that both players understand how this interaction works.
Exile, and then you have a
Yeah.
trigger to
Always should.
cast it for its Madness cost. Since you're the active player, that will go on the stack first. Following that, we will put the Orcish Bowmaster triggers on the stack, because we will only put triggers on the stack as soon as spells are completely done resolving. So
I assume that Stefan has another creature here and is gonna try and bring back the Vengefine.
understanding of the situation is correct. We now have a stack with a basket with Wallow trigger
Yeah,
and 2 Bowmasters.
and you don't have to successfully cast spells for the
Our
Vengefine.
understanding too. Just wanted to thank you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm gonna target you with the Bowmaster triggers.
Also worth mentioning, the Orc army is now with 3/3, so the Vengefine doesn't even have like a clean attack.
After those are resolved, I will be.
No, but the Vengefine is
Um,
at times, you know,
will be paying.
you can let it, if you have 2 additional creatures, you do it again,
Discarded 2 cards. this
he'll
turn
come back.
for a
So it's
cost.
not the worst.
That's fine.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there it is. Hollow Knight with a discount. Gets a Vengefine.
Then I would like to move to combat and attempt.
And we are going for an attack here.
Yeah, it is haste. When it got printed, it was one of my favorite cards. It's just so much fun to do stuff with it. But at that time, we had Survival of the Fittest being legal.
I will trade with no card.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
we're
do
just
get the
tossing
trade.
away Vengefines and playing Ruwalas, and then bring more Vengefines.
How many cards do you have left? 4.
Good times.
But yeah, that Vengefine will be back before you know it. I think
Yeah.
I saw another Ruwala.
Yeah.
And not sure what the. I know one of the black cards is a Leyline. I don't know what the other one is. Or is that a Lineside Diamond? I'm not even sure.
I'm surprised he brought in the ley line. I can see it if he's afraid of the Goyfs.
Yeah, it keeps the Murktide off the field. Like,
But you're damaging
can
your own game plan, so I'm not sure if I'm all too happy about it.
I think it's maybe a bit aggressive, but it's not a completely dead card.
No, I mean, you can always take out the 4 street raids, right? It's fine.
Oh! Jet Smart, it's probably a Putrid Imp.
See? This is why they should bring all the cards with the same print, always. I can't remember 20 prints of a card. Oh wait, that's the old art.
Yeah.
But next to it there's a ley line for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Draw.
No, chat. When Robbin said that Leyline hinders his own game plan, he means that it takes up card slots. Like you're bringing in cards that make your own game plan slower without really shutting down your opponent. Like it makes Alexander a little bit slower because it hits the Nethergoyf and it hits the Murktide region.
If that's allowed.
But
Yeah, the discussion is more about does it damage your opponent more than it helps you with the change?
Damage. I'm going to pump this up.
yeah, because you have to take something out, and you really just want to keep going in that deck. Like
Yeah.
you don't want to start pumping the brakes if you don't have to.
I can see it, for example, as an on the draw game plan. But I would definitely take them out on the play. Because at that point you just want to go as fast as possible with every tool you have available.
And then
And you don't want to wait for the whatever effect the ley line has against your opponent. Because you're not that afraid of a 1-2 or 2-3 another Gorf that's in the way. You're afraid of the 4-power one.
Yeah.
If you want to
I
see the
mean-
4-power one on turn 2.
Stefan is on the draw here, so
Yeah, I can see
guess
it
that
on the
makes
draw. It's a choice for sure. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with it, but I can
Also-
see I can see the merit.
I don't know if he brought in all 4, or maybe it's just 1 or 2 because he boarded something out.
These two back?
yes.
Yeah, it's something where I can easily see the street rates being taken out, or some of the root wallas.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, especially the street raves, because your life total is already being pressured quite a lot.
Yeah. But then again, he still has a nice board. He's in no danger of dying. It's all about Alexander to regain control over the match. And there's still a nice 7 power on the board if he wants to. Take in account that the root wall is a base 1-1, but you can grow it up to make it a nice 3-3.
The mana.
There it is. Yeah.
There's
He took in the Baraglyphs.
So I have 1, 2, 3, and you have 1 type, I think, that I don't have. So it's 4. It's 4, 5.
Okay.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the Baraglypher is just an excellent way to stabilize, maybe kill some creatures along the way,
Check something.
get some life.
Faith is doing as a sorcery.
That's fine. Go ahead.
17 balls, yeah?
Yeah, I think Baraglyph is just an excellent card in the meta overall right now. It's gotten a lot slower since the bannings. There's a lot more creature decks that have come back. And if you can afford to just play it, even on turn 3, it just does a lot. It's both pressure and protection packed in one.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. There is a Burning Inquiry.
I don't got anything on my turn.
Oh, your turn.
Decides not to cast it.
Yeah, I'm surprised, because you can discard the hand, because the red card, I assume, is an Ox.
I think that's a Rubella.
Oh, that could also be the Blazing one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Rubella.
I'm surprised he doesn't go for it, because the other 2 cards in his hand are pretty much dead at this point. So you get to replace 2 new cards. You still have a Lionside Diamond as a discard outlet if you need it.
Maybe he's worried about the Orcish Bowmasters, because the Bowmaster would then end up killing
for sure.
the Rubella. But I mean, it's not getting much better, is it?
No, you replace the Walla with a new one. But then again, you also give him a 3-3. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah,
You're
but
playing a deck that has no removal on its own, so you just have to live with it.
yeah,
The only solution you have is a Firestorm, which I like.
oh yeah, no, Firestorm is a sweet card. Like the fact that it's even playable is great.
Yeah, but it's not that great against the Graves.
But I'm thinking Alexander was tapped out. Now he's untapped, and if he passes his turn with 2 mana up, now you potentially have another Bowmaster. Okay, it doesn't look like we get another Bowmaster, maybe.
It's a 4 or 5, you said, right?
Like just the possibility. Like the longer you wait with this, the larger the opportunity for Alexander to just draw something else. And
Yeah, the issue is the Bowmasters. The Bowmasters is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, especially since Stefan does not have any removal in his 75. Well, in theory he has some, the Firestorms, in the sideboard, but in the main board there is absolutely nothing to deal with it.
yep. And then we find another Goyf off of the Baraglyph trigger.
Yep.
Vault Seizes, interesting. Yeah, I can keep them. I would take them out on the play, on the draw.
It's a big dude.
But yeah, the Goyf
Yeah,
and the Goyf and the Bowmasters will definitely shut him down.
Yeah.
Will be starting the final game.
But now, now the die roll comes into play.
Maybe I have one of my free spells for once. I'm playing way too honest, I feel like.
Now Stefan gets to play first.
Your opponent.
And there should definitely be sideboard changes for both players.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how this is a matchup where being on the play and a draw matters for sideboarding, it matters for mulliganing, it matters for everything. So
Yeah.
much.
I would very, very much consider taking out Vault Seizes, for example.
Got the deck exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah, I like them on the play, because if you can start off with a Thoughtseize and maybe snipe like a Lion's Eye Diamond or something, or like
Yeah.
a Faithless Looting, it's really good.
Like right there.
I would still like the Barragoyfs enough, since your opponent doesn't have removal, even though they're still 3 mana.
Yeah.
But they're at the point with 3 mana, if you drop it and it can stabilize your entire game, it should be good enough.
Yeah, I think Barrowgoyf is like the win condition here. It's like the game plan for Alexander, because once that thing drops, it just takes over the game so
Yeah,
fast.
I really hope Stefan takes out his Leylands of the Void.
Oh yeah, sorry, I won the second game.
And very much considers bringing in Firestorm.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Means outside of it, it's fine. I mean, you don't have a lot of room to change. The Grixis don't do anything. Definite Silence is not important. Vernifal and the Arcfiend aren't going to change the game here.
No.
They're not solutions for the problems of your opponent. So yeah, the Firestorm is the only one I would consider.
After the first game, I was like,
And I don't think the Leylines are
like I saw one card, like a
strong
card
enough
person.
Well, I know this
compared to an additional body.
Modern in another format, so I knew that is some kind of madness Vengevine pile, but it looked very good. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a bit volatile with this opening hands.
Sounds like Alexander here is
Where you just
impressed with the strength of the Madness deck.
Where you do nothing.
and their games were basically, well, I'm currently.
Well, it did look pretty good. Like, even the losing game, it was doing its thing quite efficiently.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go.
But then again, at some point, Alexander presented a solution, and Stefan had zero answers for it. So that's why I think
That's not a key.
Firestorm might be very important.
Green with a land.
Ah,
Well,
we're going both into a mulligan.
Yes, okay, that's.
actually, is Firestorm a good answer here? I'm not sure it is.
Firestorm is an additional discard outlet, for one, and it takes out the Bowmasters. Yeah, even if it discards
Yeah.
only one card.
As low.
Okay, yeah, for the Bowmaster, yeah. Once the Barrowgoyf comes down, it's not.
The
but-
Barrowgoyf is harder, because at that point you need like 6 or 7 cards to be able to pitch away and actually still kill it.
Yeah, and at that point, if you have 6 or 7 cards in your hand, there's already something else that's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, but the Bowmasters in itself is enough of a problem, where you should definitely consider it.
Yeah, that is fair.
13 on a 22. Yeah, sure.
Oh, but it looks like both players here are mulliganing to 5 now, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's very beneficial for the Madness deck.
Next game, it's like, why am
The
I
Madness deck only needs 4 or 5 cards to get a nice board going,
back to the deduction?
and you can still select the 4 or 5 cards out of the best out of the 7 you get to see. For Alexander, it's a bit harder because he needs answers,
Yeah.
and
which
if his
means that, for
answers aren't
instance, yeah.
fast or good enough, it doesn't matter how big his hand is, you just won't get there.
Redirected to this one.
Yeah, plus he's on the draw, so even like a Bowmaster is probably not that good.
I mean, Bowmaster's probably still good enough. There we go.
Nothing you.
If you could get to a Bowmaster.
Very much
Yeah, we see a keep from Madness, and we see another mulligan for Alexander, which means he very much didn't like the speed of his hand. No solutions, no answers, no free counter spells.
the second on the first mulligan because
I was wrong, this was mulligan to 6, and Alexander is now going to 5. Okay.
Yeah, Alexander is now going to 5.
For a second there, I thought they were already at 5, but
No, Stefan already took it, kept 6.
yeah.
Which is very hard. Which also questions like the changes he made to his sideboard. Maybe someday we get
Yeah.
to be on location and just ask the player, like, why did you sideboard this way and what did you keep in? Because there's a lot of hard choices and interesting choices to make it this in the legacy format.
Yeah. Especially in these kinds of matches where every turn matters this much.
Yeah, the first 2 turns are crucial.
Yeah. The more that's happening, the more that
Yeah.
what actually happens matters.
Yeah, which means that any card that costs more than 2 mana has to be almost game changing.
So I'm fairly sure I know what the answer is, but this is tricky, so I'm going to double check with a different judge.
Okay. Okay. We'll just get extra.
that's
Looks like we have our 5.
so Scalding Tarn
Let's see how explosive the hand of Stefan is.
going down to 19.
It's very exciting to see the absolute limits of a Madness deck.
Yeah. Because again, if this deck is uninterrupted, it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It just slams, slams, slams. It puts 20 power in play, and good luck.
Yeah, we are quite lucky to see how a matchup like this against like one of the stronger decks in the format that plays out. Especially since it tries to be faster than what Grixis Tempo can answer, and the die roll is pretty much the biggest factor here.
So not
Yeah.
drawing upside down cards and all that.
And any game that gets stolen or taken away when your opponent is on the play is a massive, massive win.
Yeah.
Just gonna Faithless Looting.
Yeah, and we saw game one what happens when you don't have
No, oh boy, no
relevant
counters.
interaction. And again, we
boy.
have no interaction.
That is how. The question is how
Yeah,
how
or
much damage is it going to do.
Discard
Alexander does have interaction, but is choosing not to interact with this.
going to cast.
What else does he have? He has a Mako and another Faithless Looting. Oh, so next turn is going to be an absolute blast. No, that's an Ox.
So,
Oh boy.
You know,
I have to start with a Wasteland.
I think the spell bomb is not the worst here. Yes, you're gonna get some Rude Wallas, but I think that's it.
I still don't like it.
Discard
Pick one, but it doesn't matter. You'll pick the one.
It's a one-off and it replaces himself, so it's not the worst of all things.
Rootwalla into exile. Madness trigger on the stack.
Yeah. You can take away one card. You still have a
Yeah.
massive problem. You can take away one card.
Cast Rootwalla. Hit you for
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you're not getting the box walkers. That's the thing.
Alexander got away with an absolute nightmare because if Stefan here drew an additional land, he could have discarded 2 creatures, which he did, and played a hollow one. It
Yeah.
didn't matter if he discarded 2 creatures, or there's a hollow one hiding. At that point, there's a 4/4 as well on the board. And the spell bomb at that point, I don't know. But it's fine. He
Yeah.
probably had space enough to take cards out. As I said, anything that costs 3 mana or more is not doing anything. The Tamios are not doing
Yeah.
anything. So he has the space to bring in the cards.
Yeah?
Let's see, Underground Sea
Marek.
and pass.
It's not a land. He's slowly regretting discarding the one land.
Roll the Naka.
Yeah, it's just the one land would have made so much of a difference here.
Is it Bowmaster time? Because that will be absolutely devastating here.
I think it is. Yes, it is.
There it is. That's brutal.
Move 2 blocks.
Yeah. Trade it. Take one out.
I mean, you
Very
take out the
open.
red one, right?
Big one.
Green one.
It really doesn't matter. You take one. Yeah, you're very. He has one land. You know he doesn't have more. All you need to do is just very slowly take out his board.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
I'll take one.
Now the question is, did he board in the Firestorm?
Oh,
That one.
kinda.
That one is a little too late.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than nothing, I suppose.
So you're down to 17.
No,
He needs another one.
And then I am going to get.
I thought I saw a second Faceless Looting in his hand, but no, I'm not so sure actually.
He already casted it previous turn. Like the first turn was for the Rootwalla, the single Rootwalla, and the second one was trying to find land. play the Poxwalkers and the other Rudwalla, the blazing one.
Yeah. Let's see. Because we have the Boxwalkers, we have the Putrid Imp. I think we drew another Mako. Yes, we did.
Yeah. So now you can play the Putrid Imp.
Yeah. And then the last card is another Rudwalla.
Okay. So he can increase his board. That's still good.
So we can at least put them in play. And then hopefully that's enough.
He can do whenever.
Yeah.
Oh, the second one. Oh no. No. You have to respond.
First discard Poxwalkers. Yes. This is going to trigger Mako. Yes.
Yeah, because you are gonna lose the Putrid Imp here, I would. Oh, you're gonna lose the Mako, of course, right?
Then I'm going to discard Basking Rudwalla, which is going to go into exile. Give a counter to Mako, and I'm gonna cast it for free.
Okay, so
Turn Poxwalkers.
this is pretty much all we're getting here.
And the imp dies.
Yeah, pretty much. And you can see how big the board is now. Could you imagine if he was able to do it 2 turns ago? If his draws were just slightly better, or there wasn't an obnoxious Bowmasters. But 2 Bowmasters, it should pretty much finish the way. They won't get any effects anymore. He will not cost any sideboard cards, but it is just enough of 1/1s that can just almost trade out everything. The only thing he needs is the 1 Fatal Push. I spotted in his hand.
Ooh, that would be very unfortunate for Stefan here.
And there is also a Blazing Borer, I think. Oh yeah, Alexander has all the tools to lock it up. He's on a very healthy life total, at 16.
I'm looking. I can't make heads or tails of anything in that hand. I don't know how you're seeing that. I'm with my face on my screen right now, and
Just grab a bigger screen. Sometimes helps.
yeah, maybe I need glasses. Maybe I'm just getting old.
Please, shush. You don't get to talk about being old yet.
No, you're right. I don't. I really don't.
Oh yeah. Well,
And there was also that.
I wasn't expecting this one to go to time.
I mean, they do have 2-minute extension because of the judge call earlier. A ley line. That's like the worst possible draw in this case.
And let's look at this game again. The ley line doesn't seem to be doing anything.
No.
And if you had a, I mean, the Firestone would have been not great either, but it takes out half your board as well. Yeah, there's a Fatal Push for the Mako. You can trade out one. You could even trade out one Bowmasters for the other one. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't even.
But there's
think
no
you have
reason.
to.
No reason to trade it. You're in a healthy life total. There's cards in your hand. It's all good.
And I think if you're Alexander here, it's your game to lose. So just play it
There we go.
easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And then we can move on to damage. So this one is
Straight.
trade.
You will take
Feet 4.
Makes sense to actually go for the Boxwalkers here because the Boxwalkers aren't coming back. The Mako might still.
Oh yeah, no. The Mako will get the Fatal Push.
Oh yeah, because he still has the Fatal Push. Right.
I'm pretty sure he still has a Fatal Push. I said he's in absolute no danger of anything. Would be
Does he
nice
also
if he
have-
has a 4th land, but if he doesn't, it's fine.
I think
The
he
4th
does.
land allows him
Yeah.
to Fatal Push and play the Borer at the end of turn.
Yeah.
But I might have been mistaken. If he doesn't have a Fatal Push, well,
And he
doesn't.
draws another ley line.
What a good card. I mean, I don't hate ley lines. I like ley lines, but
Yeah, no, Leyline the Void is a fantastic card, but when you're in this board state and you just go back to back Leyline the Void, that's gotta feel bad.
yeah. And if you look at the game state as well, it's just very unfortunate that at this point the ley line has
Absolutely.
zero effect, absolutely no
Yeah.
effect as well.
Like, even if it was in the opening hand, they would have done nothing.
No.
Does not help. 2 of my support cards are useless.
And even if it did anything, the Brazen Borrow would have answered it.
Player, please finish your turn, and there's 5 additional turns. Legacy
Yeah,
players, timing round.
I don't think this is the matchup for it.
No, but welcome to Legacy. The format
Yeah,
is
no, of
very
course.
hard. Mistakes are easily made, especially when sideboarding.
Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the thought behind it. Like, it's not like, oh, you're bringing it in against, like, elves or something, but
Yeah.
it's just, it doesn't do enough.
Someday we'll get to ask the questions to the players in person.
Yeah.
The same that goes for both sides, by the way. Since it's a very
yeah.
unique deck you play against, making sure the sideboard strategies are there. And especially with a ley line against a Grixis tempo deck at this point, you also have to figure out how he is going to board. Because if he takes out all his Goys, what are you boarding it in for?
Lion's Eye Diamond is, again, just not doing anything here.
Depends if he has a follow-up.
Yeah, no, he doesn't, he calls it.
You top deck them.
And that is going to be game for Alexander.
It's like, oh, I've got
Yeah.
some, where's... Okay.
So,
Unfortunately, the madness deck goes down.
From the top. Where did put on? Not
well, it was a good match to watch. I'll
Definitely
give him
good
that.
match.
To be. It was not meant to be.
Like,
They
yeah,
both got
there
to
was some,
showcase the strength of the decks. There we see the sideboards, the force negations. Oh, he went all in. Yeah, there's so much stuff to board out.
even with the Gravedigger's Cage.
No, if you look at the
Incredible.
board, he just took everything out. It costs 3 or more mana. He took out the stock ups, the thought
I
seizes.
kept a hand, so.
So at that point,
Yeah.
you have so many cards you can bring in.
Wasteland, and I had to find my colored source.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
at that point, it makes a lot of sense to take in to bring in the spell bomb,
Really?
or maybe even a second molten collapse.
Playing so horribly.
Alright, GG's. We're gonna take a quick break when we get ready for round 2. We have 7 rounds today as well as top 8. So everyone, thank you for being here, and we'll be right back. At some point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what the first 2 rounds are for. After that, when we go into the top tables, we will still be looking into the creative decks, or at least the cool decks, or the cooler, or the more interesting matchups. And once we get to the final 2 or 3 rounds, you'll see a true and tested decks more often as well.
And we do have a number of interesting decks still to come. I'm definitely hoping, for example, that Peter van Ham is doing all right, because that's always a fun time.
Yeah, he brought his newly adapted deck. If you're aware of his post that he made about the Dragons of Tarkir format, well, he made the deck. He warned us. We know it was coming, and now it's here.
Yeah, Peter deck's always great. I love seeing him. So we'll have to see how that goes. But for now, let's get started on this match. We have Selesnya Enchantress on the left here.
Doodle, never seen it in
Violet.
any other colors.
And she is
Yeah.
playing Kevin against Cradle Control, which is... I think it's fair to say that it is pretty much the modern version of elves, even though they don't play that many elves anymore.
And I'll call green.
It's pretty. No, it's pretty much the Gris lists.
I remember...
Even though there's only one of them.
I remember there being a point where the elf decks were kind of slowly changing to Cradle Control until it became this list, and now they're just 2 completely different decks, and pour one out for elves. But yeah, interesting deck for sure. also had a pretty big upgrade in the Scythecad Cub, which is an awful name to pronounce.
It is, so hereby it's the one cat in the deck.
We'll try and get it on screen for you to read, but the interesting thing is that it has a landfall trigger where it starts adding +1/+1 counters and then doubling them, which gets out of hand really quick, especially in a deck like Cradle Control. So a very dangerous threat.
Yeah, for sure. It has some good removal, a lot of redundancy to find the right cards for its own.
Yeah, plus a lot of redundancy in getting extra landfall triggers. You know, between the White of the Reliquary and the Elvish Reclaimer.
This is an interesting matchup because Enchantress has always been good in one thing and very bad at a different thing. The good thing is it's always been very good at taking down creature decks. It can buy a lot of time with Elephant Grass and other enchantments to stall forever. Make sure the creatures are as ineffective as possible. And after at a certain amount of turns, it just goes over the top. And in this case, you saw the card already, which is Sigil of the Throne. Is it Sigil of the Throne? Of the Empty
Sigil of
Throne,
the Empty
yeah.
Throne, yeah. Start making some
And they'll
angels.
just mark some for angels at that point. The damage is done.
Yeah. Though worth mentioning that depending on what the plan is for Cradle Control, it does use the graveyard a lot, and Enchantress is playing main deck Rest in Peace, so that could be possibly problematic. We'll have to see how that turns out.
To make it even spicier, it's actually also
Yeah.
playing the single of Helm of Obedience.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I mean, it's a good way to have an additional
An extra win condition.
an extra additional win condition for sure. And it costs you one slot. If you draw it, it's fine. It's also nice against the Omni-Tell decks. There it is, the Scythe Clock Cup.
Scythe
Cat
Cup.
Cup. Ah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
cat.
I told you the name's awful.
It's the one cat in the deck, and there it is.
It's the cat.
Yeah, this is what Cradle Control does. It makes a board, it makes some creatures, make them slowly bigger, and tries to attack with it. In this case, Enchantress doesn't have much to go on.
Yeah.
There's only one. There's two enchantments on the board. There's no go through Enchantress. This is very good, but then again,
Yeah.
once again, the Bowmaster is definitely
that's-
going to make some adworks here.
That's something that we actually forgot to mention. It's like, what's the game plan of Enchantress? Draw a bunch of cards. What does Bowmaster punish? Drawing a bunch of cards.
What does the cat do? It makes the Orc army bigger.
Oh, right, because the landfall trigger, you just add count. Oh, this is... Yeah, there's
You
things
just
happening
double,
right now.
You just double counters. You play more lands, you get double counters. But it only works if you play two lands, so a fetch land for sure makes it instantly go bigger. Makes it 3/3, makes it a 6/6. So, so now it's up to Enchantress to get their locks down.
Yeah, we just need some kind of interaction, like an elephant grass or on thin ice, just anything.
They don't need much. They might even consider taking out their own Agothian Enchantress once the Sigil of the Empty Throne is landing.
Maybe?
Because at that point you don't need that many cards anymore. You just need one or two additional enchantments.
I mean, Solitary
grass.
Confinement would also be very nice here. Just give yourself Shroud, don't worry about
sure.
Bowmaster.
Well, the Bowmaster has to go somewhere.
We do get the Sigil.
So Bowmaster very much is not a May trigger. There we go. Legendary rule, lovely.
It's Sir Sanctum, just a fantastic card.
The only one that's pretty much Guy's card is still legal, but
Oh, I hadn't even realized that we're playing like those two cycle of lands against each other.
yeah, but it's looking very good for creative control. Got all the power they needed. They got a bunch of creatures. They can punish the Enchantress deck for drawing cards.
Yeah, and we don't have a flash enchantment, right?
I'm looking at the list.
I don't think On Thin Ice is flash, but I could be wrong on that.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no.
I don't think there is.
Wait,
Well,
so
there are plenty of flash enchantments, but it's most like I don't think. No, this deck doesn't play any. It's pretty much all
yeah,
on turn. The reason why he plays the second Sarah Sanctum, so he can actually use his other enchantment to find the answer he needs. To sacrifice the Sterling Grove, because it's still an enlightened tutor. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose we just
block it.
yeah,
Just block it. Take the
just
damage.
block it, don't die, just barely, and then hope to draw it out.
Yeah. There it
And we're gonna
goes.
enlighten tutor, I suppose.
Oh, there is one.
Yep.
So, he's actually going to cast enlightened tutor. Yeah,
mean-
that also works.
There had to be something, right? Because otherwise you don't play the Sarah Sanctum here.
No. The Sterling Grove is also an enlightened tutor.
Oh, right, sure.
Question is, what can he find that'll do enough? I mean, Elephant Grass has to be pretty much... Elephant Grass isn't enough when you're 3.
No, there's enough mana to pay for something. Yeah, Solitary Confinement is gonna have to be it, but you don't have a draw engine anymore.
No. You don't have a draw engine, but it might still be enough.
You have a draw for the... No, the draw for the turn is the Solitary Confinement, never
It's
mind.
the confinement for the turn. The reason why it might still be enough, because you still get the one angel. And if there's an additional enchantment in his hand...
There's a Sanctum and I think a Sterling Grove.
So at that point, he can make 2 angels to try and win the game with.
Yeah, because we can play the Confinement without the Sanctum, or we can play with the Sanctum. I think
but
Violet
he has an
can
additional
sacrifice.
sanctum. He has an additional sanctum, so that's... Yeah.
1 damage.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
scary.
It,
Oh, it's scary.
the 1 damage no longer mattered. Everything on board already killed him. The only thing it has to do is make 4/4 angels. Gavin, however, this is interesting.
I mean-
does not have has only a single solution.
Yeah, pre-board you mean, right?
Reward, just a single one.
Looking for the Abrupt Decay.
There's a single abrupt decay. And it isn't enough, because there's 2 Sterling Groves.
Yeah. Another question is, if you're Violet here, do you sacrifice the groves at end of turn? Or at least one of them?
No. You don't do anything with it. You'll sacrifice them once he has a way to take away your solitary confinement. Anything else, it doesn't matter. You have 2 angels. As long as you can't block your angels, you're winning. You got nothing.
The confinement is gonna die anyway, right? Because you can discard a card, like Violet's Hellbent.
Oh yeah, he still needs the card. Yeah, that's right. At that point,
She has to sack one of the
but
groves.
you still have enough. Yeah, but you can find your second solitary confinement.
I
It's
suppose.
upkeep draw. Yeah. Yeah, it works. You have 2 more confinements.
Like, I'm not saying she's dead. I'm just saying she's in a very bad position here. And needs to
No,
be very
she's
careful
in a
about what
very
she
good position.
Sterling Grove to search for an enchantment.
She has 8 power, right?
Yeah.
She's not dying this turn. She's not dying next turn because there's a new solitary confinement coming. She can do the same next turn. That is 16 damage. And that 16 damage is currently untouched.
Right.
Miri's Guile. Why are
Wait.
you picking up the Miri's Guile?
I think she's gonna discard the Miri's Gala because you're not playing it. That's for sure.
You're also not drawing it. You're drawing it, but
Yeah, you're drawing it too late. Yeah.
yeah. So you're going for upkeep first.
It's a top deck tutor. Why did I think it was a hand tutor?
Sacrifice it. Draw for turn. And then I'll pay
Okay.
to play Miri's
I don't
triggering my Sigil of the Empty Throne.
I,
I don't see the line. Help me out here. I don't see the line.
I didn't see it either.
And then I'll pass turn.
So the line I saw was sacrifice the Sterling Grove. Attack for 4, because there's no... Do Bowmasters have reach? They don't have reach, so there's no reach. So you attack for 8. You're still under protection of the new solitary confinement, and do it again next turn. Meanwhile, you're still building a few more angels.
Okay, so that's not what happened. What happened is we now have 3 angels. And since everything is lethal, we just have to block.
Yeah, the Miracle didn't do anything, and if you look at the deck, there's more solitary confinements. There's another solitary confinement, just 1 more.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea was here.
Yeah, you go for 8 on the turn. You get another solitary confinement. You're not dying, so you can go for another 8 next turn. So the second solitary confinement should have been enough.
Yeah, not sure.
No, I don't see it either. And otherwise, the Elephant Grass could have worked as well, or sort of worked.
Yeah, elephant grass means that you actually have blockers. 'Cause
Yeah, at
only
that point you
the-
have like more angels. So at that point you have 4 angels. So you can block the few green creatures that are allowed to attack, because the black ones still aren't able to attack.
Yeah.
So I think we might have Violet might have missed the line, or we might have missed the second solitary confinement being somewhere. But yeah, that was
or we
definitely a line for a win.
regardless, you know, everything's possible.
I mean, there's always a way your opponent makes a mistake. It's unfortunate we have to see it here, because there's definitely
Yeah.
a way out for a win, or at least for a proper fight for a win. Now the question is, what's coming in? We look at the sideboards. There's a bunch of Force of Vigors, so it's definitely that one's definitely there.
I mean, on both sides, but I don't think Violet's gonna bring them in.
No. Choke not.
Jeff,
Suddenly Silence not. Probably not. Disruptive Flute. I don't think it's good enough.
No, I think
You can consider Leonard of Sanctity, but I don't think you need it. It's probably the one thing. Oblivion Rings can probably come in.
yeah,
Get something else out.
the rings for Violet are probably fine, and then for Kevin, just Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy is probably fine. But Force of Vigor, of course. Very clean, very simple sideboarding.
Yeah,
Nothing too fancy.
I think Enchantress needs to do much.
No.
I tried reading that card upside down, so I missed that last line of text.
You could consider the Destiny Spinner. It's an enchantment, so you don't need it. No, I think it's pretty much fine as it is.
Have mattered. They had flying anyways, so it's not like they could have blocked anything.
Mech Membro, if it makes you feel better, there's not that much Cradle control. It's like, is there anyone else playing Cradle control? I don't remember seeing a second one.
There might be one hidden, but there's not more than two.
Yeah.
Yeah, MTG Melee just changed names again, so it's a fun time.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out
that
what
the names are
everything is.
correct.
Yeah.
Because you already spotted a World Gorger Dragon combo deck, but it doesn't have a World Gorger Dragon. So yeah, that's where it goes.
Also doesn't have an Abdel Adrian, worth mentioning. It has nothing to do with World Gorger, so not even close.
No,
Yeah,
it was just an Omni-Tell deck.
that is a late line of things? We were just talking about it. Actually, like I don't hate it actually.
No, I can see it. It's more like my question is, what do you take out? Because there's not much to take out for Enchantress. Because the rest of pieces, it's just fine. Keep it in.
Surprisingly,
keep that combo in.
rest in peace. Actually, really good here.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that special, but it's good enough.
Yeah, no, like
I can see the definitely on the play. The sanctity on it's just good on the play and on the draw.
yeah.
You're still playing against Thought Seizes.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like Kevin having a relatively slow start here. No Mana Dorks, no Elvish Reclaimer.
Oh, there must be a cat. One of the Reliquary Bowmasters. Bowmaster's still very good.
Yeah.
Maybe he just brought in a bunch of removal and he's just sitting on the removal to take out the enchantments.
I mean, it was a once upon a time hand, so you never know what hand was kept here.
Enchantress Presence.
There we go. We're starting up the Enchantress engine.
Yeah, it's now the wrap time for a nice Bowmaster to ruin the fun.
Oh, a little bit, not too much.
It is fun until you get your what is it? I keep already forgetting the name. So what they're fun going. I mean, you still got the presence. I mean, you can still get your Leyline Sanctity. So you're pretty good.
Yeah, of course, of course.
But it's still a big dork.
Yeah, until we draw Elephant Grass.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to see because right now not much is happening.
No,
Like
which is
quiet before the storm.
very good for Violet for the Enchantress player. Yeah, that's a 2-mana creature. You can read it. You'll probably just ignore it. I mean, it has text on it, but you're ignoring it anyways.
It's not the most exciting thing in this matchup, even though it is a very good printing. It's
a very good printing. At this point, it's still at 2/2.
Like, I love the fact that it has at least somewhere it can be played. Because I know people were looking at it for a while, couldn't quite figure out what to do with it. And I think this is like the best case scenario for a White of the Reliquary deck.
Oh, for sure, but the issue is always like the more graveyard removal you get to see, the less useful the card becomes, and it slowly fades out a little bit from the format.
True. I mean, do you really bring in Graveyard Hate against this deck in general?
I mean, there's still 3 Rest in Pieces in the deck, probably.
No, I mean, in general, like in this matchup, yeah, no, why it's not the best.
No, it's probably not. It's not the thing I'm fighting for. This case, you are fighting for the board and not what's in the graveyard. They do stuff with graveyard that makes things bigger. But at that point, you're still taking out the 1-for-1 removal. So removal does the same thing.
Yeah.
But then again, if it's already your game plan to be able to do it, I mean, why not?
Yeah, no, of course. Like the rest in peace is here because we play Helm of Obedience,
Yeah.
not because there's a Red Reliquary in play.
Yeah. Man, what a time to be alive. Having an Enchantress. 3 Enchantresses. And being safe from Bowmasters.
Exalted trigger, so for 3.
Man, this must feel amazing.
Pass turn.
Interestingly enough, no fetch for a second landfall trigger, so the cat grows a little, but not a lot.
No, but if the cat's played this turn, so you'll wait for next turn. It's not relevant for this one.
No, for sure. Yes, Sith is another semi-recent printing. I mean, it's been a few years at this point, but
It's pretty old at this point. That specific printing isn't too old. It's only 4 years old, but it doesn't come close to the original Enchantresses.
no, for sure. I mean, it's nice to have more Enchantresses.
The Argothian Enchantress isn't even the first printing. First Enchantress printing, because the first one is Verduran Enchantress. It's a mana more. It has 1 toughness more, but it definitely dies to everything else.
Yeah, just having an Enchantress with Shroud is just, it's insane. It's so good.
It's cheap as well.
Yeah.
Why do the reliquaries sacrifice signal fire?
But yeah, it's a very good secondary Enchantress, because it's an enchantment herself, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is.
So it triggers of everything else.
And the life gain is not entirely irrelevant.
No, it's very good. And it's a 1/2.
Yeah, we'll take those 2 points of toughness as well. Any day of the week.
Yeah, it used to be very good when Goblins was still there.
Sure, yeah, I could see that.
Better block that Lackey.
Oh, I haven't seen a Lackey in too long.
Man, I wish Goblins was good.
I mean,
Too
I've been
many 1/2 creatures for 1 mana, ruining the fun.
I have been seeing the goblins come back a little in.
They're definitely less. They're absolutely crying at the presence of Enchantress, that's for sure.
Yes, this one Enchantress player at a tournament. That's why goblins is unplayable.
There's still more Enchantress players than Goblin players.
I'll give you that much. Sure.
But yeah, this is pretty much one of the final turns for Kevin to actually get something going. At this point, it's just finding for answers and answers and answers.
Yeah, the Bowmaster is not the answer you want now. It might be the answer you want in the future, but
No, but he really wants to get rid of the Sigil of the Empty Throne. He can still kill the creatures.
True.
But
It's not
I
the
don't
worst.
think the one Sithis is if the Sithis dies, it's fine.
Questing beast?
The Questing Beast. It's a fun
Yeah.
card, but not what you want here.
It's big.
Legacy players,
It's
after
a single.
this
It's
round,
a
you will have your break. This is an announcement to let you know that the lunches are ready to be picked up. Please
Questing
bring
Beast.
back the boxes.
Probably
if you're
one
done.
of the most
If it's
Yu-Gi-Oh
fine,
cards
do
they've
not
ever
bring back
printed
their
because it has
boxes.
so much
This
text
is
on it.
sporting conduct minor. So
yeah.
please
Unfortunately, everything on the card, every line of text does something.
Yeah.
In comparison to Yu-Gi-Oh, where half of the card is also explanatory text.
True. But the fact that it has so much text after 3 keywords is kind of insane. Like it does a lot.
It does
Which is the
everything.
scary thing.
Yeah, well, making more creatures, making the board wider. It's not like Enchantress is killing your board. In the old Enchantress list, you sometimes, once in a while, you see like a Rattle of Gold effect in the sideboard. Because you still could.
Yeah.
You don't really see it
Oh.
anymore because you don't really need it.
I just remembered Questing Beast has way too much text.
Yeah.
If there's a solitary confinement in play, Questing
Yeah.
Beast still keeps kicking, right?
And white questing beast.
Yep, that still works.
Yeah.
Right now,
Oh, by creatures you control, everything just keeps going.
Yep.
currently,
Questing Beast is the one answer that actually works.
yes.
At this point, I would consider Either your life total, preserving your life total, and throwing cities already under the bus.
Well, you can't. I'm sorry.
Oh, right, sorry. The white.
Yeah, I mean, the Cities is gonna die anyway, like, let's be honest.
Not everything is attacking. Only very few is actually attacking.
So also in response,
This could be a problem.
why did the relic
Why are you throwing cities under a different bus?
rid of the Igno
The cat doesn't have trample, right?
Uh,
Oh, it does.
No.
Oh boy, it does. Okay, yeah. I understand now.
it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Yeah.
No, the questing beast, but no, the cat has trample. So
The other cat. I'm sorry.
So you take
It's-
12, you go down to 3.
yeah, no,
You should have a whole bunch of cards.
the cub has trample. Yeah.
Yeah.
The questing
So
beast can't be blocked.
You really would like to have a removal for the cub or the questing beast. But you don't have any hard removal.
and then trigger the cat.
Or you just drop your Helm of Obedience combo.
9,
That works.
13 in total.
Yeah. If you don't have it in hand, just top deck Rest in Peace, draw 2 cards, top deck Helm. Helm Serra Sanctum.
You need something. Because solitary confinement, isn't it? As long as the questing beast is here. And it's only a singleton. Yeah, it's only a single questing beast.
And then I will cast a turn.
I feel like this match is somehow still closer than it looks. I feel like there's like some very good points of interaction where you can pull it back and stabilize, but like,
Yeah,
time
go
is
to
running
1.
out.
Yeah, very much. I would have loved to see a third game of this matchup. Unfortunately, we might not get one.
Yeah.
So we
Agreed.
have, what is it, 6? You get 6 mana to work with. Which is not a lot. So the Rest in Peace line isn't working. We had 3 Shara Sanctums previous game. We have 0 now. Having 1 would have been amazing.
Yeah. We can still draw it. I think I see the Rest in Peace, so
Yeah, but you don't have mana to activate.
we have another Enchantress.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Drawing 3 cards.
Rest in Peace. He's going to draw 3 cards.
All graveyards
Everything that goes into a graveyard
would
gets
be
exiled.
exiled. Okay.
So wait, first the 3 draw triggers. So
So what do you want now?
master, you have to have a target, and I have hexproof. These have shroud.
Or whatever, just shoot at your cat. Doesn't matter.
Something of your own or yourself.
You could even shoot at the Orc Army. Because state-based
just-
actions mean the Orc Army doesn't die.
Card and my
No, just whatever.
damage goes first.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I know. It's just
But that's going to be a very big army. So right now, Elephant Grass isn't enough because of the Cradle.
yeah.
How many cards? He has no cards in hand. Okay, so you can gamble on the removal. You need the 1 mana removal for the Questing Beast and the cat. The Questing Beast doesn't matter at this point. It only matters if you have solitary confinement.
We also already played land, so Sanctum isn't gonna cut it either.
There's an
This is
additional
just-
mana.
And an additional 3 draws and another Angel.
Yeah.
That still isn't enough. Because like you need an answer for everything at this point.
Yeah, you need an answer for everything, and all Kevin needs to do is just tap his creature sideways.
Kevin deciding he's sick of doing his Bowmaster triggers, just shoots the Bowmaster.
Just shoot him at your.
For angels right now.
Yes. I do believe I also still have
Actually, hang on. We could have been shooting angels, right?
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It's this is true.
I'll
There we go. That's the removal.
What is the next?
When it
Okay,
enters,
that's a
Take
good
out
start.
Take out the cat.
Exile target creature opponent controls until that leaves.
Take out the trample.
And then we have enough blockers, I think.
because it's on the stack, and this
But we're drawing even more cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think not shooting the angels was a misplay. But I think Kevin might have just
Yeah, you would have killed
forgotten
one
that that's an
angel.
option.
At this point, you would have killed one
Yeah,
angel. But it's probably still good enough. Yeah, take out the cat.
yeah.
You have 5 blockers against 4 opponents. Shooting his own bowmasters is already a mistake here.
I mean, I get it. I get the frustration. I really do.
Yeah, but it's his mistake not targeting the angels. It's also
Yeah, no, for
Violet's
sure.
mistake of not misrepresenting a little bit. Because the first trigger of the bowmasters, Violet showed up and said, "I have no legal targets." At that point, was correct. But afterwards, the angels
Yeah.
started coming in, and it was never
think-
represented afterwards. So it's an oversight for Kevin to not
Yeah.
shoot the angels.
To be fair, like it took me a second to notice as well. So I see how the mistake is made for sure.
Yeah, but at this point, we are thinking on 2 sides at the same time.
Yeah.
Player only has to focus on his own game. It's at this point, it's a little harder for us because we're trying to figure out what the best line is for 2 decks instead of just the one. But yeah,
mean,
it's definitely up to Kevin. Kevin could have finished it, but he's dead next turn because we saw the Helm of Obedience.
I mean, it's also easier for us, right? Because
Yeah.
there's no pressure, no expectation for us to do anything. We just sit here for 10, maybe 11 hours stuck out of our ass for
Yeah, sure, but it depends on the player as well. If you look at the highest level
sure.
players,
Oh, that's right. You do.
yeah, that
Yeah, it also doesn't work.
This is just fizzle.
well, it says target players, so then you would have to target yourself, I think.
Fine, lose to life. I don't think that's the issue. He doesn't know it yet, but so yeah, we've seen 2 matches, a mistake from both players in both matches that will end up costing them the game.
Enchantress.
So we actually get to see a
Yeah, because if
Number
we
3.
if we killed an angel, we still had the bowmaster, and then we
and then
have
you
more
had the 5
creatures.
lethal attackers. Yes,
Yeah,
that's all you needed.
Then for 4 mana,
I wonder if he's realized already.
Oh, he's realizing
And-
now.
for X, I
That's the win,
cannot
right there.
That's it.
I can tap it to make you
Okay, you get your wish. You get a game 3.
like, until you put
Let's
it into
go.
your graveyard or
There we go.
a creature in your graveyard.
Milling.
Yes.
Okay.
If you put a creature
Okay,
in
so
your graveyard, I set
obviously that was a misplay,
the creature
but it was
on both
still a
sides.
really close game for sure.
It's definitely.
is that it keeps milling
You can definitely see how Enchantress is trying to ramp up into like a point of no return,
everything immediately goes
Because nothing goes into the graveyard.
and
Yeah.
pay 1, tap
Credit Control is trying to interact, and that Questing Beast is a very, very big one and to have in this game, because at that point,
you put everything
Sultai confinements aren't the answer anymore.
cards in your library.
But yeah, the one out of
Yeah.
grass still is a thing.
Boost to decking if you have no
And
so
at this
far-
point, you should definitely consider bringing in the 2 Oblivion Rings
That being on the stack.
to potentially
If-
take
if-
out.
If they're not
the
already,
Questing Beast. If they're not already in.
yeah.
I have anything that will save.
So
You can definitely pick up 2 cards you can find and take them out.
So for those of you at home that maybe are wondering how this Helm of Obedience thing works, it requires you to put the top card of your deck into the graveyard, and then keep doing it until you put X cards into the graveyard. But because there is a Rest in Peace in play, no card ever actually hits the graveyard, and you just keep trying, and it never hits the graveyard, so you have no more deck.
I was so confused about the art being shown. Because the
Yeah,
art
that's-
being shown had a 1 in front of the X.
Oh yeah, no, the for the helm on
Yes.
coverage, yeah.
And it's kind of true because X cannot be 1, it cannot be 0. You always need to pay the 1 mana in order it to actually do something.
Yeah,
And to actually target. Otherwise, you could have targeted for 0. That still doesn't work.
I'm thinking, is it a reserve list card?
It should be. It's
Yeah,
it's
then-
an alliance. It's an alliance's rare, so it's very likely going to be one. But this is a card that can easily be functionally reprint. You can get something creative,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah,
don't need
'cause
it.
I would assume that if they reprint Helm of Obedience, they're gonna turn it into 1x to activate. Right? I don't know if it actually has
I
gotten
think
that.
the wording is just fine.
Yeah.
But it's a card that doesn't really need reprinting.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking for Helm of Obedience reprint.
No, but the similar style of card. I mean, it's more likely
but-
we get to see stuff like bribery again. The less random way of finding an opponent's creature, or it will be a commander card.
Yeah, no, sure.
Yeah, I was on the reserve list. Yeah,
Yeah.
the reserve list is like it's pretty much all rares from the older sets, and at the point you get to Tempest block, and Ursa's block. That's where not all rares are on there. And if it sounds highly suspicious and it should be on there, it's probably on there. But there's a lot of weird cards that aren't on the list.
Yeah. I mean, looking at reserve list
it's such
now,
a weird-
there's no rhyme to reason to that list. It's a vibes check mostly.
It's 100% the vibes check. Like, why would Argothian Worm be on the reserve list?
And I'm not sure if I've even seen that card. I probably have, but I don't remember. It's not memorable.
No, it's a 4-mana 6/6. And anyone may sacrifice a land to put it back on top.
Oh, that's why it's not playable. Right, gotcha.
It's very much not playable, but it's on the reserve list. But yeah, let's focus back on the game. For example, a card that isn't on the reserve list is the Blackland from the Saga cycle.
Which
The
one's that?
Phyrexian Tower.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm double checking, but it's not on the list.
No, it's not. It was in Modern Horizons 3. It's now in Modern.
Yeah, it's reprinted. It wasn't on the list.
Yeah.
It's one of the cards. It's very suspect why it isn't on the list. And Argothian Worm is, but I don't know. I didn't write it down.
Yep.
But yeah, back to the game. Enchantress has another ley line, which is very good. Prevents her from dying to the first Bowmaster that hits the field.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good in that game too.
Yeah.
So I definitely think it's a good inclusion here. Silva's Safekeeper for Kevin here, probably not the greatest. I mean
it was just in his opening hand. I would have probably just cut one of them.
Sure,
For a sideboard card.
it does
keep
help.
one in.
It helps protect against a on thin ice or something like that.
Yeah.
So it does have text in this matchup, for sure.
Yeah, that's why I probably would have kept one in for the Greens that seen it. Take one out for the Force of Vigors.
Yeah.
Then again, plenty of cards to be able to get taken out. I haven't had a good grasp of what Enchantress gets to play with, but having the additional 1-mana ramp, it's a good start. So the next step would be an Enchantress or draw a card. And that is indeed a white ley line, yes.
I'd like to cast an Enchantress's presence.
There we go. There's your draw card stuff.
Yeah, I like Leda of Sanctity in like Enchantress style decks. I used to play a bit of mono white Enduring Ideal in Modern, and that one played Leda of Sanctity in the main, even, which is hilarious when you get paired against Burn.
I mean, the cards are so stupid. The laylines are just weird cards, because if you don't have them, it's just a gamble. If you don't have them in your opening hand, they're the worst cards to play with. But once in a while, if you mulligan into one, it suddenly works.
Yeah.
It's just an awful feeling.
Um.
So right now,
Does it-
Kevin is on the play. He's like, "Oh, I can keep my Thoughtseize in," and your opponent is like, "No, no, you
I
don't get
think
to play
there's
with your Thoughtseizes."
I think there's like a content creator on Magic Online who started picking up Leyline Tribal again. I don't know what printing there was, but apparently that's a thing.
I mean, what do you do with those? You just make them enchantments, I guess. You make them creatures.
Yeah, you opalescence and then you beat them with Leylines. And
Yes,
you play
that's a thing.
Leylines so they can interact with you.
We also play Zur. It's not standard card that does it. We just make some creatures on lifelink, but
there's a new Zur. I don't know if they play it. I don't know. Unfortunately,
it's at
nobody's
least
playing it.
cheaper than Opalescence. It's a 4 mana. I mean, I think there's another Opalescence-like card,
It is probably.
like for 5 or 6. I think it's 5. Doesn't matter.
I'll play Sarah
Sterling Grove, so we get a bit of protection going.
4 white. Use this to differentiate.
I think the Leyline is at least safe. So that's like the last thing you target here. No, the last thing you target is the Wild Grove, I suppose.
For a Sterling Grove.
Another Sterling Grove?
Yeah, Sterling Grove is good. Draws you a card, makes protection, but you're still going to bite the bullet. You really would like to have an Elephant Grass at this point. This works.
Oblivion Ring is a close second, I think.
Yeah, I mean the threat isn't too high yet, but if you can take out the cup at this point, it saves you. It just saves you 6 damage, which is very useful at this point.
The cup goes so hard that. Oh wait, you can't even get rid of the cup because the safekeeper is there, right?
Yeah, so he gets. Oh yeah, so he's targeting the safekeeper.
We going for Talon Gates? Yeah, we're going for Talon Gates. Yeah, I don't hate that. Like the safekeeper's value just starts diminishing a lot once you start sacking your lands. So.
Stack the triggers. So I'm gonna put the cat with the landfall trigger.
Oh, and this way you also get the counter. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I like that.
What an interesting card, the Talon Gates.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of text. But just if you're able to, at instant speed, put a land into play, it adds so much value to these kinds of decks.
Yeah, but the phasing is very good. It's a very nice protection as well.
Yeah, and the fact that you can use it offensively as well as defensively makes it just such a good piece of interaction you can play.
Both of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, now the threat's still continuing. It's a bunch of damage.
No blocks.
Only 1, so 3, 7. Down to 8.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty much to
Again-
be expected for an Enchantress deck. You just have to accept, take the
Drop
damage.
your flute.
I pointed to.
No, the pointing was to pass the turn. I'm not sure what was the name.
Oh, I thought the pointing was towards Sterling Groves. Because at this point, if you go Sterling
mean-
Grove into solitary confinement, it's
Like,
going to be a nightmare.
I think it's probably the best name here. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's pretty much nothing else.
Yeah.
Let me double check. No, yeah, Helm of Obedience could be the other one. There's literally no other targets.
See. Makes 6 white.
I'll use 2 of that and my Snowcovered Forest for an Enchantress presence. Drawing me
Another
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Good. Draw cards. Ooh, here it is.
And I think I
Okay.
saw a on thin ice as well.
You really would like to use an on thin ice at this
Yep.
point.
drawing me 2 cards. This one. When it enters, I will attempt to exile.
Yeah,
this
it's we might be pulling it back if we can get some good draws here.
Well, My pulling back, there is still a very specific issue, which would be the questing beast.
Yeah, that is still a possibility for sure. But that would
So right
still.
now, they're still lethal on board.
Oh, I think I see both solitary confinement there.
Yes.
I'll stack the triggers.
Well,
So-
one isn't doing a thing.
Yeah, no. Of course, and of
He
course.
still needs a questing beast, but he has the mana to cast one. He just needs to have it. He has the mana to find one. If there's a green sun zenith.
Yeah, Green Cecina for work. Natural order work.
Yeah. So right now the cat is faced out, I assume.
Yeah.
It cannot be targeted.
Alright,
The
magic
cat
players,
alone
that's
will
it.
be
Time
lethal.
it around. Active player, please finish your turn. There's 5 additional turns. Magic players, time it around.
Do we get a few more minutes? 'Cause we have
Of course, our feature match still has just under 2 minutes to go.
I mean, we're blasted. Both our feature matches so far have gone to time, or close to time.
Yeah, I love how we finally get
skip my draw
a B camera set up, and then we go to time every round.
Shroud,
That's very nice. That's how that works, right? You do all that
mean,
work and you get no payoff.
I'll take it.
I will cast
Oh, it's good to have.
drawing to work
Well, we'll get some fast attacks soon. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll test the second table.
and exiling like
I mean, I pretty much was expecting the first round to be faster. But yeah, this is pretty much mandatory.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
If there's a questing beast, well, someone is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah,
Does that draw a card?
but it will have to be questing beast, and we just sacked for a draw.
Yeah, probably still has a land in hand.
Yeah, maybe. I hope for his sake. Oh yeah, he has the what's it called?
Yeah, it's a forest. I mean, I also see Wasteland.
Uh,
He drew.
As a Westland.
There's no green sun zenith, so it's not there.
Target seriously.
So the easy part is
No.
take out this.
After the second game.
Yeah, I know. Trigger.
At this
We
point,
have a
There's
flute,
a
a thought
flute.
seize. I think I saw a thought seize as well. I don't know what the third
Considering-
card is.
yeah, the Thoughtseize is a dead card.
I will cast the trigger.
The third card is a forest,
In my upkeep, I have to discard a
an
card.
unhinged
Sultai Confinement.
unhinged forest.
Discard Leyline.
I probably would have played the flute on Sigil of the Iron Throne, of the Empty Throne.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. I mean, there's
Because at this point, the 3 additional mana gives you a few more turns to find an out. But if the throne gets to stick right now, you aren't winning anymore. Because at that point, the 4/4 angels will be there.
yeah. Well, first things first, we have to actually start casting some things and drawing some cards. Because we're going to
I
slowly
mean,
bleed to death otherwise.
the Enchantress player is having a good old time.
Oh yeah, this is exactly where you want to be. Oh, look at
didn't-
that. Rest
You
in
didn't die
peace.
previous. You didn't die previous turn. Yeah, bunch of cards.
Yeah.
Then all graveyards get exiled.
There go the graveyards.
Yeah, it's whatever.
And
There's a new Enchantress, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, if we get a third card draw effect, then I think this is pretty much over. And then Violet just needs to find
it's
a way to
already
close
over.
that.
There's two Enchantress presences.
Well, I mean, if she doesn't win the game, then it becomes a draw, right? Because we are now in turns.
Oh yeah, you still need to kill someone.
Yeah.
What is in your hand? Why didn't you play the? Why didn't you spend mana to draw cards?
So nothing.
You really should get. Spend the 3 mana, get the flute out, make sure it costs an additional turn to do anything.
Discard a Snooker Forest. Then I'll play with
Use your mana.
going for
So just checking
Yeah,
what can Violet use to win with on time. That would be
I think it's
the Helm of
Helm at this point.
Obedience.
Yeah.
Or you just have to make 4 angels this turn. Or yeah, this turn.
Yeah, which means Sigil plus 4 more cards.
Yeah, but you're an enchantment which already draws 2 additional cards. I don't think that's the issue.
Yeah, or I
No,
can choose
but
not to. And
like you need it, and you need to have enough mana to do it. And if you're spending mana to sit there and look for the thing, like that's not ideal.
Enchantress, cast an enchantment.
Yeah, make a bunch of mana. Go on, play the Sanctum.
I think we're playing for the helm at this point.
I have so many questions.
But he doesn't have the sigil in hand, right?
No,
No.
it's hard to see if there's different enchantments in his hand.
Upkeep, I'll
Just let the Sanctum die. Get as many cards as possible.
card for this.
You probably draw an additional one. Get your additional Argothian Enchantress out as well.
Okay, that was the discard for the
It's a
confinement.
Grixis. Yeah.
Then for 2, I'll play another Argothian Enchantress.
All right.
And
And we just start drawing. That's all we can
Ah,
do.
no more enchantments. Oh, or they say.
7, 8, 9, 10 white mana.
We're already committing to the Sanctum.
For
No, you should have committed next turn. Previous turn.
4 cards.
1, 2, 3. I do see helm.
I see a helm. It's done.
Looks
Yeah,
like that
then
is
that is it.
yeah, that is going to be it for Violet.
Yeah.
Disruptor flute for Helm of Obedience.
Or is it?
There we go. Oh yeah, it has flash. I
Or
forgot about
is
that one.
it?
For 1,
Do we have an answer for the flute?
2. Oh, that's the wrong guy. 1 and 2. I'll cast a green sense.
Yeah, it's flash. So that's why you didn't do it. It's good.
Green Sun Zenith?
I'll find a.
Did we no.
No, but it can find an enchantment. Enchantment creature. And
Yeah?
you probably get to draw a few cards, because some
Wait.
say put into play. This one is cast.
No, I was gonna go for a Destiny Spinner.
Cast. Destiny
Yeah.
Spinner.
We don't have enough mana for a Destiny Spinner is the
I'm not sure if I could have pulled it off anyway. So,
I just know enchantments.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
this
Oh.
enters, so it doesn't trigger any of these. So,
So I
Yeah,
think
all
I think
these
we missed-
enchantresses are cast only.
Yeah. I think we missed our opportunity. Kevin doesn't have it either, and
Nope, that's
that's
a
going
draw.
to be a draw.
Oh, I think Kevin should have considered himself very lucky there.
The on an ice thing that you have.
Yeah. I mean, you could say unlucky because of the misplaying game too.
Yeah, but then again, he got rewarded for the misplaying game one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, interesting match for sure.
I would have definitely committed the Sarah Sanctum on the previous turn if you had a few enchantments. So he can just draw as much as possible. It also forces him
All these anytime.
to use
Yep.
the wasteland and not have that mana available.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a bit tricky
interesting
because at that point, if you don't draw anything, you get the same situation as right now. You aren't dying. Your opponent definitely isn't winning, but you're reducing your outs to win. If you aren't trying 2 turns ahead and only bank on the 1 turn, because you see it, not enough mana this turn, even with the 10 mana from the.
Yeah. Well, it was a fun match regardless, and definitely a good
For
one
sure.
to watch back and see what other decisions could have been made, because there was a lot of decision making here.
Oh yeah, it's not an easy one, and
Yeah.
in the end, look at it, they're still undefeated.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're going to take a quick break, a quick reset. Round 3 should be up momentarily. So everyone, thank you for watching.
It's
We
a
still
long break,
have
right? Lunch.
just really got on.
it's a lunch break.
Because I drew
You are correct.
I heard a lunch announcement, so
It's going to be a half-hour break. Right, everyone, thank you for watching. We're taking a half-hour break. After that, we have 5 more rounds. We have top 8, and we're playing for 2 ELM slots. So everyone, thank you for watching, and we will be right back.
I just want to make a small correction. The break is 15 minutes, so please
15.
stay tuned and stay. See you in 15 minutes, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Robbin and I are back here for round 3 of the Bazaar of Boxes Series 15 here in Tilburg, the Netherlands. And we'll get our featured players here set up in just a moment. Robbin, you want to introduce our players today?
for sure. It's definitely not the Enchantress versus Crowd Control. We had that one 20 minutes ago. It's going to be a good old, a known player, famous internationally as well. Peter van der Ham, said before, he brought his adaptations to the old Mississippi River deck in the form of Breaching Dragonstorm, a new card from Dragons from Takir. And against it will be a stock standard Grixis Delver deck played by Eric.
Eric? Yeah, Eric. I don't know his last name either. It's Eric. Yeah, this Breaching Dragonstorm, we'll get it up on the screen in a moment, because it's a card that most people are probably not familiar with. I'll have to read it myself, actually. Let's see, it is an enchantment. I don't actually have its mana cost here, but when it enters, you exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card, and you may cast it without paying its mana cost if its mana value is 8 or less. If you don't, you put it in your hand, and every time a dragon enters, you pick it back up. So you keep repeating it. Do you know its mana cost?
It's 5. It's 1 red and 4 colorless.
Right. Okay. So it's
it's just an adaptation to the Mississippi River. There's still creative techniques. There's still show and tells. Well, I would say there are show and tells nowadays.
Yeah, Peter's been working on the deck even without the Dragonstorm, and Show and Tell is one of his additions to the deck, and he's been liking them.
The Maelstrom Wanderer, Trumpeting Carnosaur, these are all here. It's just that some of the other big hitters that you used to see, like the pirate, the Cascade Pirate, is no longer there. So yeah, it's a big switch from Mississippi River because of the show and tells. But in theory, it's the same thing. You try to get it to 5 or 6 mana. In this case, it's 5, and you just slap the Breaching Dragonstorm or a creative technique and try to hit big.
No, it's a simple deck in its execution, but it gets really complicated once you start interacting with an opponent.
I'm trying to look for the lands, because maybe on a weird occasion, it wouldn't surprise me if we see like the one-off of the new blue lands, so a spell cannot be countered. But it's,
the Mistrise Village.
Yeah, they never needed it before, so they don't have it now. But it's just one of those one-offs where you're like, well, can happen.
Yeah, it's worth checking at least.
As the chat is saying, I think this names might be swapped.
I think that might be correct, yes. Those look like it's Peter on the left and Eric on the right. Yeah, we'll have it swapped in a moment. Good catch, good catch. We have Peter going to 6. The deck mulligans quite well because all you need
it just needs 3 lands and a thing that goes hand.
Yeah.
But then again, you're playing against Grixis Delver. A bunch of the cards aren't as amazing against the creative technique, but it still uses a lot of interaction. Like the stifles, there's the usual days and force of wills. So I got plenty to fight with.
I'm thinking in the past I've seen this matchup, and I think definitely game 1 it's going to be favored for Peter here. The deck plays very well through counter magic because you just overwhelm it. Even a single creative technique usually requires 2 counter spells,
Yeah.
unless you have maybe a Mindbreak Trap or something. Mindbreak Trap is actually a very good piece of interaction against the Mississippi River, but that's not a card that's really seeing play right now, so I don't expect to see it at all.
No, but we got the consigned to memories. We got the Red Elemental Blast, which will definitely. Red Elemental Blast might see play. It's unlikely. It's only the 4 show and tells, and maybe the Maelstrom Wanderer.
Yeah.
So it's not it. I don't think there's
Yeah.
much.
I'm actually interested in seeing how good Consigned Memory is, because you can counter Cascade triggers, but other than that,
Which is still very good. I mean, you
Yeah,
can
no,
still
for sure,
count
for
the
sure.
creative technique, at least one part of it. We'll see how it goes. At this point, it's an island, so it's already and a basic mountain.
okay, yeah, I don't hate having basics against Wasteland. I hate having it in my 5 mana
it's
deck.
going places, I guess, but it's not going to be very fast.
Like you have to play through the Wasteland, but
Yeah.
if you don't have the lands, you don't have the lands.
The point is, these are only 2 basic lands.
Yeah, that's well. If Peter has a show and tell, then this is actually a pretty good setup, because if you play any other untapped land, you just start going.
Yeah, well, he better have some lands to throw in here. I mean, a lot of things work. You can just, at this point, you just have to throw everything into the gutter.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is show and tell. We haven't seen much from Eric yet, except for 2 Wastelands. So he's probably sitting on some interactions. We haven't seen any other cards. No channelers, no borers, no bowmasters. No. So he chose to go for the Wasteland line, or he just doesn't have the colors.
Like
We
we're
got a bunch
sucking
of
a cue
cards.
to draw.
Do you have something? Come on, show me what you got.
I don't think we have any. No, it resolves.
Oh boy.
Wow. Like these Delver players today have just not been playing
boy.
counter magic.
We got a flip card.
Was that's Itali. Okay, we'll have to pull that one up as well, because that's also not a card you see in Legacy very often.
No, if you follow Standard or even Pioneer, you've seen it before.
Oh, CDH. It's like a solid tier 2 deck. Absolutely. Oh, we'll have it up in a moment.
Ah, yes, the best card. Get that Stifle.
But for the people at home, Itali, both players exile the top card of their deck when it enters, and then you can cast those cards without paying mana cost.
But this is where it begins, because now he gets to cast something from himself. And now everything else is happening.
Looks like the target we hit was a Call Forth the Tempest?
Yes, it's double Cascade sorcery.
Right?
And deals damage to each creature your opponent controls equal to the total mana value of all the spells you've cast this turn.
Yeah. So the Bowmaster is dying. Not that we actually care about the Bowmaster at this point.
No. But there's one creative technique.
And then we get...
For those who know the Mississippi River deck, this is now where all hell breaks loose. And I'm very glad that Peter brought the additional cards.
Yes, yeah, we have to keep track of all the Cascade triggers, all the creative technique triggers, because the key thing here with creative technique is that you can demonstrate it, which means you get a copy and your opponent gets a copy. Now, the way you've built your deck, your opponent is going to have some really bad hits and you have some pretty good hits, so your creative technique is always going to be better. And you're just gonna keep hitting stuff. You're gonna find some cascade spell that you then cast, which then cascades, which goes back into the creative technique. You dump out your whole deck. You play a Maelstrom Wanderer to give everything haste, or you just cast an Emrakul, and then take an extra turn. Anything goes.
There we go. More creatures, more cascades.
Yeah,
we're not done yet.
we're resolving a creative technique. We still have a cascade trigger on the stack.
There's another cascade trigger, which will go into another show and tell.
Oh, the Carnosaur here doesn't technically have cascade, but Discover works exactly the same. Yeah,
except you can put it in your hand, which could be pretty big. But in this case, it flipped the geological appraisal, which does the same thing. It's also Discover, and that one can only hit show and tell.
If you hit show and tell, then it's better to have.
Sir, we have a problem.
That's an extra turn. No, but
that's over.
There's one more interesting point with the Carnosaur. If you cascade into show and tell, if you put a Carnosaur into play, you still get the Discover trigger, so you can keep going. Yeah. So it is technically better than cascade here.
Yeah, Italy does the same thing.
Yeah, Italy works. And yeah, that's a really explosive turn, but that's what that deck does. So,
which is a fun thing, because half of the things you can put into play with show and tell all have these triggers, or it comes to play triggers.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you start putting things on the stack, and you start creating that Mississippi River of stack triggers and cast spells, and it's a sight-able.
Sakashima does the same thing. It has cascades from itself, but it comes to play as a copy. So it comes to play as a copy of one of the permanents that has an enters the battlefield trigger. It will enjoy that one as well.
It's a cascading Carnosaur, so it's also double then. Oh, God, I love this deck. I miss this deck. Where has it been the whole past year?
It has made it to top 4 like last year or the year before.
Yeah.
And then people figured it out and they were like, well, that's not working anymore, so we're not doing it.
But I feel like you could have done more.
Yeah, it depends on sideboards, right?
Sure.
What is it? It's there's plenty. There's like a few of the enchantment cards that say you can only play one spell each turn. And at that point, you're pretty much already screwed.
Speaking of sideboard, what do you sideboard here if you're Eric?
What do you have?
The consigns?
Yeah.
Price of Progress, maybe?
Price of Progress is not going to win you the game. It might be. I would probably still put it in.
We're playing 29 lands and only 2 basics among those. So
there's plenty of cards that don't do much. That's for sure.
Yeah. You're not playing Tamiyo. You're boarding those out, so...
Yeah, absolutely. So you get consigns. No, that's it. It's just one of those decks you don't see often enough. And you just accept the fact that... I know it's there, but we don't care. We don't fix a sideboard for it.
Yeah, you accept the fact that your deck is not built to beat this, and then try to play the best damn magic of your life.
No, there's only 2 red elemental blasts in the sideboard, which you can definitely put in since you take out 3 Tamios.
Yeah.
You can probably find another card you can easily take out. That's not the issue. The lightning bolts the lightning bolts don't even do anything.
They might still be better than the Molten Collapse, right?
Sure. At least the Molten Collapse destroys a creature.
Oh yeah, we're seeing Karuga, because Peter's also playing Karuga, because he can. Because it's a backup plan.
It's definitely in his sideboard, yes. It's a sideboard deck.
I wish I could share this list, because there's so much going on here that I want to share that we're just gonna have to see it when it happens, to be honest.
Fear Greater and land cards. So why isn't he using the Karuga from game 1? Oh, that's a question I want to answer. No, it's in the sideboard.
No, but it has to be in the sideboard.
Oh yeah, I don't think he showed it in game 1.
I don't recall.
There's only 15 cards in the sideboard.
There's...
including a Karuga.
Yeah. Okay, he didn't show it game 1. I don't know why he didn't show it game 1, because I think he could have... Wait. What was Geological Appraiser again?
It's 4.
Yeah.
No, the cheapest spell is Show and Tell.
Yeah, so I don't know why he didn't show it. Maybe he forgot. Who knows?
Maybe he listened. Maybe he listed wrong,
I don't think you need a lot of cards in this matchup.
or he just forgot about it. It's not like he needs it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Or maybe the big brain play is don't show it unless you have to.
I mean, it's a Peter thing for sure.
It's like the moment you show the Karuga game 1, they know you're on some bullshit, right? Like there's something coming.
It's bullshit. Go, that's for sure. It makes sense, right? It's a nice strategical thing. And I said, this is the kind of deck that doesn't really have a sideboard. They don't use the sideboard slot.
I mean, he definitely has sideboard cards that he can use depending on the matchup. He doesn't have any here.
I mean, there's two sneak attacks, some forces.
Yeah, okay. If you're scared of counter magic, then sure. I think
No, I don't think you bring the forces in that you're afraid of counter magic. You bring the forces in if you're afraid of deafening silence and those kind of effects.
Right. No, I was talking about the sneak attack. I don't think you bring in the sneak attack unless you're scared of some sort of interaction.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's very good against players who really like to screw you over with silence or almost chance. And those kind of effects. I mean, at that point, you don't really. The creative techniques at that point are a little less valuable. Yeah, it's just accept it. You know it. You know it's coming.
Yeah, this is like the one thing you have to be scared of when you're playing this. Is like they just chain all the wastelands into each other while they have a clock in play.
What they tried to do in game 1. You had 2 wastelands available. At that point, you just found the 2 basic lands. But the good thing for Eric is he can now just toss in the wastelands as much as he wants. He can just use them. He has power on board. He would like to have a little bit more power on board.
Yeah, like he needs the space to start pressuring and actually find a way to close out the game because these wastelands only buy time. Peter has 29 lands. He could just keep playing through the wastelands, and eventually he'll get there and win. He just needs to live long enough to actually get there.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. Tap and go. Oh, fetch. How luxurious. Yeah, sure. I mean, unless Peter is trying to go for a show and tell, there's nothing happening this turn on this side. It's the only card you can cast for this mana. But he's probably just waiting for one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
But it'll be fighting for everything.
I mean, it is kind of relaxing to play from Peter's side because, like, he knows what he needs to do, and if he gets wastelanded, he gets wastelanded. If he doesn't, you know,
you only have to think about one thing.
Yeah.
Will I die before I cast my spells?
I mean, you don't even have to think about that, right? Because you either die or you don't.
Yeah, it's very simple. And it's a lot of fun to play with it, right? Once you go off.
Yeah,
it's just amazing.
Once you start building the river, it's one of the best things in Magic, for sure. Yeah, Eric has all the interaction in the world, and he's gonna need it.
There's forest, and consign. Yeah, Delverhand is stacked, sure.
But
he's not killing Peter anytime soon. So Peter has plenty of time to throw a few of those spells into the garbage bin. And then again, if he plays anything that has the word Cascade or Discover on it, those 4 cards are gone very, very soon.
Or Demonstrate is also like killer.
Yeah, Demonstrate's probably even worse. I mean, you can consign that trigger.
Yeah, no, sure. Like Eric has interaction here, but Peter just needs to put a second thing on the stack, and Eric is already sweating. Like that's why this deck is so good.
Eric just needs to put anything with legs on there as well.
Oh, and another wasteland.
Yeah, It just buys time. It's just at this point, buying time is just one more damage.
Yeah,
It's not enough.
like the fact that Wasteland is straight up time walk here, and it's still not good enough.
No, he needs something. Right?
Yeah.
He really needs to get that Dragon Rage center just a little bigger.
Because did we miss some damage? I think we missed some damage.
No,
I think we missed an
It's
attack.
only one. It's only one. Just one damage each turn.
Yeah, but we started the turn at 16, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, we're at 15. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I figured.
still.
Wait, 4 mana. Go for an appraiser.
Could be.
Yeah, it is.
There it is, an appraiser. Sure. He will hit the show and tell. So he'll be. Does
Yeah, or
Eric
he
know
just-
it can only hit a show and tell? Because at that point you can consider just consigning it and leaving the creature on the board. Is he also consigning it? Sir? Daze is good. I don't know why he Daze. Oh, Daze works because it's an enter the battlefield. Yeah, for sure. Okay, in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
case
yeah,
it
yeah.
works. Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Oh, and another Wasteland.
Third one.
Okay, yeah, we might have a game here for sure.
Yeah, this is how Delver has to fight for it.
And this is still scary.
Yeah.
In your draw step? Yeah, you can.
I drop.
Oh, you know what? I'll do it in your upkeep.
Okay.
I'll discard.
Peter's like, no, I won't give you a turn. Never mind.
No, he's going to kill it.
That's the Carnosaur, right?
Yeah. He's just discarding the Carnosaur for, what is it, 3 damage?
Oh, right. It has flavor text. Hold
Yeah.
on.
So at this point, Peter is in no danger of anything. So he can just go find some more lands. Because half of the deck is lands. There's plenty in hand.
Yeah, there we go. The hidden flavor
One
text.
card.
It's a lightning bolt.
It's very good. It's not even a lightning bolt. It's just creatures and planeswalkers. It doesn't even go phase. But he survived 3 wastelands. So he's almost safe.
Yeah. We are 3 wastelands in, and we're still just like, oh yeah, no. If there was an advantage bar, it'd be all the way to the left right now, and
Oh,
that's
yeah,
insane after triple wasteland.
Now there's
We
so
have
much mana.
we have 6 mana now.
In 2 turns, Peter will have done more damage to himself than Eric has done. And it's very unfortunate for Eric that he couldn't get the delirium for the Dragon Rage demo.
Yeah.
This is really, really mandatory.
Okay.
All right.
Yes to the trigger.
The creative technique hits the stack.
Yeah, you could have considered.
What was it? Shuffle?
Yeah, shuffle, then reveal the top non-land. Cast it.
Yeah, maybe you can hit a Force of Will, get the original out. That's the best you can do. Then you still have to survive the copy.
Finally, the threat you need. Yeah, see, there it is.
Oh,
Oh,
that's the one thing he didn't want to see.
He gets his threat back.
No, this is no longer a threat. It's still a 1/1. Is it a 3/3? Oh, it's delirium.
Oh yeah, because we killed the creature.
Finally, it's hitting something.
Let's see if we can untap with this thing.
I mean, it's not going to attack.
Let's see.
Oh, and that's the end of it.
That's the Soar.
Yeah, you need to stop both these spells. There are no good results.
Yeah. You have to force it and then consign the discover, and then you untap with a Dragon's Rage Chandler.
Yeah, you have to counter both these spells.
You know, I have to admit, I'm a blue mage at heart, but by God, if this doesn't get my blood pumping. Oh, this is so good.
I mean, this is for those who are trying to find the dopamine deck. This is it. It's just very simple. Play the big spells.
Oh, I love this. Yeah. You're gonna have to consign it. Put it down, Eric.
Can stay on top.
No, Voltones, there was no card that made tokens. Peter has these white-looking cards to keep track of what triggers are on the stack, because a lot of triggers are put on the stack.
For example, we now see the creative technique, which will show 2 copies, and he has nice little copy tokens in order to resolve the stack. We go from bottom to top. So his opponent gets to resolve a copy first, and then Peter gets 2 spells.
This is that's actually not a bad hit.
He wanted that one a turn earlier. There's still so much misery.
It's better to hit it than not hit it at all.
Sure, but the damage is pretty much done.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Because now we still have a copy of the creative technique.
Yeah.
And
what do we get?
that is the Dragon Storm. We'll pick
sign
that
that
up in a
one.
moment as well.
Basically the same as the rest.
I need to force it. Go to 18.
Yeah.
Because that's
counter that one.
Trigger.
yeah, because it's a counter.
It's an empty hand. You haven't done much. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here you are with a Dragon Rage Chandler that must attack into a 6/6 trample. No, sir. We've had better days.
No, it's flying. The Carnosaur can't block it. So yeah, we have to attack, but like once Peter starts attacking, it doesn't matter if he has the blocker anyway, so you might as well do the 3.
Going to combat. 4, 3, 8.
Yeah, this is pretty much just Peter puts anything on the stack, and this just goes into Nuttown.
I mean, it already is. If you consider how many resources Eric had to put in to even stop parts of it.
Yeah, but he's still here.
No, he's still alive, and because Peter is high likely going to take 2 more damage. It's suddenly you're in double bolt range, and the Dragon Rage channel is still there, so he just needs a single bolt.
Yeah. And I mean, Peter does play a lot of lands, so who knows? Maybe we get game 3. Maybe we get more of this nonsense. I can only hope. I can only hope.
But Italy is 6 mana available. It's not enough. City, okay, it's 8, so you can cast the Italy.
Are we gonna win off of a hardcast Italy? Welcome to Legacy, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having as much fun as we are, because this is great. I love this. That's the
not the most expensive spell I've ever hardcasted in Legacy with a deck that shouldn't hardcast things.
Wait, is that the Dragon Storm again?
That's Maelstrom Wanderer, I think.
Oh, that's a wonder.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so many arts, so many stuff.
I couldn't see it.
It looks nice.
It's the profile art. It's like they made
it's still good. I think he'll still gladly play it.
No, the Maelstrom Wanderer is like the side profile art.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's the face from the side, but I just didn't recognize that it was a face to begin with.
No, it'll definitely. So there's the Red Elemental Blast. And no show and tell.
Sure. Yes, the Maelstrom Wanderer.
But now's the real issue.
You know what the worst part is about this Red Elemental Blast? You don't even know Peter has anything. He could have been holding lands and you still had to counter
the
it.
Sakashima. Let's make another trumpeting dinosaur. Or
or a Wanderer. Nah, you go for the dinosaur.
Yeah, there's a show and tell. Hey, my opponent's hand is empty. What do I have?
That's Ali.
We aren't done yet. Not only get to play my stuff, I also would like to play your stuff. There we go. There's another Sakashima who makes another Atali. Or he makes another. Yeah,
No,
first
it's still
cascade.
it's still the stack. We haven't even resolved one of the proteges.
I think the game is over, right? You can't fiddle anymore.
Yeah, no, this is not happening anymore.
I mean, it's just you just flip cards for free spells, and at some point the Emrakul is there, and he gets punched in the face by a bunch of hasty dragons.
I don't mind sitting here watching Peter flip, but I understand Eric values his time more than that. So
Yeah, it's just
Sure.
so hard for Grixis to beat if your gas is just a 1/1 dork.
yeah, for sure.
You
All
really
right,
need something else.
That was a fun match. We have a backup match, our first backup match of the day. So interested in seeing how that goes. Let's see.
Should have
Ah,
countered the
seamless,
trigger from
beautiful.
There's cards,
and then force the other
and these cards have text on them. Why is there a Simic signet here?
Because this is Simic Cloudpost. Wait, hold up. I missed this in our meta review. What's
I mean,
this?
It's not uncommon for the mana ramping decks, so there's just mono colored lands, to have a few options to make colored mana.
Yeah, no,
I mean-
for sure. But no, this is full on Simic. We're playing no drifters. We're playing stock ups. This is actually a thing. This is actually full
This
on.
This is an
Blue-green
Omni-Tell. This is an
Cloudpost.
Omni-Tell deck. Yeah, Omniscience deck.
This is not an Omniscience deck. No.
Wait, hold up.
No.
wrong.
This is Cloudpost.
Oh boy.
What a game to drop into! My God. I mean, mad respect for. Is it Kevin? Yeah, this is Kevin. It's a different Kevin than we had in round 2, but it is a Kevin for sure. Oh yeah, we're playing Ugin's Binding as well.
What a card.
I'm pretty
What
sure
a card.
I'm pretty sure I saw this deck in a boss roll video. Yeah. Oh, this is sweet. This is sweet. And then on the other side, is that what I think it is? Ripples of Undeath for Bastian here.
That is a cyber card.
What the hell did we drop into? Current Silex for Kevin.
Also a card you don't see very often.
The Silex?
Yeah.
It is a card that has been gaining in popularity for Cloudpost decks. They've been kind of looking for something that wipes the board. I know they've been trying Boom Pile for a bit, but that wasn't really doing it. And eventually they went to the Silex because it also turns off fetch lands and stuff like that.
Yeah, it stops quite a few things. It also stops like the paint to combos and stuff. It's a very flexible card on its own, and the removal ability is a nice little extra.
Yeah.
So if we look at the cards being used, it's indeed the 4 Cloudpost banner next to it.
That is a wonderful art for an Emrakul. Alright, we didn't get to see much of this deck, but just acknowledging the fact that this exists, that we're actually looking at Simic Cloudpost. And
Not just Simic Cloudpost, it's Simic Cloudpost at 3 wins at this point.
yeah, 3-0. Simic Cloudpost. We're gonna see this deck. Like, we're gonna see this deck in a later round, for sure.
Yeah, it's a little
We're-
different because a lot of we see a lot of omniscience decks and a lot of what is it? That uses the Tron lands. But
Yeah,
not a lot of this one. This one is pretty unique.
Yeah, no, Cloudpost is definitely a good deck right now, and I have seen a couple, but they're all mono green. Like Simic, that's not something
Yeah.
I.
We have a Simic Omniscience deck as well, but this one isn't the Omniscience version. This one just straight up hardcast stuff.
I'm going to look towards our coverage crew and see if we could get another backup match. 15 minutes is a long time, but who knows? Maybe we get lucky.
Maybe you
In
get
the
an early
meantime-
round.
Maybe that also would be great. While our coverage team is looking for a backup match, I want to thank everyone for being here today. And as our players get ready to fight for that ELM slot, or one of those ELM slots, I should say. Robbin, what kind of spice do we have
We
for
have
the watches?
some
right now?
spies. We indeed have some spies. Let's pick the lesser spicy one. It's still spicy enough. It'll be a Cloudpost deck that added the color of blue. We will see the new Ugin that was released in the most recent set in Dragons of Turkey. It's not Dragons. What's the set called exactly?
Tarkir Dragonstorm.
There you are, from
That's the
Dragonstorm
one.
indeed. That's the one. With the new Ugin added with the stock up from Ether Drift. And that's a lot of blue and even a Ugin's binding to make a surprise. And on the other side, we will have a Simic Sudden Substitution, which is an old tech we used to see in a different enchantment version, where we just cast a free, in this case a single one, a free pact, and your opponent has to cast the pact and pay for it. We'll see how it works out. It used to be played with a certain enchantment. I can't, for the life of me, figure out what the name of it is. I'll figure it out in a minute or something.
I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about Hive Mind.
Hive Mind indeed. And instead of Hive Mind, they now have to rely on a card called Sudden Substitution. And I'm very curious to see how it goes.
Well, I really like Sudden Substitution because it has split second, so it's impossible to interact with.
You still have to find it, but
True. I mean, you have so many ways of finding it. You have brainstorms, you have stock-ups, you have ponders, you have merchant scroll. It's like, you have issues finding it, then there's something else going wrong.
it still finds somewhat slow. And
Yeah,
considering like the mana capabilities of a Cloudpost deck, you might definitely have some issues there. But yeah, you got an offer you can't refuse, which is weird, because it gives you treasures, your opponent treasures, so they can pay for the pacts.
Also interesting, the thing I hadn't appreciated with the Sudden Substitution deck is the main deck Veil of Summer, which is not something... I don't think it's quite standard. I mean, is there a standard list for Sudden Substitution? Let's be honest here.
No. I mean, this is probably as standard as you can get. These are kind of out of the place decks. There's like a handful of lists, and maybe there's a handful of specialists that are actually consistently fine tuning the deck. And until that time, we just have to deal with the lineup of cards that's available.
Another thing worth noting is that I think the last time we saw Sudden Substitution on coverage, it was playing like Grim Monolith, like some sort of mana acceleration, and there's none of that here. There's no artifact.
No, there's just 4 Ancient Tombs. That's it.
So this is going to be interesting.
Also, we don't have to forget that the pact is not everything that's happening. You get to trade a spell.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And if you, for example, get to trade one of the big spells, like for example, you get to trade in for an Ulamog or an Ugin, I'll take it.
Yeah, even just a One Ring, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. Find the second one.
So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Because yes, we're a lot slower, which should be in favor of Kevin. But I mean, it's not like Kevin actually meaningfully interacts most of the time.
No, it's one of the decks where there's not a lot of interaction. So both players pretty much have some free play. I mean, there's some interaction on the sudden substitution list, but I think Kevin on Cloudpost will be more than happy to see everything that's going on and just play his fat spells. I wonder if with showing the pact in the graveyard, Kevin knows enough to know what he needs to worry about.
Yeah. And I also just real in between. I love the fact that Urza's Tower is now a legacy playable card. That just makes me so happy.
It just makes me happy that I can just pull out my old blackboarded versions. I mean, they're absolutely in horrible state, and I like the new art as well, as presented on the stream.
Like as much as I hate playing against Cloudpost, I just love that they're playing Urza's Tower. I can't help it.
Yeah, and the reason why they are playing Urza's Tower is because there's a card called Planar Nexus, which counts for everything. It's every non-basic land type, so it's an Urza's Mine and an Urza's Power Plant.
That's a lot of reminder text, by the way.
There it is. So Urza's Tower is like, here's 3 mana.
Yeah, just 2 lands, Tron assembled.
Yeah. Hey, see this card? You might want to fetch right now.
Let's see if Janice realizes. Oh, he might force it. Is this forcible?
Why? It depends on how many fetch she has in hand.
I guess.
I don't think it's a card to be necessarily be very afraid of. I mean, it shuts down your. I need to swap these.
It doesn't turn off Ancient Tomb, right? No, because Ancient Tomb deals damage.
Nope. No, it's still a mana ability. It
Yeah,
takes
sure.
out. What does the deck have? That it shuts down. Outside of the fetch. I don't
think
see
it's. I think it's just the fetches.
Yeah. I don't...
You also have. There's no permanence.
Nope. Unless the ones you steal.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Pact of the Titan.
Oh, it.
But you
it
give
does,
that one to the opponent.
It does ruin your brainstorms.
What do you mean?
Yeah. This is weird. This matchup is weird. I love it, but it's weird.
You can't pay life to cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. I don't know.
Yeah, no, because... Well, I mean, yeah, of course, Ancient Tomb is a mana ability, but even if it wasn't, you don't pay the life, right?
No, you don't pay life. You just take damage. It's also, you aren't casting a spell at that point. I have no idea what he's afraid of.
Yeah, not sure. Like, again, it turns off the fetches, which makes the brainstorms worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's
it.
That's it. That's really it. So we have a bunch of mana on Kevin's side. The brainstorm thinking is happening. I mean, mean, that's 2 mana, 5 mana, 6 mana. 6 mana is not that much.
How are we even interacting with sudden substitution anyway? Like to begin with, I don't think we do, right?
No. You can use Disruptive Flute to make things more expensive.
Disruptive Flute is a very good one. Very good main deck card, actually.
Oh, that's it. I mean, you can Ugin's Binding the target he might get.
Actually, let me check the casting costs of all the not the upkeep costs of all the pacts. Because now I'm wondering, can we just pay for them? Yeah, I think
No,
we could
you cannot.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, Sudden Substitution can, but Gavin can't. He has 0 colored mana available, so I don't know where the 2 blue is coming for the Pact of Negation. The red is coming for the Pact of the Titan. And we have the Summoner's Pact, which is, I think, double green.
No, the answer for the Pact of the Titan is the Planar Nexus, because it filters.
Okay.
And we're missing 1 blue for the Pact of Negation.
Sure. You need double green for Summoners.
Yeah, that's also an issue, but
it sounds like a very big issue.
Like, we can still make the colored mana, and if we get a second Planar Nexus, then we can actually keep paying for it. Yeah. The problem is if you get multiple copies, then it becomes an issue. But for that, I think we need Hive Mind.
Yes. I'm just checking if there's a Hive Mind for as a surprise in the second game, but there isn't.
So now I'm thinking maybe Janice's win condition here is to steal something that closes out the game.
Yes, yeah. It's a very real thing with some substitution. Is said there's plenty of big threats.
Chat's 5 red.
Ugin.
Force of Will is also turned off with the Silex.
Ah, sure.
Right. Oh, that's so obvious, and it's so easy to miss, though.
Yeah, but at this point, are you really that worried about it?
I mean, I understand he's using a force that he has when he can still use it, as well.
Yeah, but you can at some point you can just pay 5.
Yeah, no, sure.
Another crop rotation.
Now I'm wondering, does Kevin have the presence of mind to make sure he has 2 colored mana? Like,
he has. He can fix all the mana now because he has a Simic Signet.
Oh, right, that works.
He's good. He's good on the colors.
So now we're casting pacts and then intending to pay for them ourselves. Huh.
Well, the thing I'm worried about is, does he figure it out? Is the one expensive spell in his hand is going to get swapped?
Yeah, does he realize that sudden substitution is coming? And then even then, like, all the big payoffs have cast triggers, so you still get the cast triggers, you just don't get the body.
No, but I'll gladly give my opponent a single additional turn and have an Emrakul available for my own. I'll take that trade.
No, for sure. For sure.
You can have your turn, I'll take your 15/15 flying. Seems like a fair trade, right?
Yeah,
Same as with Ulamog. I'll gladly take it. Sure, you can have your trigger. I'll take your creature. I'll see if we can win off of the Annihilation triggers. Because I get to attack next turn with it. There's still a stock up in play. It's finally resolving. Because Ulamog says it removes 2 permanents, but at that point,
Yeah, I mean,
Do you care?
like it's gonna be. Like, do you even take the ancient tomb? No, you just take.
You take the 2 blue-green lands.
Yeah. And then you realize that you just gave your opponent an Ulamog and you're scrambling for an answer.
Yeah, as said. Is Kevin familiar with Legacy enough that he knows the sudden substitution is coming? Or is the first thing we will see is him grabbing the card and reading it? Because I am very sure it will be the grabbing the card and reading the card.
Another stock up.
Sure, look at the cards. Look at 5 cards, pick 2.
We still need the
And-
mana for the sudden substitution, right?
Yeah, you still do. So I don't know what's happening here. He doesn't have it.
Oh, he's still looking for it. Oh, good lord.
I don't know the art card of. You give me a deck that says Sudden Substitution. I had to look up for what the card said and
Oh, there it is.
how the card looks like.
Yeah, okay, so now the problem is we found sudden substitution, but we can't cast it, and we know that there's a Ulamog coming.
Yeah, change control of
Wait.
target non-creature spell and target creature.
Oh, wait, it needs to resolve first anyway, so you just... Okay, so the problem is that we can't do it, untap, and immediately attack. We have to untap, then steal it. But then Kevin has to tap out because of the...
Yeah, but
Because
he
of
has
the
a lance.
attacks?
That's fine.
Yeah, no, but he does have to tap out, so he can't interact with the Ulamog. He can't co-select command the Ulamog away, because he doesn't have the mana next turn.
Well, if he gets slapped by a big old Eldrazi, he won't have the mana either. The Kozak's command is out of the question. The Ugin's Binding is a solution.
Oh, you still have the binding. I read at least you can interact with the binding, right?
You can interact with the Binding. On both triggers. But he needs something. He only has 2 cards. And one of them is what we know. I don't know what the other card is.
I feel like this game is just this close to just exploding and being done, but they're both just not quite there yet.
No, I think Giannis is pretty much there. He just wants to find a second one.
Like he has the first, but
He has the first. He has a solution for the Eldrazi. Now he's looking for a threat of his own. So he needs the Forbidden Orchid to create a creature and put some pressure on his opponent. But it's still going to be very hard.
wait, are we gonna cast sudden substitution to steal Forbidden Orchid Spirit? It's like if Kevin isn't doing anything, then Janice isn't doing anything, right?
Pretty much nothing happening.
Yeah, which should be in favor of Kevin because he can start.
It's also like you trade the token for your own pact. That's what's happening. You give your opponent the token, you trade it for the pact you're casting, but the pacts aren't doing anything.
Right.
I'm just looking for if there is any way for him for him to get a red mana out. Yeah, the Forbidden Orchid.
Yeah.
Is there not a single? There's a volcanic. There's not a volcanic. There's only a tropical.
Honestly, if I was Janice, I think I would prefer the giant of the back.
Because at this point, I would be very much interested in trying to cast Pact of the Titan myself.
Yeah. And we're discarding the hand size.
Get myself a nice 4/4 to attack with.
Oh, the pact is an instant, right?
Is that a
Get
Forbidden
another
Orchid? Yeah, that looks like a Forbidden Orchid.
Yeah, that's the Forbidden Orchard. Okay, so we get another Silex.
Yeah, doesn't do anything at this point. As I said, it's only Force of Wills and fetch.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop
thinking-
in an orchard.
End of turn.
Yeah, no, it resolves.
Yeah.
Tap this for blue. You get a
Okay, we're giving a spirit.
Did he came prepared, or are we scribbling down?
I think he
There's
can
been a lot
prepare.
of spirit printing, so you probably should have him. There's one.
There we go. And then are we doing anything with the mana we just made?
cast Pact Negation and then
Nope.
response.
Hold on.
Oh, he is gonna swap it.
Response.
Why would you?
Exchange control of the Pact with the Spirit. There's split second.
Does Janice not realize what's going on?
B5, one red.
Does Janice not realize what's gonna happen?
Can you max it? So I got 4/4.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I get this.
Maybe he's
we're-
hoping your opponent forgets the trigger.
Yeah, sure. Put your opponent in a position to make a mistake, I suppose.
Sure, but
Well, we'll see.
why not create your own 4/4 and pay for it yourself?
Was in your answer.
Maybe he has a plan. Maybe there's something we missed.
I'm not sure how chat is feeling about this, but I'm absolutely utterly confused. What's happening here? There might be a line I'm missing.
There's no way we can interact with the
Well, the
planar
thing you
next,
can
is there?
do is do it again. Have a second sudden substitution.
Right, just overwhelm the mana. Yeah,
Overwhelm
that's
the mana.
what's happening here.
So now he needs 1 red and 2 green.
Cast Sun Substitution. Exchanging control of this and the Pact.
Yeah, and that's gonna overwhelm Kevin's mana.
Yeah, because what is the top card?
Uh,
Yes.
doesn't matter, right? He needs double green and a red.
Yeah, and I mean, if only he didn't. No, that's proper. He didn't throw away his Boseiju.
This one.
Would have been there.
Search your library.
I mean, hindsight's
is it the-
2020.
Is the top card Ayahugan?
Maybe. There's a couple R's that I don't recognize, so.
Yeah. But now he knows.
Oh, that's right. Kevin could have Elfish Spirit Guide. Wait, is he playing Elfish Spirit Guide?
No.
He's not playing Elfish Spirit Guide because it doesn't fit.
Nope. But there's still crop rotation.
Oh, if he could crop roads. No, but
It still costs green. It doesn't
It
let
would-
him double green.
it would need to be Yavimaya, and he doesn't have Yavimaya either.
No, he's doomed.
Yeah.
So Janus found the play, and the play was 2 sudden substitutions, and this worked only because he crop rotation away his Boseiju.
Yeah. He ended up needing the Boseiju, yeah. Which, again, we don't know if Kevin was even thinking about sudden substitution. Like, he had to be thinking about something. Like, what would you have thought that Janice was playing up until that point?
I mean, he tossed away a Summoner Spec very early on, so that only leaves like a few decks. Like some
Sure.
weird creature combo decks, or the old Hive Mind deck. Alright, well, we have a bit of a delay, but there's the reading the card. But now you've seen it once, you should know how it works. And I think Janus got it right. That he got it correctly.
Yeah.
What's the combo? The combo is not as hard as you think. The suddens, you have cards that are named pacts, and the pacts allow you to do something very powerful for 0 mana, but give you an upkeep cost of, for the green one it's 4, as you see on the screen. If you don't pay it, you lose the game. So what sudden substitution does is makes your opponent the target. Yeah, you trade the Orchid token with the Pact.
So now your opponent is casting a
Yes.
pact and has to pay for the resolution. Which
And in this
normally
case,
means...
what happened, he gave his opponent first a token, then he traded that token for a Pact of the Titan, which leaves him with a new creature, which he could trade for a second Pact. So now he just put his opponent on 2 upkeep triggers, which he couldn't pay anymore. He did not have enough colored mana.
Yeah, 'cause normally you just hope someone doesn't make either green or red.
Mm-hmm.
But since Kevin can make both, he needs to overwhelm the color.
Yeah. Also, the total mana cost actually mattered at this point. It was an upkeep cost of what is it? 1 green, 2 green, 1 red, and 6 colorless, so 9.
Yeah.
Which even for a Cloudpost deck is still quite something.
Yeah, especially when you start filtering that mana.
Yeah. But now
But
Kevin should know, do not toss away the Presagio, you might need it later.
Yeah, and he might actually start looking for more planar nexus. Actually, to start filtering. Or they might be higher up on his priority list, right?
I'm looking at the cards he can bring in, but it's not really anything. No. Simic doesn't have anything.
Maybe Carpet of Flowers if you really want to.
But that's only if you want the mana. The mana is only main facing.
Sure.
So no, I mean, you could consider Carpet of Flowers being more useful than Simic Signet.
It's like a tempo sort of acceleration thing to just start spelling.
I wouldn't change the thing. I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah.
But you could.
It's an option, even if we don't take it.
Yeah, it's more like nothing. I mean, even the Ghostlex command, even though how strong the card is, it barely does anything. That's the weird part.
Yeah. And then on the other side...
Ugin's Binding is the same thing. You can question yourself if you need it.
What do we like out of Genesis sideboard?
Well, you can consider the Collector Oof.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think...
You might board in the bounce because you don't know what your opponent is doing. But there's not much you need. You don't need the Fluster Storms. But you could have considered like the into the Floatmore and the Hercules Recall. So that you don't know what you're dealing with on the sideboard.
Yeah, maybe the Hercules Recall is too much, but I do like the Into the Floatmore because it also sometimes just bounces a Signet. It takes out your mana filtering, which in this matchup seems very relevant.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Swan Song. Don't think it has enough targets.
No, I don't think so either.
It's still good. It gives your opponent a token so you can trade early. But
there is an argument to be made to have the Swan Song as a replacement for Force of Will. Because now we're under Silex. Yeah.
I mean, you're against Silex in game 1. Force of Will is still a strong card, but it's not the thing that wins or loses you the game.
No, but you can like reasonably expect it'll still be in the deck, and then you can maybe take out a couple forces.
That's it. Yeah. There are some cards, like I said. You get the Ufi, the Hercules Recall, and the Into the Floatmore. You can consider Submerge if you really want to.
Yeah.
There's just a few cards that you can consider bringing in. Especially since you don't exactly know the 75 of your opponent, because each one has their own sideboards.
Yeah, and then you compound that with having an extra color, which also just
there it is.
Complicates things.
Oof.
Ah, I would have loved to see the Oof.
I would have played the Oop. I would not have tossed it away.
Yeah, maybe. I could see arguments both ways.
I mean, the Silex isn't doing anything.
What's also maybe worth mentioning is that this is when Forbidden Orchard is a little awkward, because now we're going to start making a bunch of spirits without actually having the payoff, and now we're actually pressuring our own life total. So if we weren't already doing that.
You did it again. You did it again last round. And also, keeping the Ufons on top is just especially rough if you were missing specific cards for your combo, right? If you have to dig, keeping cards that don't directly do anything isn't a good solution.
Yeah. Okay, we're forcing a crop rot, and they caught that it's exiled.
Am I missing something? Oh, am I missing something?
Are you missing something?
What? Part of my brain, but that's not the thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, I can help you with that one. We don't have a Nexus.
Which is the card was exiled with the Force of Negation?
Crop
Or
rotation.
did he just... No. Oh, he just paid 4.
Oh, no,
He hardcasted it, yeah.
He hardcast. Yeah. Yeah, because I think it was his turn.
Yeah, I was looking for it. It's like, was I missing something? I was.
Yeah.
The Force of Negations has surprisingly a lot of limitations. The card is still good.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
The hard part is, if you haven't played these decks before, is to think in the same lines, right? I definitely look at the deck as like, okay, what can you do? What are you looking for? And for Giannis, it is quite simple for now. He just needs to speed up the way he's trying to win.
Yeah. Like, the faster he can present it, the better.
Oh, he needs to. He's getting smacked up by his own spirit tokens.
Yeah.
On the other side, he has spirit tokens, so he doesn't have to worry about it. On the other side, there is a current Silex, which can definitely destroy them.
Yeah, but he's not got it, right? There's no point in cracking the Silex.
Not now. Might be a little later.
Maybe if there was a collector roof, there would have been a reason to.
At that point, he couldn't.
Oh, it looks like we are going to be a little bit faster. And now Kevin doesn't have green mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have any mana. It's absolutely disgusting. You get this little thing, and I'll take your token. Any complaints? Take it up with management.
It's like you get a free Emrakul. Who would want a free Emrakul?
I mean, at this point.
And we just used the crop rotation to get rid of Greenland.
I mean, it would have been amazing if you could find your own Elven Spirit Guide at this point.
Yeah.
That's
That would be
green.
very nice to play. Yeah, for sure. It would be very nice to have a crop rotation to get a second green.
Yeah, the current Silex isn't doing anything.
No. It really isn't. It's like we have a judge call?
Yeah, but he's not paying a life.
I just want to know for sure. I think you're right.
Oh! They're wondering if you can activate the Silex in response to this happening.
Absolutely not, because it says activate only as a sorcery.
Oh yeah, even that, yeah.
I mean, it's on the card.
I keep forgetting that's on the card.
Reading the card explains the card. I mean, split second definitely isn't helping either. It just happens.
Yeah.
But on split second, triggers can still happen. You just can't put anything on the. It's just a weird one because
Yeah.
you can count a split second card with things like counterbalance.
Yeah, there's just no way that Silex does anything here.
Nope, it doesn't. Yeah, Janus found the way. Yeah, fast enough as well. God,
Yeah.
what a nice deck to ruin someone's day because it's just so far under the radar.
Yeah, and also that game one, just took so long for anything to reveal itself. Yeah, you have the Summoner Spectre was discarded at the start, and that's it. That's all Kevin had to go off.
Yeah, and there's people don't have the sideboard cards for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting match for sure. I hope we get to see these players again later on. They're both going pretty well, so who knows?
Let's see
for now,
someone.
now, let's go to our B match.
Hell yeah, even more magic. Let's go.
Maybe we've had, what is it, 8 matches already? 7?
What did we put up there?
We just switched. We just came in and they shake hands. Unfortunate. All right. Well, this looks like it would have been a fun backup match.
For sure. No, I was looking for sideboard cards for the previous game. Like, what can you use? What it's not used enough. Like, for example, Lavinia is very often used to shut down these decks. And Lavinia, for example, is exceptionally well. If you look at the under the radar decks, if you can bring it in your, you can fix it in your mana pile.
Yeah, Lavinia I think is a good card in the meta anyway, so that might be something that that he's gonna have to be mindful of.
Yeah, and there's a few other things.
Yeah. All right, hang on, folks. We're looking for a backup match, so give us a few seconds. Yeah, that was a fun match for sure.
It's great to see. It's great to see like these under the radar decks like pop up, show up at a tournament, and then next time you see they disappear. Because they suddenly don't have and like people are bringing in answers. I saw some good old classic and meddling mage on screen as well. Which could do the same thing. He just meddling mage something and he suddenly has to find an answer for the meddling mage first.
Yeah, it's interesting you mention Lavinia, because I've also been seeing somewhat of a resurgence of Gadok Teague.
Well, it's what Legacy has become, right? A lot of the decks are very expensive spells.
Yeah.
Either they cheapen the spells with Delve or any other way. So Gadok Teague, I haven't seen it yet. Do we have one? Maybe we find one a little later. I don't think we have one at the top tables at this point.
Not sure if there's any Teagues at the top tables, but I do think I saw some Selesnya creature deck, some depth deck, or maybe Mavericks. There's probably someone playing it.
But in the end, it doesn't really matter. You have to bring the cards in like your sideboard for the most likely opponents or the opponents you struggle the most with. You don't have the luxury to specifically take out these under the radar decks.
Yeah.
That's why I see nice swings. Like for example, Mississippi River. For the first time we saw it, it ruined a lot of tournaments. So I didn't ruin it. It just people weren't prepared. But once they swapped the sideboards a little bit, it came a little bit more prepared for very specific decks. The deck immediately just fell off quite a bit. So it's always just the ebb and flow of the meta changes. make these kind of decks viable or not viable. The same
Yeah.
happens with a lot of the classical storm combo decks. It's like either they are under the radar and you can do very well, and then at some point it gets more and more popular. People bring in more sideboard cards, and you see it disappear more often. This is get beat out by specific hate cards.
Yeah.
And the same will happen, right? This event is full of Omni-Tell decks.
I'll start. Yeah.
And we will see better sideboard cards for it because people just were prepared. Hey, there might be a little bit. I mean, there is a little bit less of the what is it, the Eldrazi decks. So they swap to other big spell decks, and other decks will the meta will adapt. Next time we will see more answers to the Omniscience decks.
The meta will always adapt, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the show and tell variants can keep up their win rates, or that people adapt to it. Because I don't think the play rate's quite there yet, but the win rate seems to be climbing.
For this event, it definitely is climbing.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of show and tell decks. So
We have a lot of Omni-Tell decks, yeah, and not only the Simic ones. We also have some of the other ones, the classic red blue ones.
the sneak and show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good old Sneak and Show. Deck is almost as old as Legacy at this point.
Speaking of decks that fly under the radar, we have Dredge.
Hell yeah.
Flip lands. 17.
That's
sure.
a deck you cannot get rid of this deck. It just keeps coming back.
Dredge is just one of those decks. As long as there aren't a lot of graveyard hate, like just it's on the lower edge, Dredge will be there.
Yeah.
But I do think Dredge suffered a little bit when at the point that Legacy was a bit faster, and now it's slowing down a little bit. Dredge is in a decent spot again.
Yeah. But also the Dredge deck seems to be slowing down a little bit. Like they seem to be playing a little bit more interaction.
Yeah, it's allowed.
Yeah.
If the format slows down, you get to play for a little bit more consistency. So it depends on how you build a deck, right? You get
Yeah,
the
of
Lions Eye
course.
Diamond version, and you have the one without. But this looks like a very promising hand. I see a breakthrough.
I believe I've even been seeing people starting to pick up Force of Will in their Dredge decks. Like, it's actually going that direction, which is interesting.
Do they even have no blue spells for that one?
Yeah, there is one. There's a card with Harmonize that lets you draw 3 and then discard 2 unless you discard a creature card.
Let me put up.
I forget what it's called,
for a little bit.
but you can mill it and then cast it from the graveyard, which makes it interesting. We're not playing that in this build, though.
Mistrise Village.
That's an interesting card.
Yeah. Go. End of turn, fetch.
And there we have the Mistrise Village for Omni-Tell.
It's the one I'm trying to find the correct list, and I think I'm getting baited into clicking on the wrong Grixis list.
Take a turn. Draw.
Winter Night Stories. That's the card with Harmonize. That's an interesting one. I've been seeing people experiment with that in Dredge.
Interesting. It's a single blue for.
Breakthrough for X.
Yeah, in some cases. See,
There's the
Dennis's
Yeah.
Breakthrough X is 1. Interesting.
Yeah,
Interestingly enough.
that's fine. He wants to keep a card.
Yeah, no, sure.
Yeah, because he has a second breakthrough in his hand. But you shouldn't allow this one.
No.
Yeah. You don't lose a life for this one, right? No. Okay. Then.
It's exiled.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right. So
Exile not gonna matter on a breakthrough, but you know it's technically correct. And I'm pretty sure we're about to get show and tell. Yes, we are.
there it is. And Dredge is like, oh, I'd rather not, but I'll have something.
It's It's a sketchy show and tell though, because I think we have Omniscience and Brainstorm, which means this Brainstorm needs to be pretty damn good.
It doesn't.
Yeah. And then
I mean, he's not dying anytime soon. He can just draw cards.
play brainstorm. Yeah.
Sure, I suppose.
All he needs
mean,
is
if-
a single stock up.
It's not that good if he Brainstorm blocks himself, but he has the Ponder.
I mean, you have to get rid of it one way or the other.
And we didn't find anything. That's Consigned, Surgical, and a
I mean,
Polluted
there's
Delta.
there's a fetch.
Full top deck.
Yeah, he's shuffling. That makes more sense.
Hello as well.
Yeah.
Ponders have not been.
It doesn't matter too much.
I think this
As I
is
said,
the fifth or
there's
so.
still plenty of time to draw something. He's not dying to a Stinkweed Imp.
Sure. But he
Also,
needs to
he's-
do something, right?
He needs to draw into something, and the best draw he has is stock up. Luring your reveal probably also works, but
Yeah,
probably
Lure
at this
feels pretty
point,
good.
either stock up or the big angry mans. Let me see this. Let me see the Grixis Dredge list. There's a Tassa's Oracle and the usual stuff. The otherworldly gazes, lineside diamonds, bridge from belows. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Nothing new
standard
there.
stuff. I'm wondering if he brought in Into the Floodmaw, because probably not, based on how most games play out. But if he
It
brought it
depends
in,
on
then
the
you
si-
could...
it depends on the sideboard hate he's afraid of.
Yeah,
Nou ja, nog niks om Dredge. Zo 1, 2.
because if we have an Into the Floodmaw and we bounce the Omniscience, then suddenly it swings back the other way, right?
You mean the thing that just happened?
Everything except for this one. Bridge, Island, Echoing Truth, Citadel.
Oh, you have Echoing Truth as well. That also just works.
Yeah, no. There's an Enter the Floodmaw.
Like to attack.
That's sure.
Yeah, no, sure.
Get absolutely ruined.
Cast.
I like this.
You get a tapped fish.
This is exactly what I warned for. It's like it's a risky
Yeah.
Omniscience.
Fish.
Brainstorm. Yeah.
Ah, time to find a new show and tell, I guess.
Looks like a complete brick off the Brainstorm.
Hey, is there a fetch? No, there's a ponder. I mean, there's still time for the deck, but it gets pretty hard right now.
I mean, we can ponder into show and tell, but then I don't think Rob has anything else in hand.
Let's see, how many dredges did we drop? Is it only the Golgari Grave Troll?
I think so, yeah.
So he could find the surgical extraction again, I guess. Of a Grave Digger's Cage.
Here. Probably going to be a shuffle.
Yeah.
And we're going to swing in with that fish.
Nice fish.
It's very important to swing in with that. Dennis is about to get a fish to the face, probably. Maybe, perhaps. Yes, he is. Fish to the face! Bow!
Yeah.
Dredge, Golgari Grave Troll.
But now Dredge is happening. Because there's an anchor.
Oh, another Dredger. Another Worldly Gaze, a Poxwalker, and a Narco. Ooh.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff. Now I do wonder what happened in the other games that the Omni-Tell deck didn't win, but probably something on a similar level. Either couldn't find the Omniscience, or couldn't find or just got it bounced.
Yeah, maybe.
I am not used to having. I'm just not used to see Dredge with freelance in play.
Poxwalker trigger. Stepped.
Yeah, same. It's
It
strange.
feels weird.
Yeah.
I'm just used to the one land, just the one, and
I kind of like it though, to be honest.
Trigger from Mark Miba.
it's still fine. It still works.
Attack.
It feels a lot more resilient.
Haste.
Yeah.
Oh, he has an anger.
He has an anger, but he's
Oh,
not
I
able to kill
I
this
missed
turn.
that. No, sure, but that's 2 more damage.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely helps. but I think next turn might actually already be the end of it.
Yeah, because we attack for 6. Go to 5.
There's omniscience.
Draw.
Yeah.
Is that an Emrakul?
Can I see him?
Just barely missed it.
Yeah, it's Emrakul. So yeah, it's all expensive spells, but no way to get there.
I mean, he can still just rip it off the top, right?
You still need show and tell, yeah.
Bracket.
Just rip a show and tell and then win.
It gets very rough because at this point you have to. There it is. This should be the end. Yeah. He has everything he needs.
Draw 2 stinkweed in.
There's 2 sacrifice outlets, each of them creating a 2/2.
Alright, players, that's it. Timing around. Active player, please finish your turn. There's 5 additional turns. Legacy players, timing around.
Ah, that's
All
a
the
good turn.
dredging.
Yeah, that's and the second bridge. Yeah, it's over.
Ja.
Ik leg deze heel even hier neer.
At this point, you can just sacrifice for the couple therapies, take out the omniscience, get yourself 2 2/2s.
Let's not make a counting mistake this time.
Yeah, like, is there even... Like, what do you name with Cabal Therapy? Is there anything that matters here? Probably not.
1 Boxwalker. 2 bridges. 1 Boxwalker.
Yeah. Managed to resolve a show and tell and just couldn't
Yeah, but
find it.
yeah. He didn't have anything from the brainstorm. That's all there is.
Yeah.
That's the risk of the deck, right? You don't have that many hits. Because your brainstorm needed to go to either a stock up or a Lorien reveal, which is only 6 cards. I mean, 9 cards for good hits.
Yeah, nothing I'm gonna do about that.
I don't think the One Ring is that good of a hit at that point.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
you
think
had 9 hits.
he had another out. He could Veil of Summer, draw the Surgical, get rid of the bridges,
Oh, I did
and then draw the show and tell.
triggered, by the way.
Oh, I'm not sure what he drew.
Too much stuff at the same time. Sorry.
I mean, he didn't need to target the bridges. He needed to target the anger.
Oh, yeah, you target the... Sure, right. That makes more sense.
And 1 Narcomoeba. I'll die. Get 6 tokens.
You just take away all your Narcomoebas. They all die.
No, because with the Boxwalkers, you can just keep doing it.
Ah, I
keep
got
coming back.
Boxwalkers, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Rob's win condition is Dennis Dread returning anger.
Hey, I
Yes.
see a show and tell. That's what
He,
we need.
he would have gotten there then.
We are
The
hiring
point
for
is-
them.
It's still not enough, right? Because there are 2 Cabal therapies in the graveyard. And one of them is hitting 4 Cabal therapies in the graveyard.
No, he cast 1, right? Yeah, because he got Veil of Summered.
Ah,
Okay.
yeah. So he's safe. For now.
So now he just needs to not die. If he cannot die, then I think Rob actually has a chance. No freaking way.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, but he's dying. There's already lethal on board.
For another cable therapy targeting me.
No, only if it's hasty.
It is hasty.
Yeah, it's hasty right now.
2 triggers.
Why are you continuing? Just tap your creatures, win. And if it doesn't work,
2 more zombies.
do the rest of your turn.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's fair.
Draw triggers.
Everything is. Just beat his face.
And 2 normal draws.
Uh,
I know
Oh, yeah,
we legacy players aren't very good at math, but
no. What Ericsson is saying is he's probably going for the Thassa's Oracle win first.
sure, I would just go beat face, and if it doesn't work, go Oracle.
I'd like to attack.
Ja.
Zombies.
There you
Probably.
go.
Sagas. Deze alleen niet de site
Oh yeah, he's declaring attackers. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, it's over.
So yeah, the Donders.
Tap them sideways, my son. They'll get there. I just wanted to say, legacy players aren't very good at math. We don't do math often. We just either play combo count to 10.
Ja.
Yeah.
Met de deck nog zo weinig gespeeld, vind ik het heel lastig.
Yeah, really interesting
Al heel weinig
game.
ook geen idee wat je in je hand kan hebben om tegen zombies te doen.
Yeah, I mean, the Omni-Tell deck just bricked up a little bit. And the Grixis, the Dredge just got to do their stuff uninterrupted. I mean, outside of the first breakthrough. So that's why he played the one. Keep his second one.
Het zou ook niet de eerste keer zijn dat ik dat fout doe.
And again, like, there was maybe a shot there for Rob still, even after everything that happened.
Yeah, there's a few outs for sure.
Oh. I feel like we've had a lot of those games today, where everyone just has outs that they're not drawing.
I mean, there's always outs. That's why you have the sideboard. But you have to play around. You have to play around pretty much everything.
Of course.
You can always discuss if he was correct or not.
Yeah.
That's basically the back end of MTG Melee. So if really want to change it for you, but the decks available in MTG Melee dictate what we can use on our sort of you kind of chose this deck with this expanded your deck list.
Nou, je wil scoren.
Exactly.
Sorry.
I had it
Ja,
cool. So I had to like choose this
Kwam je in, dat ik jullie nog niet.
Nee, we waren echt precies klaar.
Wat een geluk. And then we email MTG Melee and we try to get updated deck. That way we will take it.
Ik heb op submit gedrukt, maar afgebeurd. Oh, nou doet hij het. Oké.
Dankjewel. Dank je. Nou, veel plezier nog.
Ja, je ook.
Right.
Thanks again for playing.
Ja, thank you.
Right. So yeah, that was interesting match. I don't think we have another backup match. That was already our third match this this round. So we're gonna take a quick break. This was round 4, so we have 3 more rounds before top 8. Everyone, thank you for watching. We'll be right back. Welcome back to round 5 of the Haarlem Magic Nights. Not the Haarlem. Oh my god! For the Bazaar of Boxes Series 15. That was a complete brain fart. My apologies. Was it? Yeah, round 5 out of 7. We're getting into the last stages of the Swiss. We got an interesting match here. A painter mirror, but 2 different colors.
I mean, if you see like a painted mirror for all those paint enthusiasts, this is it. Maybe in top 8 they'll go back. We're done with painter after today.
I'm okay.
But I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of small intricacies that happens within a painted mirror. So I'm absolutely looking forward to it. How these 2 players will maneuver through each other's painters.
And I'm curious what you do next.
Yeah, so Painter traditionally is a mono red deck, but in recent weeks, the Painter players have gone back to blue because of Stock Up, which is a really good printing from Ether Drift. We've seen it plenty of times today already.
I have no clue what you're playing.
I've never played the same deck.
It's not just Stock Up, it's also Tamiyo is of course a very good printing. Embry is always just really good. We have both Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor, so there's a lot to like in this deck. But Mono Blue Painter is maybe a bit more established at this point. It's had plenty of results. Mono White Painter is a little more spicy.
Yeah. It's like the different variations. For example, Mono Blue Painter is slightly more back to the combo side, with Emery available as well. While the Mono Red Painter is very much capable of beating you down on the return as well. So it has the combo available, but also just beats you down.
Wait a minute, this isn't mono white painter. This is mono red
This
painter.
is mono red and mono blue. We got mono white somewhere else.
Yeah, no, because at the top it's saying mono white painter, but yeah, no, this is just red. Just good old mono red painter.
Just blue?
Yeah, these are different variations. The mono blue, the mono white one is doing very well in this tournament so far as well. Let's see. So far at 3-1. So it's similar at the exact same scoreline as these two ones. But yeah, welcome. The first target is here. Here is a Paint the Servant. You can choose a color, and if your opponent has a grindstone, I wish you good luck. That is indeed how it works.
Playing a painter in the painter mirror is always a very risky proposition because if your opponent has the grindstone, then you just gave them the painter.
Does your opponent? Do they know they're both playing painter?
That's a thing as well.
I mean, the cat is out of the bag on Jasmine's sides, but what is Patrick showing?
I mean,
Jasmine is. At least she has a lightning bolt, so she can lightning bolt her own painter.
Assuming she doesn't tap off of red.
Yeah, she still has a land drop.
And we tapped off of red.
No, we still have a land drop.
Wait, do we?
Play that mountain. You need it. Play it. Is that a Fury? This is a Fury in the list. Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
Oh, I mean, Fury doesn't have flash, so that wouldn't work anyway.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, if we don't have red, then we can't get rid of our grindstone of the painter, and then Patrick is just gonna untap, float some mana, and that's all she wrote.
I'm at A floating, 1 floating.
Yeah, Patrick must be enjoying himself right now. Like he knows what's coming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, please play that mountain. Play that mountain. You'll need it. She doesn't know, but you'll need it.
Go ahead.
I thought she played the city, but no, she started, so she could have played.
She could have played the mountain. But she doesn't know. She doesn't know.
And Jasmine exiled her own grindstone because the grindstone came after the Soulguide Lantern came after the engineer, and you have to exile something. Oh.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but it still
it's
feels
unfortunate.
bad.
But
oh yeah, no, she just found out.
Oh, you gotta love this.
Now
the city mistake doesn't feel so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta learn this the hard way.
Oh yeah, you do. That's why I had to choose this matchup. You know something like this is happening. But now that they know, they actually get to play Magic.
Wait, do we? Wait a minute. If we have a Simian Spirit Guide, do we just combo off?
In your upkeep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, because you have to pass the turn. That's never gonna work. No.
It's untap upkeep, and before the draw, you get stuff to do, but it's not there.
I mean, you can go for more information, I suppose. I mean, you gave a lot of information as well.
Now, here's the interesting part. Are you boarding out your painters?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because mono red painter can just still beat you down.
Yeah, I think as a mono red player myself, I think I would just board out all of the painters. and just go for mid range. You're playing 6 blasts.
Yeah, get your pithing needle in.
You should be favored
6 blasts?
anyway.
I see none of these.
Yeah,
So
with
there's
mountains
something.
you could have bolted her own painter and lived.
Yes.
Yeah, I think in general this should be favored for mono red because of the blasts. That's
but
the deal
Jasmine
breaker.
didn't have any other lands available, so at that point she would be stuck with 2 lands. So I can't really blame her for not playing the second mountain. She will 100% do it now that she knows she's against Grindstone.
Yeah, for sure.
She set up her own win. She doesn't need the additional mana at that point. But now the fun part begins, because now it's a lot of mind games. Who boards in what? Who boards out what? And who's trying to win on which way?
I think Jasmine just boards out all the painters, and
there's not much to bring in. You can bring in your 2 Furies.
Yeah.
You can bring in your Pithing Needle. You can bring in your Thorn of Amethyst if you want to.
I think you don't want to overboard. I think just bringing in 2 Furies is probably fine.
Oh,
maybe
you bring in the
fairies.
Pithing Needle. You bring in the Pithing Needle.
Oh yeah, sure, because of Emery, of course.
No, not just Emery. It's because of Grindstone as well.
You know what I just realized? She never saw color.
This is true.
She has no idea what the matchup is.
No, she knows the Grindstone. That's it.
Oh,
this is fun.
She might end up boarding out the blasts because she thinks she's against them on a red deck, which I would not blame her.
There's not enough to bring in. Okay, there is a possibility she brings out a few blasts.
There is so much potential here for getting blown out because of a blowout.
Oh, we had one. What about a second blowout?
Like, we're not done blowing out yet, I suppose.
I mean, keep it PG. We'll see. It's going to be fun, right? She's still on the play. The red deck can still be very aggressive. And she doesn't know. She doesn't know the color. It could be mono white.
Do you play Dimir often?
No, yeah, the red mirror I played a few times, but this is the first time I play the blue versus red mirror.
Spoilers. She knows.
Did Patrick just...
Yeah, he spoiled it.
So yeah, I don't know, to be honest, what to do.
Yeah, but they already sideboarded, so that...
Yeah, so?
Yeah, no, sure. It doesn't matter for sideboarding, but it can matter for playing.
It 100% matters for playing.
Start again?
Yeah.
And...
She didn't know, right? Or
Nope, there's
Like,
nothing. All she saw was 3 cards. A land, an Urza's land, and a Grindstone. And maybe something. No, that's it. 3 cards.
what?
That's all we saw.
I'm still like getting hung up on why Patrick said anything.
I mean, we're legacy players. We just like to have fun as well. It's like,
Yeah, no,
have a nice little chat. I did. I always did.
Yeah,
It annoyed the hell
sure,
out
like,
of my opponents at the time, but I was just there to have fun.
and like I'm not saying that Patrick isn't a nice guy, because he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Like for those of you at home who know, this is Patrick Powell.
The paints are still in.
I'll try.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's always good sports. There's a,
Yeah,
also, I do think a tournament like this isn't the same atmosphere as doing this at a Grand Prix, or what is it, Spotlight Series nowadays.
Sure, of course.
Legacy events in the Benelux or Netherlands have always had, no matter what the prize payout is or the rewards are, has always been a slightly more casual feel to it, a more sportsmanship feel to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I'm always proud of these players and how sportsmen and nice they always are. So I definitely didn't want to suggest anything else.
No. Oh, that's a good threat. Turn 1 grindstone. Let's put the pedal to the metal. This is by far your most important card. That's your grindstone.
Yeah.
Once you have that
As
one
long-
going, it's the control is there. There's also.
Yep.
I also see a painter, so it could be over pretty quickly.
If we have the mana, we can just go for it right now.
Now the question is how familiar she is with the blue version. She would really like to have an additional land. Because at that point you can cast Painter, protect the Painter, and use the Spirit Guide to pay for the Grindstone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, resolve it. You're trying to win. Just find the land.
Literally soul land off the top would do it here.
What does mono blue is able to pull in? Dismembers, force of negation. I don't think you want all of it. Pithing Needle, Disruptive Flutes. Hydroblast, so you probably change those 5 cards.
Yeah, there's maybe an argument to be made for Chaos Defiler, but probably not. Actually, depends on how much you're planning on going for a grindstone, because if that
That's a
gets a
land.
little sketchy. Yeah, but this is a pass pile. That's.
And if only she had that land. If only she had that blast. Ooh, she also had to fight against an opponent's blast. 2 cards. Okay, might be interesting.
Yeah, I like this play actually. You know, there's a possibility of going Soul Land Grindstone, or yeah, there we have the Soul Land. So if you go Painter here, hoping to untap with the Painter, I think that's too much.
You want to see the fun part? Now we have 2 grindstones. there's an Emery you can get a grindstone. So both will absolutely mill your opponent's deck, and the question is who draws first.
Yeah, 'cause the point is now both players need to keep open 3 mana, right? Because if there's ever a Painter, you need the 3 mana for the Grindstone. No, that's not exactly how it turns out, because you end up with who's the active player.
Yep. Yeah, it matters, but
it gets
Yasmin
weird.
can't go off until she has 5 mana now.
Yeah, it's about to get funky.
He has 1 card in hand. 2 cards in hand. It better be. It's a blue card. That's rough.
I think it's double. Yeah, it's double force. Now the Grindstone isn't the problem anymore. The problem is that Patrick actually has a board, and Jasmine's just.
Oh, Patrick is well developed. Jasmine has to try to find and sneak in the win. She didn't have any of the aggressive cards to press forward. She needs to develop with something.
I think it's constructs. Given her hand, there's nothing else to really.
No, she has to go constructs. But also, what is she trying to find on the return? Because the Soul Guide Lantern is pretty much already too late. You could get the Pithing Needle.
There's still 20, right?
Yes.
Sure.
I'll go to 16.
I mean, that would be something.
That massive blob of blue, that's a spell bomb, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of blue, but yeah. The other one is an island, I hope. Or what is it? No, it's an Ottawa.
Yeah, it's an Ottawa. And there's also like a clue, I think.
It's blue. There's a lot of blue stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that I should have said that foil glare. That could
Yeah.
have also been the other wire.
Yeah, but that's a blue
It's a
spell
spell
bomb.
bomb. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
spell bomb.
So you have a lot of issues. Painter isn't going to win you. And like he has a lot of a lot of solutions.
3 cards.
Yeah.
We like the
It's okay, no worries.
Pithing Needle. I'll name Saga.
Yeah, we got a Pithing Needle naming Ursa Saga.
That's fine. That's not the thing that's worrying.
It's one less construct.
It's one less construct, but it isn't changing Jasmine's win condition.
No. What even is Jasmine's win condition in this point?
It's going to be rough, but it might actually be grabbing a pithing needle, put it on the bubble, and then try to go off on your combo. But you need a little more than this. 3 mana isn't getting there.
I think she's just out of time.
1, 2, 3, 3 plus 4 is 7 is 8. So 1 is 8 and 1 is 8, 9. 9, 8.
Yeah, you just take the damage, or you can just block one construct. It doesn't matter for your own. You have 1 turn to try and win.
Maybe. Could Jasmine. No, it's
Yeah, no, it's pretty much a lockout here.
like we know that there's double force, but without forces, the
No,
out here.
there's still a bubble.
Floats.
Oh yeah, there's the spell bomb to bounce the painter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why you needed a pithing needle on the bubble, but then you need a lot of mana to activate, cast both the painter and the other thing, and there's
Yeah,
no
but
real good solution for it.
No, she has enough. Because she flowed on a mana.
Yeah.
She
Picking
drew
up a
mana.
petal. Okay.
Yeah, the pedal doesn't do it, but then you would go for the pithing needle, name the spell bomb, and then.
But you don't have pithing needle now.
Oh, yeah,
she puts mana.
Because you don't have the mana, because you need to go for the mana. No, she had Simic in hand, right? So instead of pedal, you needed to go for the pithing needle, I think.
Yeah, but at that point your Mox Opal isn't working.
Yeah, it is.
You better force it now. Oh,
Oh,
pithing needle
you're-
Opal. Yeah, you had one mana available, so it should have worked. I mean, you still lose to the double force.
Yeah, no,
Force
of
the
course,
thing.
absolutely. But I think the play here was to go for the pithing needle, name the spell bomb. You have enough mana to cast Painter and then activate Grindstone.
Yeah, that's the best you could do. You still get blasted by the double force.
Yeah, but yeah, there's no playing around that, unfortunately.
Also, she would be 1 mana short for the Grindstone if she does. Yeah, but she has it in hand, so yeah, it's 100% worked.
Yeah.
Pick a color, any color, doesn't matter. Well, it does matter.
Yeah.
Dan wil ik 2.
Ja.
Ik
Ja.
weet niet of het overhad, maar volgens mij is het niet dood.
Yeah.
Hand was echt ergens, man.
If you get the pithing needle, he needed the force, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's important to recognize your outs in that situation, right?
yeah, these decks are hard, especially if you are
Yeah.
if you're drawn. So it's a lot of calculations.
For sure.
Patrick played very well. I mean, he got the he got the good side that he wasn't on he was on the draw on game 1, but a very well played game 2.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Of course, that's what we come to expect from Patrick. He's a well-known tournament grinder around these parts, so...
Yeah, and for us as the viewers, it's very interesting to see how painter matchups work, because they are very unique. Because of the combo works both sides, or at least part of the combo works both sides.
And there's a lot that can go wrong both ways. So yeah, very fun match for sure.
Yeah, now we see. Hey, look, now we see some of the sideboard cards. So a lot of graveyard based hate.
Yeah,
And
makes sense.
there's a lot of bunch you can board out on both sides as well. But I would have liked the Furies.
Emery puts a lot of pressure on the graveyard, a lot more than... Well, no, about the same as a welder, I'd say.
But Emery has a bit more leeway, because you get the mill 4 as well, and there's a few good draw engines.
Fair enough. Alright, well, we do have a backup match, so... Thanks to Patrick and Jasmine for that wonderful game. As we drop into, looks like game 2 of Naya Depths versus Sultai Beanstalk. We actually haven't seen Beanstalk today yet.
I was like, let's put up a slightly slower in the second one. Maybe we get to see something of it.
It's weird to say that Beanstalk is somehow a slow deck, but
I mean,
it technically is.
It's Naya Depths with the Minsk and Boo.
Oh, with Minsk and Boo. Oh, I love Minsk and Boo. It's been forever since we've seen that card in the format, but
I mean, it's the deck, the Temur tempo deck with Minsk and Boo seems to be pretty decently well positioned, but no one brought it.
Especially now the format has slowed down a bit. You can put the Minsk and Boo in play, start pressuring. Yeah, no,
it's good value all around, no matter what you use for it. So Naya Depths took the first one.
Looking, are there any other red cards from that deck?
No, not really. Not anymore.
No, I suppose Red Elemental Blast on this side. I don't think you bring it in here, but that's one advantage of playing red.
Probably will.
Yeah.
There's so much blue.
Also, so much black.
There's a Murktide. There's an Uro. There is a Force of Will. There's the Rakshasa's Bargain. I think there's plenty to pay to at least take one or two.
Yeah, sure.
The question if you really need to board something out.
I think that's what it is. I think you don't want to dilute your own game plan too much, because it's still pretty good to have a quick Barret Lage and just go for that.
Oh, it's 100% what's happening.
There's not a lot of answers for a Barret Lage from...
You don't need to change much. You could consider the Minsk and Boo. Or you could even consider taking out the Sword Supply shares for the Elemental Blast. So it targets a bit more.
Sure, I could see that.
Because it targets most of the creatures outside of the 2 Endurance and the 1 Orcish Bowmasters. Maybe there's something in sideboard. But I don't think so. And it interacts with all the counter spells and the draw spells. All the value spells, so yeah. You might change those 1-to-1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It also depends, like if you really need the speed, you can even consider taking out Box Diamonds. You don't need that amount of speed, or you're afraid of the graveyard hate.
Well, I mean, are you trying to go under them or over them? Because
you can beat them 1-for-1 up to a certain extent. It's not the faster ones, so you could very much consider keeping the diamonds in to go under. The question is if you fight card for card, because if you fight card for card, your Mox Diamonds is 2 cards for nothing, for 1 card. I mean, it's a good trade. It's a trade, and the question is is Thijs scary enough of your mana, or the solutions that come out of your bunch of mana. And if he isn't afraid, as the deck says, you are training or fighting 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And if you're fighting 1-for-1, Max diamonds just aren't it.
Go ahead. 19.
But we'll see. We'll see what it is. As I said, sideboarding is a lot of fun to discuss and think about.
Yeah,
The Totsi is definitely a very good first hit.
there's a lot of consideration for your own strategy as well. That makes it so much more difficult, especially as an outsider, because you're looking at the deck, and like we just don't have the reps on every single deck in the format.
No, it doesn't seem like a very fast hand. Ty says. You mulligan down to 6.
Yep.
So if unless Beanstalk mulliganed as well, seems to be very.
I mean, it has potential
Very
to be
content.
a pretty fast hand.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, you got one piece, but the point is there's a wasteland, which I don't know, may or may not see use.
Like, I assume it's just going to be Yavimaya Reclaimer, or maybe Forest Reclaimer. Yeah, it's going to be
There
Yavimaya.
you go, there's a forest.
What a surprise! I told you before.
And if that thing sticks and stays there, then could be pretty scary for Paolo.
Yep. Also, it's good that he played the Yapamai first, even though it could be a target of it doesn't play, of a wasteland.
Yeah.
Because right now your opponent has one card less. He doesn't know, right? If he played the forest, he know exactly what the additional draw for his turn was, and he still has the hand available. Which is something that's always very interesting to keep in mind. Because right now your opponent doesn't know if you have a crop rotation, if you drew a crop rotation or something else.
Exactly. And we're keeping all our options open. Yeah, there's the Fatal Push. That's a very important one there.
Will he? Yeah, he cannot. Oh, he can use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, get the wasteland out.
Goes for the Sajiri step. Gotta give it. What was it? Shroud? No, protection. Protection from black.
Color. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to play the card in standard. A long time ago.
That sounds like a fun standard format.
It was a horrible standard format. It was gent everywhere.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
I mean, these are some good old times. Like they're out of the memory box of all players. I qualified for the nationals at that point by the rating I gathered from legacy tournaments.
18 to 18.
I just pulled up with an absolute jank of a deck in the middle of everyone playing. Was it a Jun? So I played 6 rounds of Junt and had one bye.
Nice.
It was horrible. I mean, it still got me to top 8 of nationals, but
somebody's gonna listen to this and is like, "Oh, that's my favorite format."
no,
like there's always that one player, always.
Yeah, the one player needs to get himself checked in. It was not a good format. It was awful.
I think I played one competitive standard event in my life. I lost my first 2 matches, then got 2 buys, and actually ended up in prizes where my round 1 opponent didn't.
Nice.
So that was fun.
Standard could be a lot of fun, but that time wasn't it.
No. I think that was more of
However,
the Spark standard, and I was like, nah.
Legacy has always been a lot more fun.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Legacy didn't have to play Junt mirrors or Callblade mirrors to even get somewhere.
I mean, there have been variants of Junt playable in Legacy over the years, right?
Sure, but you don't have to play Junt mirrors. I mean, Legacy, you always had the good old The Rock. You just played cool creatures like Tarmogoyf. Just punch people's face in and cast fair spells like Thought Seizes or boarded in Orum's Chant to beat the combo decks. That's how it used to go.
I am so sad I missed out on Shortless Bug. Because that deck always looked amazing to me, and I never got to play.
I mean, you missed out on the time where Deathrite Shaman was legal in Legacy.
Oh my god, I missed that card. Every
I
format
mean, it's
I've
a
ever
very
played it
dangerous
in.
card to bring back, but I mean, for all I care, just do it, see what happens.
Honestly, I think it's fine. I don't think it's too broken right now. But I know that's heresy to say, because people hate the card. But I really don't see it
I
being
mean,
broken.
I still have 4 copies. I think it's definitely still a way to when you consider power, it's stay up there. It's still up there. It's very strong because it
Sure,
houses a lot of things. It immediately shuts down graveyard a lot of graveyard decks. But it isn't your kill condition anymore as it used to be.
no. I honestly think it's like one of the weakest cards that's on the legacy ban list right now.
I'm
Ooh.
not sure if I agree on there, but yeah, there's your 2020. I mean, we've been yapping about other stuff about this match, but it is just a match where nothing happens until the 2020 comes into play.
There hasn't been too many things happening, but the Beanstalk is kind of scary, and then we get a Merit Lage, which let's see if this keeps going.
I mean, it's right there. He needs a solution. What does it have? Does it have a bounce? Does it have something? There's an edict, but that one doesn't do, so it needs 2.
Oh, it's the wrong edict? It's the sudden edict, right?
It's the Shoulders edict.
No, Shoulders edict will work.
Oh, yeah, token creature.
Yeah.
That still works. Yeah. Then I have to draw that one. It's just a single copy. I assume he might have brought it in, but I'm not sure if he did. And that's all. That's all we have. There's nothing else. Yeah, there we go. He did bring in the blast.
Huh.
There's a figure.
Well,
I mean,
actually, if we're bringing in blast, do you not want the Mox Diamond to be able to cast the blast, or are you that confident in your mana base that you're always gonna have red?
I mean, you could be. Still a last deck, for all I care. I mean, you also have your Sword Supplishers. They aren't any easier to cast for this deck.
True.
Sure, force it. Fine. Draw a card. Do you have an edict? If not, there'll be a second Merit Lage very soon.
Nope. That's not an edict.
That's it. Game 3.
Or did Thijs win the first one and we accidentally switched again?
Yeah, it sounds like it. But yeah, a Night Ups is just picked up the classic win, make it 2020, and if you don't interact with it,
we'll check with the coverage crew real fast, but I'm pretty sure that was 2-0 for Thijs. Because they're showing their cards. So
yeah, the good thing for Thijs is he didn't have to do it from the graveyard. He played it off from his hand. Makes it a lot harder to interact with. He just played the cards and it worked. Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at the Red Elemental Blast. It's just disgusting. It has 2 different arts. I mean.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, it isn't. No, it's not okay. You get all 4 whiteboarded ones or different art blackboarded ones. You don't do. You don't do the 2 different arts with 2 different borders. That's just filthy. You're playing Legacy.
So we still have 15 minutes left in the round. We can see if there's maybe a backup match.
Well, another
backup match.
According, there should be plenty of matches still happening.
I do like how every round we've either had our main match go to time, or we've had to look for 2 backup matches. It's
I
great.
mean, it still happens. I mean, there's still some top tables where you might be able to get a game out.
Oh, if we could get a game 3 out of like a table 3 or something.
I mean, there's on table 2. There's some more sudden substitution against Infect, or some lands against Doomsday, which apparently went still going on.
Oh yeah, because I know the Lance player. No, never mind. No, we probably have a
Yeah,
have a match still.
how about to bring the third painter in as well?
Yes,
Get the
get the
white one
actual
out
mono. Yes.
against Sneaky Shao. Not sure how far that one has gone into the third match.
Well, Marpin is having a look-sees.
Well, I just got updated. So that one is not an option anymore, unfortunately.
Do you know who won?
Let me check. It's Sneaky Shao.
That's unfortunate. Maybe there's still some possibility for like a.
If the match is still going on, there might be on table 11. Some Tempo versus Delver. With some, it could be a good fight.
I think we have found our backup match.
Ooh, what is it?
We'll have them come over in a moment. It should be Infect versus Ninjas.
Hold up. I have to find the second. Oh, there we go. Table 16. So both players are at a 2-1-1 record. So they're still very much alive for top 8.
Yes. It's an Infect deck that has fallen off in recent years, but now is seemingly making a comeback somehow. So what is it about Infect that makes it playable again? It's just the meta?
People just like to play Infect. There's always a few very stubborn players that are just like, no, I don't care what the people say. I'll play my Infect deck.
Yeah, that had a couple good printings. Quick Reflexes is a very good one. Embiggen, very nice.
I mean, even without those printings, it just always happened. The Infect decks have always been there. There's always just the 1-2 stubborn players. It's like, I don't want to think too much about my deck. Here's some scary creatures, and I want to make them big. I think interesting cards is more like Scale Up is a very interesting card.
Yeah, Scale Up is absolutely like that's a real Magic the Gathering card. Scale Up, because it does something so unique and something that interacts in such unique ways.
Let's see. I have the Infect deck. What happened to my other deck?
The Ninjas. Also an interesting deck, one that has fallen out of favor a bit, but did get the printing of Kaito, so...
Yeah, I think beforehand this is a very interesting list, right? It tries to be very aggressive with Ornithopters as well, Baleful Strixes. I'm surprised there's not a single 1-mana option. But surprisingly, they do choose Ingenious Infiltrator as a part of the list.
Yeah, no, that card is just, it's so good. Also because it's one of the two mana ninjutsu abilities, but also because it has just really good synergies with. Oh, that's interesting. I was expecting the Changeling.
Yeah, it's not there. No, it's an interesting list, but it's doing fine, doing just fine.
Yeah.
If you start your tournament off with a 2-1-1 record, you're still very much alive to get the top 8. It says 2-2, but I think my results said 2-1-1. Let me double check.
What's the Changeling called again? I forget its name. The black unblockable 1/1.
The black. Oh dear lord. I don't know.
Oh, I completely forgot what it's called.
Well, it decided as the one drop. It decides to play Tamiyo instead.
Yeah, I mean, Temur is just Temur.
I mean, which is pretty much the same thing. You have a 1-mana flyer, and there's very few decks that will match it. There we go. Good old Ornithopter. Chat's helping us out with changing Outcast.
Changeling Outcast, yes! Oh, thank you. I could not for the life of me remember what it was called.
There we go. There it is. For now, the Dimir deck is just making value. Right, playing anew. The question is what Infect's going to do. How long? The issue with the Infect decks has always been the same thing. If you have to draw your Infect card.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
Step 1. Find the Infect card.
Usually when it's not a turn 1, it's a turn 2.
This one will be fought for.
Yeah, I mean, Michael has all the resources to fight for it, right?
The fight has been lost. Does he have a second one?
Michael can just keep fighting for it because he's drawing cards anyway.
He's drawing cards.
Yeah.
It's a weak point of the Infect deck. Is that you base everything on 1 or 2 creatures, and you only have 8 of them in your deck. So it's very hard to draw or draw additional ones. The Ninja decks, just if they have the 0 cards, it's useful, but they're pretty much all they need is 1 of the value cards, and they have a lot more available in the deck than anywhere else. A nice Strix. I've heard it blocked Embercools very well.
I mean, it also blocks.
It blocks so many things.
It doesn't block the Blighted Agent. It blocks Glistener Elf. It blocks Nexus.
It's a very useful blocker. It's a 2-mana. I'm surprised it sees play in Legacy, but apparently it's very functional. As I said, it's a very hard trade-off. You draw a card, and you really don't want to block it.
The Strix is making a comeback.
Yeah, happy to see it. It's a fun card. It only works because the format is getting slower. If the format is faster, the card is still fine, but it might just not be enough.
What's interesting to me is that the Baleful Strix is seeing more play when Orcish Bowmasters is still seeing play.
Yeah, it's way too many Bowmasters still around.
Well,
all right.
Apparently not, right? Because Baleful Strix is seeing play.
I mean, we have 2 Baleful Strixes in the entire, 100 decks, I guess. There might be a few more.
There's a couple more, for sure.
We have more decks with Bowmasters than there are Strixes around.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm not saying that Bowmaster is a bad card.
No, Bowmaster is a good card.
It's not pushing Baleful Strix out of the format, apparently.
No. It's apparently also not taking out Infect creatures.
Well, not at this rate, no. Not with that attitude.
I mean, we are afraid of the day we get a cheap Infect creature that has Hexproof or Shroud. At that point, it's all doom and gloom.
So many lands, my god. Looks like we have a Eureka coming down pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For those trying to pick up the Eureka card, yeah, please don't pick the Final Fantasy one yet. You get the concept art of Yuffie, which is fine, but it's confusing for players. It's not released yet. Just get one of the other 6 arts of Eureka.
Like, do not get a game lost because you have the unreleased artwork, please.
Soon. It's just a month away in a little bit, right? It's June.
I think so. Yeah.
Sure. We don't get a lot of releases for the cards, or a lot of spoilers. So apparently there's some issues.
I think
so I'm looking very forward to see if it's how there are spoilers. I think
Yeah, no, but like real spoilers, like they go all out. I think that starts like this week then, right?
We had one today. I mean, the only spoilers we had so far are leaks and the birthday cards.
Yeah.
Cards released on the character's birthday. Oh, no.
Sure.
Stop touching the infect creatures.
I would like to respond.
Speaking of Bowmasters.
I mean, this is every legacy tournament. The infect players probably have to go into therapy. Like, touch on a doll where the bowmaster hurt you.
I mean,
But right here, right in the soul.
I mean that's why you play Infect, right? To just get blown out by removal spells.
I mean, it's a way of life. You've probably accepted it. I do wonder if he can stick one. I mean, at that point, he got the right one, the one that's unblockable. The Glistener Elf would be of absolutely no use with the amount of creatures Michael has available.
Yeah.
The only upside is Michael's damage per turn isn't that high yet. But yeah, nothing a little brainstorm and a nice expensive card can't fix. Yeah, does Infect save this creature?
Oh, that's Pendelhaven. I didn't recognize the art.
Yeah, just one art, please. As a community, we should just pick one art and play that art. But the art for Pendelhaven, yeah, it's confusing. But yeah, it's 2 power. It just needs 8 more. It's unblockable. Does he have enough? He has one additional power from Noble Hero, so he needs 7 power from hands.
All right, legacy players.
So how can you do it? Make it a 6. Make it a scale up. Should be pretty much almost there. Oh, there's a scale up in his hand, so that's 1.
I keep forgetting how the scale up stacks with like a Pendelhaven.
No, base power and toughness is first, and then all the other ones have lower layers.
Yeah, but scale up is not a pump spell, right?
No, that's correct.
As
that's
in the Pendelhaven just goes on top of the
still there. It only matters if it targets. At that point,
Okay.
the +1/+1 is there, which is a separate layer. So
Right.
that's 1 more.
Ooh, that's a sexy quick reflexes.
Yeah.
Very clutch.
Quick reflexes. There we go. We
Kill
pick it up.
that. Hit you in the face.
Yes, now it's 8 because of the exalted. It's unblockable.
He's unblockable. So it's 6, 7, 8. Yes.
8 infects.
Yes. Now he needs to draw and invigorate, right? Because when it gets tapped.
You're at 8 infects.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh no, when it's tapped, it kills a creature.
Yeah, the quick reflexes. Yeah.
Yeah. Does he have something else?
No, he doesn't need anything else. He needs to not lose the blighted agent, then he just wins on board, right?
Sure. No, I mean if you had an invigorate or something, it would have been done.
Sure. I mean, yeah, but he obviously didn't. So now we're looking
there's
for.
there's still a Yuriko incoming, so I don't know.
Yeah, because
Tap everything. It doesn't matter. Tap it all. Go in. Every point of damage matters.
No blocks.
how much are we even looking at here?
So far it's the Yuriko is 2 mana. What's happening here?
We picked
what's
up the infiltrator.
Oh, it's a Kaito. Oh yeah, Yuriko's dead.
Yeah, Yuriko's dead.
Yeah, but the Kaito is 3.
So it's 3/4.
Okay, we have 3/4. That's 4 damage.
1, 4, 5 damage. 1, 4,
This is
6.
So yeah, we never had lethal here, unfortunately.
No, but the Kaito matters because he can target the blighted agent for another turn. Plus it
Right.
puts 2 turns even for some stun counters.
I mean, it's unfortunate if that's what Kaito is gonna have to do, but if it works, it works. Don't question it.
Yeah. Do we have an ability that says untap?
Oh, and it has 2 stun counters. No, the Blighted Angels.
Oh yeah,
The
that's what
agent's
it is.
just gone.
It's no longer there.
It's not doing anything this game.
No, I was just looking if he
Oh.
has.
That's the top deck.
Alright, that is a card. I was not expecting that one.
Yeah, they play from the sideboard for decks that have more interaction.
Sure, but I don't
We
see
do have
it.
the force.
Even without the force. Oh yeah, it's definitely enough.
Yeah, no, the Triumph would have done it.
It's at
Wait.
6.
Isn't there supposed to be a stun counter still on the Blighted
The other
Angel?
one, yeah.
Yeah.
It untaps. It should be 2.
Yep. Yeah, it gets 2. We've had one unstep step, so it should still have one.
It should still have 1. I mean, this game is decided this turn. Let's see if you tap it with Kaido. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 1 damage short.
There was a stun counter on this one, right? Yes, but
I would
my
just-
enemy loses the stun counter. Oh, 2 stun. I thought you
I
said-
figured it out.
They figured out the stun counters.
Yes. I would have just thrown Kaito in the trash.
Because
2, 3,
we
4,
lost
5. It doesn't
Kaito,
matter
we-
much. Yeah.
we block Kaito, we attack for 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's exactly
I
enough.
mean, it's still the same. So yeah, you can keep Kaido available.
You have to attack with Kaito, right? And with the 1/1s.
You have to attack with everything.
Like he plus for an emblem, right? Or didn't he?
Yeah.
So the infiltrator is 3.
All right, 3,
I
4.
mean, there's another infiltrator. No, there's another Kaito.
Okay, sure, that works.
So
I am still very, very confused. Why a lot of... I never attack with the Bowmaster and the Strix.
because he doesn't have to. Yeah, he's attacking for 8.
Oh, he is attacking for 8 now, but he wasn't the previous turn. And if he attacked with the other 2 previous turn, he would have had lethal this turn even without the Kaito.
Sure.
I missed out on it.
Yeah, it's very close. This is how you can see how scary Infect, the Infect deck can be.
Yeah, no, like if he didn't have the force there, I think Stefan would have been able to stabilize here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because then across 2 turns, he just
No,
constantly gained 10
no,
life.
he wouldn't. He wouldn't be able to because you put 2 stun counters on the St. Catherine and just attack with everything a few turns.
Okay, but then it's not on the Blighted Agent.
Not on
So
the
then you
second
attack
Blighted
with-
Agent. Oh, he also got the second
it?
Blighted Agent, yeah.
A bit too greedy with
But he's probably still at the block. I said if you attack with everything, you still needed to block. You're forced to block. Ah, you don't because
Yeah.
Kaito is dead. That's a bit more tricky. At that point, the 1 damage really matters. Or the 2 damage he didn't do previous turn.
Yeah, I think there's some funky math there, but
According to the chat, Michael should be on 3-1-1 even.
is that true?
According to what I'm seeing here, yeah. His record is 2-1-1.
Yeah, then
I was low live.
I think it's probably just entered wrong. He should be 3-1-1. Yes.
Yeah. So he's doing very well for himself.
In my head, I had to remove it.
Yep.
In hindsight, I think it
3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw.
was better to.
So he should still be alive for top 8. It's gonna be an uphill battle,
Yeah.
but crazier things have happened.
2-2-1 is rough on 7 rounds with 100 people.
Yeah.
The 3-1-1 is in very decent shape. You might be able to get there with 2 draws, but you need at least the next win.
16,
Yeah.
Stefan Mons and Michael Dirks. Please fill out your results.
So
think
he's doing
that's
very well
smart
for
players.
himself. Yeah. For the players who aren't doing very well for themselves, please check out one of the sponsors, Rudy. He's a nice guy. Get your cool cards there.
Get yourself some foils. That'll make you play better.
or some nice black bordered cards.
No, get your whiteboarded cards, folks. Make your opponent tilt. Psychological warfare. That's how you win.
Like a Western Far Cry. That's how you counter stuff with black bordered red elemental blast. Or I mean, yeah. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Anyway, that is going to be the end of round 5. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then a top 8. We should be getting ready to start round 6 in just a moment. Everyone, thank you for being here. We'll take a real quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're getting into round 6. We got our players playing for winning in now. So, exciting stuff here. We have one. No, we have both of these players on the correct deck. It's player is wrong though.
It is not guaranteed to win and in, but it should be in a very good spot. There's a lot of players at 4-1 at this point.
Is 5-1-1 not a guaranteed win?
It might not be. The stable 6 has 4-1 players. The win goes to 5-1. There's 3 left, so drawing allows you to get taken over by. And it might not be. It might be close. I should do proper math.
Fair enough. Yeah, I hate this the standings math as well. I never bother. I just play. It's easier.
No, it's definitely not guaranteed to win it in. Even at table 9, there's 4-1 records. Yeah, it's not guaranteed. But a loss is pretty much out for top 8.
Yeah, so this
X and 2 is very unlikely to be enough.
Yeah. So this is do or die. These players are playing for their spot for sure.
Pretty much need X1-1.
And who are our players? Well, we have on the right side we have Casper on Mono Black Saga Storm. Casper, known Storm player, has been playing this deck. If it's good or not, doesn't matter. he knows the deck, he plays the deck, he loves the deck. And then on the other side, we have, I believe, Alexander on Grixis Tempo, not Stefan. Well, I have to get confirmation for that.
Good luck and have fun.
Same to you.
No, it's Alexander.
Yeah. So, yeah. This is a pretty classic matchup, I feel.
It's a very classic matchup. It's Storm against a Tempo deck. And it all depends on either the interaction Tempo has and the push for life totals they have. If they do not have an early drop, any kind of Storm deck is like, sure, I'll just sculpt my hand, and at some point you have to counter all the annoying spells that are in the way. But this one doesn't have that many mainboard.
Yeah, and also these...
There's a few Thought Seasons and Duresses, but that's pretty much all there is.
Plus, these Kaito decks feel kind of a bit more grindy than maybe something like blue-red Tempo.
Yeah,
like a Delver.
Yes, like the biggest card they have here is the Nidogoyf. They have to get a Nidogoyf out and make it at least 3-4 power to have at least some pressure. If there's not a pressure, you give Mono Black a lot of time to sculpt their hand and see when they can try to go off. I said 4 Thought Seasons, 4 Duress. It's pretty much all they have to work with when it comes to information or interaction. And it used to be that these kind of spells, the kind of Storm decks, used to have at times a little more, especially after sideboarding. Mainboard, it's always a bit rougher. But at that point, you're never Mono Black anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
We've seen a couple therapies as versions to go up to even 10 discard spells. We've even seen versions that are mainboard playing white for Orim's Chant or Silence.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I prefer just the dedicated mono black.
I mean, this version of the deck used to be able to play Vexing Bubble. So you know what it just lost.
Yeah, for sure. Like that's a big loss for the deck for sure.
I mean, at that point, it's for a tempo deck. It's pretty unbearable to play against it. If they could just go for it. Now with the Vexing Bubble is out, I said there's not that much interaction. So there's a lot of options and possibilities for Alexander to actually use all the spells they have available and punish a Storm deck where it hurts. Especially after sideboarding, there'll be so much interaction for the tempo deck.
Yeah, like the only thing I'm missing for Alexander is maybe some Dragon's Rage Chandlers.
Yeah,
I think
that's why I said you really have to get the Nidogorif out and make it big.
Yeah, but even just the card selection to be able to find more answers to just keep going.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the deck, even mainboard, it might have enough.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like at the end of the day, it's going to be very draw dependent.
Yeah, it indeed is. See, Casper knows. He's plays nice black bordered lands. He figured it out.
Yeah, no. Casper knows his mono black Saga Storm for sure.
He definitely went to Rudy for those. Or at least I hope he did. Right now, it's I don't know how strong the hand is for Casper. It's hard to see, but I do see Thoughtseize. So if he has a lot of mana, he can check out with the Thoughtseize if the coast is clear. But without a second land, already missing a land drop, it's very unlikely for him to go. He wants the one black to go off and an additional to get the mana started.
Second land.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Vault of Whispers. Nice to have a couple extra artifacts when you're playing Besiege Dimir. Just to have something to sacrifice once that hits the stack.
Yeah. The old times when they were all banned in what was it? Current standard.
I mean, they're still banned to this day in Modern, which is crazy to think about.
Fair enough. Yeah. Oof. What's that brainstorm doing there without the fetch?
Oh.
He either has nothing going on.
I mean,
and he's in dire need of cards that he has to play it in the end of turn. Or he just needs the mana. He probably has the third brainstorm as well. Yeah.
Ooh. He did draw a fetch off the brainstorm, looks like.
Yeah, so, I mean, you still only get away. He still had a fetch, yeah.
Yeah.
You only get to see one card. But it saves you on the mana.
What I'm wondering is Casper just playing it safe because he can or because he has to?
No, he doesn't have it. He just doesn't have enough to go off, right? I do see a brainstorm. He doesn't have a line to go off, and he probably only has a single Thoughtseize. So using the Thoughtseize now, only to see it countered and still know nothing, is very risky.
Yeah,
so he probably is waiting for additional.
Saga.
I said, he doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
It's not like he's dying.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. Is like, is he actually looking or is he just browsing?
If he's not guaranteed to win right now, he can just wait.
Yeah, it feels like he's browsing. Like he's just looking at some cards, thinking of what to do, and then he draws Ursa Saga, and he actually.
Now it's a Saga. He probably makes some tokens. Probably grab a Lineside Diamond. At a certain point, and at that point, he's like, "Yeah, sure. Now I can try to win. Now I have all the mana in the world. I just need to find my opening to make sure I can cast everything that I want."
Also worth mentioning, we drew into the brainstorm. We could have shuffled, but we decided to draw the card anyway.
Yeah, what an absolute luxurious position.
Yeah, no, for sure.
To be just like, well, I just brainstorm. I find 3 cards and none of them are bad.
That's worth keeping in mind if you're Casper.
That's alright.
I would be worried. But Casper is not worried.
No, for sure.
He sees 2 damage a turn. He's like, yeah, sure. I mean, it's whatever. I don't draw cards in this deck.
Ah, okay.
Well, that's a little more than 2 damage a turn now.
4 life.
Sure.
2 extra.
So now there's actual pressure. Now
There's some
Kaito is
pressure.
Kaito is gonna draw some cards.
Can I read it for a second?
Yeah, but it's not the card you worry for, because you always play against 7 cards.
Yep.
Yeah, no, of course, but it's card selection, right? It's card selection and it's pressure.
Well, for sure, this is exactly what he needs. It's still a bit slower than he would have wanted it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because next turn, depending on what Casper plays, there is at least a 3/3 token.
That's a 4/4 token.
Yeah, I don't see the 4/4. Why is it 4/4?
Take up the Saga.
Oh no.
That bubble is in the
Yeah, no,
graveyard.
no, as in, if he makes one now, untaps, makes another one, he
Yeah.
fetches, and he has the Vault of Whispers. That's 4.
It's a Fall of Whispers, yeah. Where's the Saga? Isn't one? He
No, but
needs
how would-
stuff, but
I don't know the math how he would get a 3/3 then.
me neither. I did the same mistake. I was like, oh, this is Saga. It's probably an artifact. It isn't.
Okay, glad we
It's
cleared
just
that
a
up.
2/2. If he has 1 or 2 artifacts he can play or attempt to play now. Like it's on the free ones, like Lotus Battle or Mox Opal or Lion's Eye Diamond. He can make those big enough. Okay.
Wait,
there's a Grim
what's
Bubble. That is a Grim Bubble. It's a -2, -2.
Right.
Mox Opal.
It's a 1-off in the deck. It's pretty much a target. There we go. That's 2 artifacts. There's the mana. And now suddenly the Kaito has to beat something that's bigger. And there's nothing he can do about it. I mean, it's a 3/4. He could make an emblem. You could force him to make an emblem to make it bigger.
Yeah, make it a 4/5, and then just keep going.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what you want, right? Because then it's not card advantage.
Yeah, but at that point, he also has to think about the fact that he will get a 4/4 or at least or maybe a 5/5 in the face next turn.
Yeah.
Or even a 6/6. There might be a 6/6 already. And then
I mean, it's not like Kaito's blocking, right? Sorta.
the Kaito. No, Kaito is blocking.
I mean, technically, if you attack Kaito, it sort of blocked.
But I'm for sure that the first 6/6 that gets created now is definitely not blocking. The second one maybe is.
True.
Okay, is he going to block it?
No, wait a second. Decide. I have to decide.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh. Casper's actually thinking of blocking this.
Then he might be considering.
Does his life total matter? It doesn't, right?
Casper. No, I don't think it does.
I mean, I assume he's just gonna try and go off next turn instead of make another construct.
Yeah, it's only 4/4, right? It's not 4/5. So that's not 5/5.
I guess it could matter if you're going for Peer into the Abyss.
And one of those questions you'd really like to ask the players. I mean, if he cared about his life total, it could definitely be, right? He cared enough about his life total, but at that point, I do think he could have taken 3 here.
Yeah,
I mean, taking the 4 here.
I think it's more just he was gonna use the mana for something else anyway. He wasn't going for the construct, so I figured it might as well gain some life because it could end up mattering. I think it's just that.
In that case, that's where you see the line side diamond. He's probably trying to find a win. But that's a full stock of hand. Those are 6 cards. He doesn't have to win this turn. He doesn't.
No, chat. He actually does have a singular Burning Wish. I think as a besiege target. I assume.
It could be siege target, yes. I mean, you can still play with the Mox Opals, the Lion Side Diamonds, etc. There's plenty of stuff to cast it with.
Yeah. Like for as streamlined as the deck is, it does actually have a surprising amount of one-offs. Oh, he's also playing Ad Nauseam. It could just be Ad Nauseam.
Nah, it shouldn't.
Well,
not,
I mean,
not this lineup and not on 11.
Not at this point, though. But if he had blocked, then Ad Nauseam would still have been an option.
Sure. It could still be an option. But now he's something. Yeah, he's trying to protect his hand. Let's just pick up the C's.
Yeah. So I go to discard? Yeah. Discard. Go ahead.
Now the question is, what does Alexander have? What is Casper gonna have to play around?
A whole bunch of counter spells, but they're not that many. There's 4 4s, 4 days main board. That's it.
Oh, he's gonna play Bowmaster?
10.
Yeah.
Yes,
Casper's like, you're. You might be my guest.
Another one? Okay, so Period Abyss is off the table for sure.
Yeah, I don't think it was on the table in the first place.
No. But just making sure.
Here we go. This is Storm 3. He just gained 2 additional spells. There's 2 stock ups. The hell is that, Art?
It's 1 stock up. It's 2 forces.
Oh, it is 2 forces.
And then a multi collapse.
That is a forest? Jesus Christ. Oh, you take out the forest.
Yeah.
Do you take out yeah, you take out the forest. Like he was like, you can take it, you can take out the stock up, he has the force with the force. But just take the force. If you're trying to win now, you might as well.
Well, the question is, are we going to try and win now? Because we know there's a force coming.
Yeah, sure. Welcome to Casper's. He's on 20. He wish he was.
But
yeah, it's all up to him to see if he can make it work. Right? Does he have a second protection spell? Can he bait his opponent into using force when you have enough mana?
Yeah.
Don't forget, there's a Storm 3 and he has 5 mana available.
Yeah.
And he hasn't played a land. Well, I mean, the Lion Side Diamond is not directly available, but...
No, but it's going to be at some point.
Yeah,
the question is...
Casper pretty much has to win now.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead on board.
Yeah, he's dead on board.
Maybe he goes for like a partial line where he doesn't try to win, but create support state where he can at least survive.
For those in chat who's saying there's no peer in the list, there is a peer in the list. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned there's a single Burning Wish as a.
So you always play the 1 Burning Wish. It just does too much, man, boy.
Yeah, that's the power of the Besiege, right?
Yeah.
You can just play a bunch of one-offs.
You could consider just playing 1 card and play Tendrils now. It's Storm 4.
So we're at
5.
No, we're at 6, right? He played double pedal Dark Ritual. He said Stormcast 6.
Yeah, with the Dark Ritual, yes.
Yes.
And that's already 6. It just needs 2 spells.
Yeah, maybe he just goes for a naked tendrils and the force doesn't even matter. Probably
Well,
not. But...
if he has it, it's done.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, then you forced to go to 1. Yeah,
I
there's
can
the Burning
push him
Wish.
Now he wins.
But now you force, right?
Yeah. He's just... Let's see, Grim Bubble. Grim Bubble is Surveil twice, so that one doesn't do anything. Oh, yeah, if he doesn't force, he's dead. This is what you force. There's
Yeah.
nothing else. No, it's not a trick. This is it.
Is there a reason how I can look very stupid forcing that?
Okay, that seemed for a second there like Casper had some sort of idea, but it was just a bluff.
If that was a tendrils in his hand, it would have been there. But no, it was a
Cool.
bluff. He couldn't win through double force.
Yeah, no.
First game finished.
Now the fun time, the fun starts. Because now Grixis
Oh.
never gets aboard in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and Grixis Tempo is the only one that gets to board anything because Casper has a wish board.
Yeah.
So. Like, I don't think Casper boards in anything, to be honest.
Don't
Maybe
think
Fatal
he will.
Push?
No, it doesn't matter. You could, but you aren't drawing cards, so yeah, outside of appearing to the abyss. But you don't care too much about it.
Stretch
Yeah.
my leg for a moment.
So Casper's gonna have look-see. He could board off of Burning Wish and then bring in whatever he thinks he needs.
I like a second tendrils instead of the wish, but there's no reason to do it. You really would have liked a 1 or 2 additional protection. There's definitely some boarding happening.
Yeah.
This might be a decent game, but would you change anything here?
I think I just saw Surgical Extraction. I think he's considering that.
For what? What is
I'm
so
not
scary
sure.
that you need to surgical it?
Maybe as a protection spell?
Yeah, but it only works if you already taken out like a force. But you still have to play against force of negations. Potentially grab Digger's Cage. I don't really see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You could bring in the additional Besiege if he wants to play the game a little slower. But in that case, you might take out the Ad Nauseam. But I don't think there's much I would want. You could consider the grab Digger's Cage, right? It buys a lot of time. The single cage.
Yeah. I mean, does it really?
Yeah, it's probably better than your Grim Bubble.
Because what does Graphics Cage do then?
Oh no, it doesn't do anything.
No.
No, I got nothing. I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change a thing.
It was kind of a weird game, wasn't it?
I mean, speaking of Graphics Cage, maybe for...
I feel like your deck...
No, it's cast from Excel, so it doesn't even work against Casper. Okay. I don't know.
No, I can pretty much only see the Besiege maybe and the Search Notes. You could consider the Fatal Pushes to buy time. That's fine. Maybe you take out the Wishclaw Talismans.
Did you know what I played for the cover?
Or at least one of them. There's not much I want to get rid of. Everything
Hmm.
feels.
Well,
It's a really tight list.
When the storm counter came
Yeah,
out,
that's for sure.
Yeah, I like okay, I have to be reactive and I have to be careful because you play some kind of combo. That's
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. 'Cause, I honestly don't know what Casper would board.
Pondering whether or not to just scoop to.
No, for Casper it's hard. I don't think I wouldn't board too much. I would have faith in my main board. For the Grixis tempo deck, it's pretty much bringing the Force of Negations.
And then storm off is pretty good. But not if I'm on 7 cards.
Maybe the spell bomb
Then I have
against
to have something on
the guys will.
Too many.
Yeah.
Story of my
And I
life.
was constantly like, man, this
Chat saying Graviticus Cage would stop Echo of Eon lines.
Yeah, but those aren't available. Not in the Saga Storm list.
Can't tell you.
Yeah, like I think they're off of that for.
I'll,
They have been off of that for quite a bit, right?
No, they haven't. It really depends on the combo list. There are so many variations at this point.
Fair enough.
But this is a Mono Black Saga Storm version. This one doesn't. I have to remember if it's. I think there's a. What's it called again? Tribelcher list that uses Echo of Eons.
Wow, a Charbel. I mean, that
Yeah.
feels like you're going a completely different direction.
It's a very different combo deck.
Yeah.
There's a few Storm decks that still do it. That's why I said the
Yeah,
Storm has a lot of variations and they're all fine.
Yeah,
but none of them are fast enough to be consistently top tables. Those are more
Yeah.
consistency based decks. They aren't like the old the Epic Storm, which just blasted someone in the face, or like Tribelcher does. They just try to go off turn 1, turn 2.
looks playable.
These are slightly slower, more durable lists.
Sure.
Those
These lists play Echo of Eons, yeah, but I don't recall ever having seen Saga Storm play Echo, at least not for a while, at least.
No, I don't think the Saga Storm does. At least. But there's definitely a few variations around. I'm pretty sure it's there's a few channels that definitely do. I focus on these lists. I don't think we have additional Storm list that does. There might be a Doomsday list. Let's see. Pretty sure we don't have any.
It's just unkeepable. No, it's alright. It's not your fault. It's the deck that's doing it.
I know, but I know. I feel like
Casper,
try
going
to
back to
make
the
sense of
mulligans.
that.
I think the deck mulligans pretty well, but you kind of don't want to
It's-
mulligan against the.
You prefer not to mulligan against the Grixis deck.
Yeah.
Like it needs a plan, and this.
Yeah. We're just reminded of your.
I don't see any Echo of Eons today.
Runner, top decks.
At all.
No, not at the top tables, for sure.
Fair enough. I mean, Echo of Eons is a card that is definitely hit by the fact that Bone Masters is being played. Unless you play it yourself.
But then you fight for the Bowmasters. Not the craziest thing around. But we don't have a combo list. There's a Ruby Storm list. Ruby Storm list, which is another Storm list, but slightly different. Which is pretty much mono red.
It's way different.
For me, Storm is Storm. You count to 10 or you count to 20.
No. There's like, if you're confused about Test versus Ant, sure, but Saga Storm versus Ruby
those
Storm?
are-
Nah.
I mean, the lists are very different, but in the end they do the same. They count to 10, they count to 20.
I mean, yeah, then Burn is Storm, because Burn also has to count to 20.
No, they don't.
Or your opponent counts to 20, I
They
suppose.
just count. They just cast spell, hit, aim for face. That's what they do.
Everybody was laughing at
Sure.
me, though.
You don't have to count.
My future matches are always.
You have to do sometimes. You have to do math, but I mean, it's a cool thing about playing Storm. There's a lot of different flavors you can pick up, and just pick the one that you like best.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you get when you have a keyword ability that has so many good cards printed into it, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got your nice little brain freeze. You got your tendrils of agony. You got still got Grape Shot. Still works.
Yeah, for sure.
We also have a new
Empty the
dragon,
Warrens?
but no one plays that one. Empty Warren's still useful. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it in Legacy yet, but I have
No,
seen the
it's-
dragon being played yet.
Sure, it makes a lot of
Uh,
big 4/4s, but the issue with the big 4/4s is if you destroy the 4/4s, they get not that much interesting. Even though Empty Warrens is an absolute nightmare because those are 20 goblins, and not just 4 or 5 or 3.
Yeah, they're harder to get rid of, for sure.
It's also a little cheaper, but yeah, maybe someone will break it. It still has Storm on it, so you never know.
Oh, wait, that's me.
Alright, we do finally
Hold
have a hand. What?
What happened here?
I think he kept a 4 with no land.
Reasonable. Grixis was like, yeah, I got 7. Good luck.
Yeah. 1 mana, 1/2. It'll win eventually.
Oh, it's a land. Oh boy.
Are we just going this turn? Just raw dog it? Oh, we have a Wishclaw Talisman.
Oh, this might help. This would definitely be in Ad Nauseam game.
Yeah, if you can get it fast enough.
I'll pass to you then.
Oh, that one gets there fast enough.
I mean, we still need mana for that, right? We need like a
Just
dark
one.
ritual.
Just one. Yeah, you still need mana somewhere else.
No, dark
he
ritual
also-
doesn't do it. Because you only have 5 mana, you need one more
Yeah, you
for
need
the
one more.
Wishclaw
Yeah,
Talisman.
you need one. But you can just use Wishclaw Talisman in a different turn. You can just whatever at some point give to your opponent. Then dot see something or dress something. See if you can buy time. See if your opponent wants to spend the 1 mana to find the card.
I mean, at that point, you know what's coming. But yeah, we're on a mulligan to 4. We missed turn 1 land drop. And you have to try something, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're half the mulligan to 4. It's desperate times one way or the other.
Yeah.
At least we got a neat grave. So Alexander is like, it's at least 2 power. Maybe you can get it to 3. Get an instant or an artifact in there. And he start hammering down, so Casper has to do the weird things, and while still sculpting his hand to get at least 1 or 2 protection spells. While everything else is already fixed. The only reason I say this is pretty much an ad nauseam line is it gives you a way to sculpt your hand, to draw the cards that you need in order to combo off next turn.
Assuming the ad nauseam resolves.
Yeah, but it's probably your best way.
That's a rough wasteland, though.
It is what it is. You can find a new one. He got a nice little tutor.
Oh man, it's tough times if we're... No, because if he doesn't find the land, he has to sack the Lotus Petal to activate the Wishclaw Talisman.
No, he doesn't. There's a
Oh,
Mox
no,
Opal.
wait. The Wishclaw is an artifact as well. Never mind.
Yeah, he's fine. He got mana. The worst part is over. I want to say the worst part is over, at least. He has something to play with. Like, if someone drops a null rod at this point, you're absolutely molding. But for now, he's not dying.
We're not playing Null Rod. No, we're not playing Null Rod. I had to
No.
check.
I want to play null rod. Don't worry about it. He's safe.
We're playing Meltdown. That's a possible draw.
Oof. I'm not sure if you bring in Meltdown. Because it
You
very
wouldn't?
rarely is relevant in these kind of matchups.
I mean, you have the artifact lands. You have Ursa Saga. I would bring it in.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. It's mostly because the point you see the artifacts is are pretty much the points where you start dying. But it's just it's a one-off, so it's probably fine. There's probably plenty of jank you can take out. Like you got forfeit to push, you probably won't be playing.
No, the Goyf is a 2/3. That's the wrong Goyf. It's the Nether Goyf. The Nether Goyf only checks your own graveyard, doesn't check your opponent's graveyard. We had the wrong Goyf on screen. So no, the life totals are correct. Brace.
It's unlikely for the Baragov to show up in this matchup either ways.
Yeah, no, this isn't a Baragov matchup. We had a Baragov matchup earlier. I forgot what it was, but
it was against the Madness deck, and it did very well. Albeit a bit slow, but it did exactly what it needs to do once it came up. Yeah, Casper is just playing the draw go game.
There we go.
His opponent's cards. I mean, not much you can do about it.
Yeah, it's a multi-4. The fact that he's in the game is all he can ask for at this point. But it does feel like it's slowly slipping away.
It's not slowly. It's very much slipping away. But it just happens. Sometimes Magic just brings you down to 4 cards. He has a nice Wishloss talisman. He just needs to figure out what he was going to do with it.
Yeah.
But his opponent has way too much time.
So
why are those Hydroblasts in here?
Wait, he brought in Hydroblast?
It's in his hand. Card has 1 target.
I guess because he saw Burning Wish?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Echoes are absolutely crazy mulligan decks.
Yeah.
You can mulligan down to 2 and still be good.
Yeah, except when you then sack your Lion's Eye Diamond, discard your whole hand, and don't get an Echo because it gets countered. That happens.
Sure, it happens.
Way too often.
But it's crazy how far you can actually go down and still have actually an honest shot at a normal game.
Oh, for sure. If your opponent isn't on counter spells, then absolutely go for Echo Vions.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
We grab the cards. If I'm correct, those are the RK Post art cards for Storm and for mana symbols. Because I have a similar set. They are very nice.
Is Casper playing?
What is he going to do?
What's the card I'm thinking of? Veil of Summer. No, he's not playing Veil of Summer.
Nope. Some lists do. This one doesn't.
Yeah.
There's still a few Stormlists out there that definitely like to use the Veil of Summer. That's why I said there's a lot of flares you want to go. Step 1, Duress. That's the big one.
Let's see if we can find something interesting.
Well, after the point you see the Hydroblast, you're like, oh, could be worse. Mostly in blue decks, if you already have to start countering, you might already start doing it. So your opponent doesn't know. In this case, it doesn't really matter.
I was considering maybe brainstorming. So, if Casper has it, he takes brainstorm and just runs it down, right?
Take the brainstorm. You should have still brainstormed though. You never know when there's two. You never know when there's 2 Force of Wills on top of your deck.
For sure. I
mean, that's the crazy part. Take the brainstorm because the Hydroblast does nothing. Well, almost nothing.
Yeah, but Alexander doesn't really know that, right?
So Casper, depending on his hand, might not be in that bad of a spot, right?
Battle for black.
I can understand not casting Brainstorm because it. What's happening? Is it going to be
2.
a?
Besiege?
Tap for black.
You could besiege.
3 is 4 black and a colorless.
Yeah.
You could chain a few besieges.
From 9 life. See where that takes us.
Yeah, there we go.
It's ad nauseam. Right. I mean, if it was a besiege, that would have been nicer.
It's a very hard ad nauseam.
Can't do anything about it, so.
I do think he still has a land drop. I don't think the Ancient Tomb was played this turn. Was their previous turn?
Let's see.
That's something.
We need mana that isn't Dark Ritual.
Yeah, you need a startup.
Okay.
That's not it. That's 3. That's not it. It's good.
4.
Getting really low.
He needs so much help. This is not it because he cannot flip his win con. No, he can still grab a Burning Wish.
And he hits the besiege.
He had to go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost out. Pretty good flips.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a sequence of flips there where he could have just gone for it.
Never punished for playing
But
it, right?
just took a little bit too long.
Just a few damage too much.
Which is crazy because he went to a mulligan on a mulligan to 4 and he still had lines there.
I know.
Which is really the power of the deck, right?
Yeah. That's this is what we get to see. Like, if the Grixis didn't start the chipping of the damage with the Baragorth, with the Nethergorth,
7 outs, I think.
he wouldn't be in danger. He would easily be able to wait a turn, or go off this turn with like 4, 5 additional mana. And at that point you're live. And at that point you're dead.
Well, I had to.
With the flips you had now.
Even with 1 more mana,
I still needed a startup mana.
Exactly.
yeah, I think the besiege was just a bit too late.
Still kind of a game.
It was a game, yeah.
Just a little bit.
But it was also
Yeah, he still needs startup mana. He still didn't have the black mana to start up.
I noticed. Like I was scared of running.
Yeah, 2 fatal pushes.
Maybe I could turn sooner.
I don't care too much about but I can see it.
honestly,
These are reasonable board cards.
Yeah,
I'll
I
probably
think
just
Fatal Push can buy like a turn or 2, and that's pretty much all you need, right?
Yeah, but you could have.
yeah, it's possible for a matchup like this.
yeah.
After that, so.
Yeah, that was my plan.
I'm not sure if depends on what you want to take out. That's my biggest question. What are you taking out in this case?
I think he took out the Mistress Bauble.
Yeah, that makes sense. But it's pretty much all you can take out.
Thank you, man. You too.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah. First time playing Legacy ever.
And yeah, the Multifor is unlucky, but
to break it in. Right?
I think they both navigated it well, so no regrets.
It feels amazing. Feels very strong.
All right. We don't have a backup match because our backup match also finished. What we can do is take a quick look-sees at standings. I believe we can get those up with the push of a button.
I'm pretty sure the 1 and 2 will draw. They're pretty much in.
Yeah.
At that point, there's 2 people. There's 6 slots for the additional 16 players. So it's not a clean cut. So only X 1 and 1 will be in there.
Yeah, there's too many players for X and 2 to have any sort of chance here.
So yeah, so draws are possible for potentially possible for the ones with 13 points. The winner of those matches, but it'll be a lot harder for anyone on 12 points. Maybe Giannis and Renzo or Jordi should be fine. They got a high resistance.
Maybe.
But it's still rough. I wouldn't count, like, for example, Jordi and Pure Henry safe at 60, 62. But Giannis at 70% should be good.
Yeah,
You can
no,
just
for
win
sure.
and draw, or draw and win. A loss is any loss is rough.
Yeah, that's a lot
Yeah.
of 4-1s.
We already have confirmed, like table 1 has drawn, which is a Doomsday and Infect.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam back on Infect. He was off for a bit, but he's back
I mean,
to
we have two
Old
Infect
Faithful.
players here. Oh, it's no, that's the one we shown. Yes. Is it the one we shown? No, that's a different one.
No. We had his name escapes me right now. I'm very sorry.
Stefan. Yeah.
Stefan, right?
Yeah. So yeah,
we haven't
there's
we haven't seen Sam yet, but we'll probably see him in top 8 then.
yeah, for sure. And everything else.
yeah.
So we can confirm. Well, we just saw the Grixis Tempo winning out.
Yeah. So Alexander's still gonna have to win one more. He might have a pretty good shot.
There's a guy done with Izzet Sneak Show. Took up the win already. He's on a very good track.
Right. Simic
Sebastian
Substitution.
Janse with Breakfast is doing well.
Yeah. Sebastian was Player of the Year 2019. And, I love reminding him of that because he never got to actually use his prize because of COVID. Really unfortunate.
We got Mono Blue Painter picking up another win. And there's a Dimir Reanimator coming in. So there's tables 2, 3, and 4 are currently unknown.
I'm surprised that Giannis on sudden substitution is still doing strong.
Let's see where sudden substitution is hiding.
I believe the last time we saw that deck, it also made top 8. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Giannis just lost his game against Gaetan.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, he drops down to 4-2, which is it's not enough.
No, it's probably not enough now.
He has very good resistance. So if there gets a moment where everyone has to play, like the next 2 rounds, which might be, he might be able to sneak in with an X2 record.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I said we don't have a clean win and in, so some can risk it for the draw and in, but there's at least 2 tables that have to play. And I think might even 3 tables have to play for the win and in, so he might actually have a chance with it. His very good resistance at 4-2.
Yeah, and then finally a deck that I would like to highlight is just classic lands. Jordi Nieuwenhuis, like Mr. Netherlands himself. He's actually playing lands and doing pretty well.
Yeah, the result is not yet in. He's playing currently against Dimir Reanimator.
It's a deck that fell off the face of the earth. But if there's any player that can make top 8 with that deck, it's gonna be Jordi, for sure. He knows that deck like few other people do.
It's just one of those play styles that are either stick with you and just play it throughout, unless it's absolutely unplayable.
Yeah. So yeah, interesting lineup, bunch of interesting decks. We'll have to see how the next round plays out before top 8.
Yeah, a lot of sneak and show on the top tables, and then a lot of the major names are around. And then there's quite a few interesting decks that are still there. I said we do have already a Doomsday and Infect deck, which are hard to play.
That's it. Time
and everything else, we will have to wait.
There's 5 additional turns.
Looks like only a single Nadu. That also makes me happy. No one Nadu to be doing too well.
And it's not. This one real breakfast deck.
Yeah, it's Nadu breakfast, but
yeah, we also have a different Nadu deck.
Still in contention for top 8?
I mean,
Oh yeah, no, we have 2.
this is those are the
Yeah,
real
you're
Nadu
right,
decks.
right.
The other one
Right.
isn't. The other one isn't. There's a few. There's quite a few breakfast decks, but there was also a different Nadu deck, which didn't really pay out today.
No, unfortunately, not doing as well. Of course, always there's a bit of luck involved, you know.
Yeah, some dumps is indeed on Infect, and some dumps is indeed confirmed. Pretty much confirmed top 8.
Yeah,
So it's very likely we'll get to see him.
I believe if he gets a draw for round 7, then he is top 8 confirmed.
It should be. He might get to pair up against one of the others that are at 13 points. So the winner of the 13.1 is very likely to draw in.
Yep.
But as said, it's not without risk. X11 is almost fine, but it's not guaranteed. So you have to gamble quite a bit. But he probably gets paired against someone with a very high resistance. So at that point, the draw offer is more likely. But yeah, a little bit of math is involved. But if any of these tables draw, at the top table still draw, it changes math completely, and it gets even worse.
Yeah, this gets really weird once tables start IDing.
Yeah, we also have table 3 result in, which means Izzet Delver took down Izzet Sneak and Show. So Izzet Delver is also still in the race.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, we got a nice collection of different styles of decks for so far.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be a very varied top 8 for sure. So we'll have to see how last round of Swiss is going to pack out. We'll take a quick break, get everything set up for last round of Swiss, and then we have top 8. We're playing for 2 ELM slots. So everyone, thank you for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the last round of Swiss for the Bazaar of Boxes Series 15. We have some interesting standings, as hopefully you saw earlier. This Robbin, what kind of slot are we looking at?
Because this event will not have a clean cut on 5, 1, and 1. Everyone who thinks he can ID and draw into a 5-1 slot needs to have pretty much the highest resistance of opponent match win available to be able to be somewhat safe. It will be a massacre because there's still, let me check, 10 people fighting for the final slots.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird one.
Yeah, and because the first 3 tables have drawn, it's pretty much out of luck for the 2 players. And I wouldn't cast an unlikely to have one of the top tables who are now at 5, 1, and 1, who may have made a very big mistake by trying to draw into.
Yeah, it's probably the worst feel bad if you ID and then lose on tiebreakers.
Yeah, this is, for example, a very important match for Michael. Because the top 3 tables have drawn, he is guaranteed top 8 if he wins this match. He's at 4, 0, and 2. He's guaranteed in if he wins.
Is that the case? Because you're at 15 points then, right?
He jumps to 17 points, and all the 5-1-1s will be on 16 points. So he jumps all over the 5-1-1 players.
If he wins it, he's at 17. Yeah.
He's at 17. He's guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
And there's another player at 4, 0, and 2 who's going to kick out a 5-1-1 player.
Yeah.
Who can potentially kick out a 5-1 player. So yeah, having the 4-0-2 players on deck is very interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be a very weird top 8, but we'll have to see how things turn out. And right now, both these players are playing for their spot in the top 8. And I assume that if Jordi wins, he's still in top 8. But that one I'm not too sure about.
No, Jordi is not guaranteed. I'll have to look at the exact resistance he has. Let me pick up the standings.
Yeah.
Jordi is 511. Yeah, he's very good resistances, by the way. So it might very much be possible for him to be on top of it. Yeah, his resistances look very good.
That
I
would
mean,
be
his resistance will drop a little bit, and the other one will go up. But I don't see even the top one. That's at 15 points. The top one will keep over him. He's at 63%. But everyone else will probably be dropping below him. So yeah. For Jordi, pretty much for Jordi, there's a very good chance it's a win and in. It's not guaranteed, but it's a very good chance. And for Michael, it's a definite win and in. But yeah, they have everything to play for.
It would be an interesting win for Jordi. He has been off of Lance for quite some time. He is known as the Lance player, but he was just off it because it was not doable with all the Reanimator and Eldrazi everywhere. And this is his first big tournament back on Lance. So if he would make a top 8, that would be a spectacular return to form for him.
Can you imagine how much impact it has just to see the whatever its name is, the Eldrazi ban that happened on the last bannings for Legacy? How much impact it already has on the format?
Yeah, they were terrific.
We've seen quite a few. We've seen quite a few Lance decks. A lot of Lotus decks. We've seen some Tron decks as well. So suddenly they're all back.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. And then on the other side, Michael has also just more than proven his worth. No losses yet during Swiss. Yep. So would technically go undefeated into top 8 if he wins this.
I mean, going undefeated into a top 8, where I'm not sure if do we still have time on top 8, or is it timeless at that point?
It's untimed.
Untimed, yeah, that must be pretty good. Now, this is the card the card he's playing, which was very hyped for the new set to see. I hope to see some play. It found play in one deck, and it's especially the deck where I expected it to be. It is Rakshas's Bargain. Yep. It's pretty much similar to Stock Up, but it sees one card less, but it's instant speed. But the advantage is it's considered for 6 mana cost, so a draw card of beans, even though you pretty much always pay 3.
Yep. Also, there is it is worth mentioning that the cards you don't pick go to the graveyard, which in this deck as well, it just does matter.
Yeah, such a nice little card to compete with the other massive draw spells that are available for Mono Blue.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely an impactful card. Not too many in contention for top 8, but yeah, it's just a fantastic card. If you're playing up the Beanstalk, you want to be on Sultai at this point, at the very least.
Now we'll see. Michael has 3 turns, a massive graveyard. There's an Uro in there hidden as well, which might show up might as well show up soon enough, but unless, what land is that one? The vintage border one, not the Yavimaya, but the one below.
That's the Thespian stage.
Ah, it's a Thespian stage, so it's not a Krakus, so that's good. So we might be able to see some Uro at some point.
I mean, if this crop rotation resolves, we just have a Merit Late, right?
If it goes straight forward, yeah.
Goes for the Bog instead. Interesting.
Yeah, that's fine. You're not in a hurry.
I don't hate it.
Let's say you're not in a hurry. You're not getting punished. You can just buy time, set up, make sure the Uro doesn't come into play, and deal with whatever. If you now go all in for your Merit Lage and he just bounces it, then what? You're down 2 lands. You have nothing to fight with, and your opponent still plays the Uro. I think this is a fairly a nice play, and he can still grab everything he needs next turn, or the turn after. He might have already have it in hand, so he's just waiting for his next turn to play it.
So now we're for sure for colors before we could maybe pretend to be Sultai. Malevolent Rumble, another new addition. Card that has picked up quite a bit of steam in Modern already, but is only recently being looked at in the context of Legacy.
What is the benefit of suddenly adding the card? Because this has been out there for a while.
I think a large part of it was just that the decks that really want this effect just weren't good enough. Like, Lance was completely not a deck anymore. I know Control players have been thinking of playing it, but Control as well has been under so much pressure before the bannings, and is only recently coming back. I think it's just the format was not in a spot for Malevolent Rumble. And Endurance in response to the Life from the Loam.
Yeah. Take it out.
So at the very least, we get Life from the Loam in the graveyard.
Yeah, sure, but it saves a few wastelands aside and hiding in there.
Very true.
And you got yourself a nice beat stick. But yeah, next turn is a whole bunch of misery.
I think pretty soon it's going to be a very effective blocker for a Merit Lage, unless we have like some sort of interaction.
Yeah, you mean like a Leyline Binding? A Switch to Plowshares?
Yeah.
There's some.
There's definitely some things we could be playing.
I mean, it means he gets 8 answers main board, which is a lot.
Both seizes a Life from the Loam. Yeah, hate to see it.
Fine, I'll do it again. Yeah, might as well play the Euro.
3 life? Yeah. 15? How much? Yeah. 15 and 2. 17, yeah.
I think our coverage crew is trying to communicate that this is a Dutch versus German matchup for top 8.
Oh, exciting. It's always nice. It adds a little bit of spice for matches if it's the old neighbors, the grudge match against neighbors. Just kick them out of the top 8.
Yeah.
A little additional humble brags.
I also love how usually, like this season as well as the last one, I feel like we've been stealing a lot of ELM slots from each other. There's a bunch of German names on the Dutch slot this year as well, and I think there's a couple Dutch names on the German page.
Oh, lovely. It's always been like that one. It goes for Grand Prix invites, Pro Tour qualifiers and stuff. They always show it up.
Yeah. I actually wonder how much we feed into each other's ELM slots, actually. Because we up each other's player numbers as well, right?
For sure, because it only matters how many players you have in your tournaments.
Yeah.
Right?
So I know there's some overlap there. But I wonder in what degree.
This is interesting. Mm-hmm. Taking away the Ava Maya.
Wait, why would you use the wasteland? What is that signal?
He wants to cut him off of green, so he cannot cast. He cannot cast Life from the Loams.
Right.
That's what you're doing.
That pretty much screams you have a removal spell for Merit Lage, right?
Pretty much. Or at least it's a pretty damn good bluff, that's for sure.
Well, there's.
Yeah, he could have gambled for it. He's like, yeah, sure, I can make a Merit Lage. Oh. I mean, he can still build it, but it just buys so much time. If he has a second endurance, This would be a nice time. Oh yeah, that's a Swiss Splashers. Or is it? Was it a binding? It's white. Whatever. As long as the card is white, it's definitely a removal. Yes, the answer is there.
I mean, those are the only 2 white cards in the main. Interesting.
Aw.
So either he has another white card in hand, or he is really good at bluffing.
I'm slightly confused. He only has 1 land. He's really picking it 2 lands.
I thought there was a hedge maze, but now I'm thinking maybe it's a meticulous archive. So I think he has 2.
I mean, he also got the Java Maya back.
Oh, for Yordi, yeah. No, Yordi got 2 lands.
You have to exile.
He got Ursa Saga and Yavimaya.
Mm-hmm.
Draw card. Yeah.
Leyline Binding.
I'm kind of confused why he decided to go for display. Because he thinks he has infinite answers for everything else.
I think he just wanted to pump the brakes because he can't answer the Life from the Loam. And if there's an exploration there with an active loam, like you're not racing that.
No. Right now he can only do this, make a Merit Lage, like every 2 turns. Maybe every 2 turns.
Yeah, I feel like that is probably worth it.
Yeah, which means he has enough other removal to take down the Merit Lage. So he pretty much has to have another Leyline Binding. Because you wouldn't do it if you go Search the Splashers. Because at that point your endurance isn't killing your opponent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, do we have 2 Yavimaya, or does Tesmin Sage keep the name?
No, he changed it. I don't know to what. Maybe he
Oh,
changed
no,
it to
right.
the vote.
No, he changed it to Ursa Saga. Right. I forgot about that.
How does that work? Shouldn't it be dead? It doesn't have counters.
No, it still has chapters. It has less counters than it has chapters, so it stays on the battlefield.
There's some weird shit going on with There's a Saga.
Yeah, it's a fun card. It's judges love it. Oh, we are pressuring.
All right. Now I was confused because with Blood Moon it dies because it doesn't have the Saga number anymore.
Right. Yeah. Then it loses all its abilities, and that's why it dies.
17?
Yes. 17 and you 8. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Now we have a big man. Still got 2 mana for the Leyline Binding. Assuming he has one. So that should be lethal next turn. So what do you want to draw? Caracas should be fine.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Caracas will allow you to bounce a hero.
Yeah. But again, we're not really doing anything. Like
No. I mean,
Mira-
you bounce a hero, you can still make it 20/20.
How many cards?
Sure.
Left.
And you can do it again 2 turns later, but at that point you aren't dead. Still not looking very hot, but it's something.
That's my point. Like the Caracas, it keeps you alive, but doesn't really advance your board state.
What is he grabbing? There, I could get an expeditions map, but it's not what you need. The cage is fine. It's not what you need. Lava Spur could be what you need, or what you want.
Maybe a box diamond?
No, I think it might be the Lava Spur boots. It's piece of lethal by turn.
Oh, right, because you give the Merit Late Haste.
Haste, yeah.
Yeah.
I said Michael has the answer for one. But the second one will be done one turn earlier, and it might be fast enough to drop it now and play your 2 lands.
Yeah, Michael still has cards in hand. I was
So you
wondering.
Can, yeah, so you can replay your Thespian stage and then grab your Merit Lage next, the turn after.
Oh, I have to.
And that's the Kragus.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
This might be enough time.
Jordi almost forgot to search for his Ursa Saga. Yeah, Lava Spur boots.
Yeah, it should just be fast enough for 2 turns. But if Michael has found 3 of his 4 leyline bindings, there's a different story.
I mean, he's also playing Source Plowshares, right?
Yeah, but Source of Plowshares, let's say, it's not winning in the game.
No, for sure.
Because that 20 life isn't doing it. He doesn't have his own Krakus, so that's unfortunate.
Is he playing Krakus?
Nope.
No. No, I think the mana base is too tight for that.
Well, for sure. I'm not surprised. But he has been playing around this one. And he has been specifically playing around the fact that he could potentially kill him.
Yeah, it is a leyline binding.
Yeah, respond. Get it out of here.
Indestructible, not unremovable.
Get the token away from there. It's no longer there. It doesn't exist, and it's not coming back. Out. It's a nice token, though. It's the original Cold Snap one. I think it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Or is it the new one? So I don't think the new one is foil.
No, it's the OG one. You can see from the border.
Yeah, I want to bounce this in the attack step. Okay, yeah.
So yeah, now the Ur gets bounced.
Yeah. At beginning of combat, that's also maybe relevant.
Endurance for 3. Okay. He needs 2 more turns. So if we grab... Ooh.
He's thinking about it.
So next turn he can grab another... Does he have enough mana? He has 1 land in hand, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he can make another 20/20 next turn, but he cannot equip it. This turn, I mean.
Yeah, and I think Michael's draw for the turn was an Endurance.
Oh, that's big. That's very big.
Yeah, it looks like it.
If it's an Endurance, it's very big. Because his land doesn't have targets, and it's only lethal on board.
No, you still have a Thespian stage with the Saga ability. You can make constructs.
Sure.
Yes.
Things I'm not that worried about.
I'm at 5. Yes.
Unless he has a 20/20 in hand. Yeah.
This is...
He doesn't have enough mana, right? At this point. To make a token.
Unless he has a land.
Yeah, he needs a land drop.
Yeah. I think he still has Dark Depths in hand.
Yeah, but that's for next turn, not for this turn. This turn he really needs to make the mana.
No, actually, could he make a
Box down and
Merit
Dark
Age as a
Depths, yeah.
blocker? Yeah, because he still has the Yavi Maya. I think he can make a Merit Age as a blocker.
I have to think. 1 second.
Yeah, that works.
And then it has to be removed.
It does. Just supply shares, isn't it? What can Michael have? Be a reasonable answer if he would create a Merit Age. Because he has more answers if it's a token.
Hmm.
Because at that point, the Witherbloom command also works.
Does it?
Oh, sorcery speed, so it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can just make something.
And I don't think Michael can force Jordi to do it pre-combat, so...
Oh, hold up. No. Witherbloom command is lethal here.
Oh, yeah, because you just drain and then swing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can he find one, though?
Again, doesn't shuffle. I think he found the third leyline binding.
That also works. Oh, that's a leyline. That's white. Yeah, that's something white.
Yeah, that's a leyline.
Yeah, that should be enough. Yeah, he had quite a few outs here. I think Michael did very well to play to his outs as much as possible.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah.
At the start,
It was a tight little game there.
And 3 mana, I lost.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one step closer to the top 8.
Very good hand, but
Ooh.
But they have already drained through half of the time available, and there's still
Yeah.
maybe 2 matches to go. The last thing they want to have is a draw. A draw helps neither of them.
Yeah, but if they don't play faster, then a draw is exactly what they're gonna get.
Yeah, Jordi definitely needs to win. Michael is fine with a draw at this point. I mean, not a total draw, but a draw in this game. He can try to draw it out.
Yeah. I think this match is pretty much decided game 1 because of how long it took. I think
it might
this...
be. Don't understand the speed in which one of Greenlands can drop a 2020 in your face.
For sure. But we also have 8 removal spells for a Merit Age.
Yeah, and we're also high likely going to see some extra plates.
Yeah, for sure.
And I very much wonder if the Force of Wheels remain in the deck.
I mean, you could take out 2. Oh, maybe you take out all 4 and then you bring in Force of Negation.
I mean, you can still take out the Witherbloom command.
no option.
No, the Witherbloom command gets your Wasteland back. I think you keep that. I think you cut the forces, bring in 2 extra paid, 2 Force of Negation. Because then you exile the Life from the Loam.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wrath of the Skies, isn't it? Carpet of Flowers. No, anything else, isn't it? Force of Vigor you can consider, but I don't think it's necessary. You might consider taking out the Tamio for a single Force of Vigor. It is 7 rounds of Swiss. So this is the final round.
Good afternoon, Spike List. Long time no see. Yeah, this is the final round of Swiss, so this is do or die. Both these players need a win. A draw will not do it.
Or for Michael, a win will get him into top 8. For Jordi, a win might get him into top 8. His resistances look very good.
Yeah.
So he might get there, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
And it's a top 8 cut.
Right, exploration is a good start off of Maya.
Absolutely. The speed is everything.
Yeah. Yuri has no time to play around anything. It's just he's got a jam.
If you want to force something, you do it now.
You got to jam.
I mean, it's hard on the draw against Lance. Lance can have the absolute craziest hands, and just on turn 3 you're dead.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good wasteland. But the crop rotation to save it.
Will there be a counter? Oh, he countered that one.
This is actually an important one because if Jordi really needs the green, he can go for Echoing Deeps here.
You can also just get a new one.
Oh yeah, he just plays 4, of course.
You can just grab a forest if you want to.
Yeah. That too. No, but I think you go for Yavimaya here. Oh really? Never mind. I said nothing.
Don't want to give you green.
Oh, he doesn't want to give Michael green. Sure.
I mean, it's something you have to consider, but considering he targets the Yavimaya in the first place, I don't think you have to be that worried.
It means Michael can basically fetch Esper at that point.
But at this point, your green is guaranteed. Your green is safe. So now, if you have to live on life from the loam, it has to be something like an Extirpate, something that catches it out.
Ooh, choke. Choke's a good one.
Choke is brutal. Well, time to fetch some non-island cards.
After already wastelanding, now you also get choked.
I mean, now it makes sense to not give him green.
Yeah, no, if this was the follow-up, then absolutely.
All my fetches would have changed, turned into a forest, that's for sure. Help him out a little. Yeah, okay, but this is pretty much slowing down Michael. And it's of absolutely no use for Jordi.
It's slowing down Michael, and then what are we doing?
I mean,
we have to win.
For the guys, there's also Savannah in the Savannah there.
Right.
But having pretty much a one-use only a blue mana source is it's going to be annoying. But I don't think it'll be the end all.
What Jordi needs, well, I mean, does he need? He could definitely use a Life from the Loam here. If he doesn't find it, then at the very least he can start making constructs.
Jordi wants either make a few constructs so he can start beating, or you just want the Merit Lage or a Life from the Loam. It all works. And I don't think he wants a Life from the Loam at this point. It helps digging, but it's risky. He just wants to draw. He wants to draw it naturally.
I forgot this.
Well, yeah, as opposed to.
Okay, when is he
he
fetching?
He has to draw it, right?
Why is he fetching for a Savannah?
Oh, he needed the domain.
Okay, that makes sense. Sure.
If you can pay this. Right?
Yes, I cast this.
Yeah, and then it checks the domain colors.
Wasteland.
Yeah, that's
you
a good
pay
start.
first. You pay first.
Yeah.
The question is it's costing really too. If I wasteland something, you don't have priority to do anything about it.
Nope.
This.
Yeah.
Should have wastelanded after the second fetch was cracked. That would have worked.
No, there's no second fetch. He just played it from his hand.
Oh, he played from right.
So that's why there isn't a opportunity for him to do it.
Yeah. Some nice sequencing.
Big turn. Yeah.
Another basic forest.
I'm shocked why. Oh yeah, it's end of turn. Right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Wasteland is definitely getting some use.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are also looking at maybe making some constructs, so. Oh, we drew Dark Depths. Hold up.
Oh. Well, you get the 1 mana.
Changes things.
That changes not something. It means Michael is dead.
Does he have enough mana to...
He has
Make
1
the
mana
token.
here.
Place the Dark Depths. He doesn't have Yavimaya, so Dark Depths doesn't tap. Yeah, I think he still has enough.
He does make colorless mana. I see.
Oh,
3
the
mana.
Depths doesn't. The Depths.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Saga. Yeah, I copied the Saga. So, yeah. Okay.
And I search in darkness where?
Yeah, I think he has just enough.
I got this. I got one floating.
Yeah.
I can play 2 lands. Here's one.
Oh, and he still has the forest, of course. That also works.
I want to copy this.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing you can do about it. With the last spur boots.
And then
Yeah. And then she goes a
And-
smashing.
What is... There's a Saga, a fun card.
Yeah, Ursa Saga is a... It's a strange card, but it's fun.
Yes.
I like it.
It's a strong card. I have a little bit of an issue with Ursa Saga. It's mostly because it's a little too much of a glue all for way too many decks.
Yeah, it's very modal.
Yeah. Well, it fixes everything for way too many decks, right? It's an offensive card. It's a tutor.
Yeah.
It does a little too much for a format like Legacy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's out of line. Like, let's be honest. Look at the things we're doing in Legacy.
Sure.
Like,
mean-
we literally had Mississippi River not a couple hours ago. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, for sure. Sure. I do think Ursa Saga is, at this point, with the power of Legacy as well, pretty much pushed to the point where it shouldn't exist.
Like, it's fair to where it's almost unfair without actually crossing that line, I feel.
Yeah, I think it's bordering it, for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
If you look at the amount of decks that in Legacy that play Ursa Saga, and without the Saga they just wouldn't be playable, or barely playable, it's a little too high.
But that's also fine, right? Like, it's okay if some decks exist because the card exists.
I do think for now it is fine, but when Vexing Bubble was a thing, it was no longer fine.
Okay, are we gonna put Vexing Bauble on Ursa Saga, or are we gonna put that on the fact that Vexing Bauble just shouldn't have been printed?
Sure, Vexing Bubble shouldn't have been printed, but that's a power level that might still happen.
And you?
Sure.
How many Core Steel cutters have been registered in Legacy? I haven't looked at the mono red deck, the Stompy deck, but I'm pretty sure it's 0.
I don't think Red Stompy plays it. I haven't seen that much Delver actually.
There is some Delver. It might be in sideboard. Let me see if I can find one.
For the ELM.
Is it Delver? We have one.
Oh yeah, but you're not qualified.
Oh, we have
0.
No, we have at table 17.
Ooh, so we have someone.
We have a Delver player with 4 Core Steel Cutters. Absolutely.
It's the only player who has him. Yeah. So we have one. The other is a Delver doesn't play it.
Wasn't doing too great this tournament. It's currently 3-1-2, and it's a known good player, so not the best showing, but yeah, Core Steel Cutter is just a really good card.
It might need a bit more. Not every Euro tempo plays it, but it might need a bit more time for Legacy to fully grow into. Like, decks need to be changed up maybe a bit more than they currently are. But it's a very strong card, and it wouldn't surprise me if you see a little less mainboard and like half of it in sideboard for specific matches instead of all in mainboard.
Yeah. It's basically the modern day version of Young Pyromancer in how it's being played, what role it fulfills.
But we'll see how it goes. It's definitely a card you can. In Legacy, you have to keep your eyes out, but it's a little too expensive as well for
Yeah.
Potentially for a forward legacy.
Having to cast 2 cards is a cost.
It's not,
like
the
that.
two
It builds
cards.
up.
The 2 cards isn't the issue. I don't
No,
think
but
it's the issue.
it builds up. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it's pretty much the 2 cards. Yeah, it's doable.
In the
But it's
meantime,
hard.
we have. Yeah, no, for sure. In the meantime, we have a nice fast start for Jordi again.
Yeah. Well, it's only 1 wasteland away and an escapade away. We're ruining someone's day, that's for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're Jordi in this situation, you have to try. You just make him have it.
I mean,
that is Force of Will.
We're not done. We're nowhere close. We don't want the Force of Will.
No, for sure. Well, now the Force of Will wouldn't have been awful.
That's the beans. Are just setting up. Oh boy.
Yeah.
He's still 1 color away.
I feel like Jordi needs to go fast. For some reason, if I have to read on Michael, I feel like Jordi just needs the pressure because this is gonna get worse.
I mean, at some point Jordi gets there, but there's also the aspect of time.
Many lands, yes.
Yeah.
Great.
No lands, no lands. Oh boy. This is not what you wanted to see. Still picks up a permanent card, but I don't think the disruptive.
No, this is not a disruptive flute.
No, I mean you could use disruptive flute on Leyline Binding, right? Or on Wasteland. So it costs significant more mana than you can get a discount for.
I feel like putting it on Wasteland in this situation is maybe jumping the gun a bit, because you might end up using your own Wastelands first.
For sure, but you can put it on Leyline Binding. At that point, it costs 5.
Yeah.
Which shuts down one of your opponent's removal spells for a long time.
So you go to 18. 1 second.
Forcing the second one.
Counter this one.
They lose summoner. Yeah. That's very good.
Yeah. Okay, this goes here. This resolves. Yeah. I get this one. Yeah.
All right.
Feel 4 cards. 1, 2,
2,
3, 4. Yeah.
4. Not really what you're looking for.
Just anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're digging.
And I play this. Yeah. And then I'll pester. Okay. Yes.
Second Beanstalk.
Right, so they're both trying to dig for win conditions. Michael doesn't have much. And Jordi is just a single card away.
Yeah, but also Michael. No, Michael hasn't missed the land drop yet.
No, not yet. He still probably still has one. Okay, this is big.
Wasteland is a good one. And now we start drawing cards. Now this becomes a problem. Now the
This is
Beanstalks come
Saga.
online.
Yeah, the Beanstalks are aligned. The question is, when are you going to trigger the Wasteland? Because you would absolutely have jumped the gun if you have an extra page on hand and be able to cast it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind that you would at that point. Because I don't think you're too afraid of the few of the constructs.
Well, not at first, but eventually. No. We're just gonna start removing counters.
I mean, you got nothing better to do.
In your upkeep?
What is happening in my in this upkeep?
Force a figure, hard cast. Getting rid of the Ursa Saga and the Exploration.
Yeah,
That's
Grixis Saga is very good.
that's some good pressure.
2 cards.
Yep.
Did you already draw a flute? Yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you want to shut down the wasteland at this point? The answer is apparently not.
I think you want to play the Thespian stage first. Because now, like, if I'm Michael, and I see a Disruptor Flute being cast by Yordi in this board state, I will 100% take care of the Dark Depths.
Yeah, but he wasn't able to in the previous turn. He had his own turn.
Oh,
where
yeah,
the
he was
wasteland
stepped. He was stepped out, right?
Because what else do you want to name with your flute?
Yeah.
There's no Teferi in the list, and I don't think that your own wastelands are doing it. You don't have a loam engine or anything. So there's 2 things you can do: either shut down a spell by having 3 additional mana, or making it cost 3 additional mana, or shut down the wasteland so any draw for testing stages is live. Yeah, Leyline Binding is a possibility. It makes sure it costs 5. Michael has it available.
Yeah, and between Leyline Binding and Swords to Plowshares, you want to name Leyline Binding because if they swords, you get 20 life and are able to rebuild.
Yeah, Leyline Binding does way more.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leyline Binding could have been a good one a few turns earlier. It's pretty much less relevant now. I mean, at this point, I would still be very much afraid for the Extirpate, but you don't know if he has it, or Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, no, I would not expect him to be on Extirpate, of all things.
No, I think the card is a lot better than given credit for.
You know, for sure, the Split Second is a very relevant ability, absolutely. But usually just being able to not have to pay mana is so much more important.
Oh, okay, the Wasteland is being cracked. What's happening? Did he find the Extirpate? I mean, there's still the issue of time.
Yeah.
Ah, that's 2 mana.
Ooh. That makes sense, Fire of the Wasteland.
And destroy.
Mill and destroy.
Yes.
I have to think. Yeah.
Grab the Wasteland.
So you mill 3 cards and then get one land back. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going for the Disruptor Flute.
Yep.
Sure.
Wasteland.
Okay,
Oh
then-
wait. Okay, whatever. Okay.
Then all wastelands.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my head, I was something else.
Okay, so we are going for Wasteland, but I'm not sure if Jordi was actually happy with what he named or not.
No, he isn't. He might have wanted to use his own as well.
He should have, in response to this, in response to Disruptor Flute, he should have probably tried and take Michael off of a color.
Yeah, there's not much to take out. Could have taken out the black mana. But then again, we don't know if he already has an idea about the extirpates. Or whatever Graveyard Hate he's using outside of Endurance.
I mean, he's got to assume there's something. I mean, he knows the Endurance, but it's safe to assume that there's something beyond the Endurance.
Legacy player, that's
I mean,
it.
for those watching the game, if you think like, why is nothing happening? Nothing happening. This is pretty much what happens from the land side once in a while.
Yep.
Sometimes you just aren't drawing out of your utility, and you just play your awkward lands, trying to find anything that does something. Especially while being hindered a little bit, as Michael's shown very capable of doing so. It's just a draw go at that point. Michael is the draw go, but the amount of kill conditions he has left in this deck after boarding is a lot lower.
And then for the Euro, this one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had that Ursa Saga, which got worse figured, which also doesn't help because we'd at least be doing something at this point.
Yeah, but there's an Urona coming next turn. At that point, it goes pretty fast. It's not going because there's Caracas. So we're just waiting for what is it? The Murktide Regent. Start blasting.
Leyline Binding.
Sure. Is it? Is
Technically,
it's not end of turn.
No, I think
Now the
he
wastelands are
untapped.
back. Yeah, he untapped. It's his turn.
Yeah.
So he could wasteland the Caracas and he can still play a land. So yeah, he can wasteland the Caracas and play an Uro this turn.
Also turns on Jordi's Wasteland again.
Yeah, sure. But he could still tap. He doesn't have all the colored mana, so he couldn't play Euro. Only he used a single wasteland. He could have wasted something and played a Euro. Get the clock in. You don't have that much time left in round.
Yeah.
You still want to win.
That's gonna be time for our coverage table. Yeah,
I don't see anyone winning.
No. Because let's say Michael finds a Murktide region or something, and then there's a invasive Ith in play, and the Murktide does nothing.
There's two wastes. There's two wastelands, so that's fine.
Oh, he has two. I didn't see the second one.
No.
Okay, so that's fine.
Then there's two, but he needs the Murktide region right now, and if possible, even an Uro.
Yeah, it's just 20 life is so much.
Yeah, the decks are definitely capable of beating it, but he has 2 turns to attack, so he needs to create 10 power on average. Yeah. An Uro and an 8/8. Yeah, okay. An Uro could work this turn if he creates a Murktide next turn.
Because this is turn 1. Yeah,
this is turn 1 extra time. Yeah, he has 2 attack.
Yeah.
He has 2 attacks. Yeah, that's,
this is turn 0. I'm being told.
Oh, this okay. It doesn't change a single thing for Michael.
No.
He still has 2 attacks left. Let's see.
Justin. Where you at, boy?
Alright, so meanwhile a little update in the other tables. Patrick Powell's has won with Mono Blue Painter on table 4.
Interesting.
Table 6, Naya Depths for Thijs Witteman. And on table 7, who's the white with Yorion, Death and Texas?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how top 8 shapes
How that
up,
one
'cause
plays
it's-
out, yes.
That's gonna be a weird one.
I'm trying to find the other one that's on 4-0 and 2.
So yeah, the Uro escaping, exiling a bunch of instants and sorceries means the Murktide grows.
Yeah.
Means we actually have a clock here.
That should be big enough.
We're 19. We're actually one short.
Yeah. For your information, Thijs Witteman is the other player on 4-0 and 2, so he's already taking away a spot from one of the 5-on-1s. So he goes to 5-0 and 2.
Right.
So
So we possibly have 2 people who ID'd and actually got kicked out.
Yeah, first point of drama has started. And we might actually see the second point of drama happening right now. So I'm really curious of the people who drew this round, who gets kicked out, if anyone gets kicked out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see, but some people are going to be very sad with these standings.
Some people are going to be very mad about them drawing, yes. 5-1 is not as safe as you think.
No. That's why you always play.
In most cases, in most tournaments, 5-on-1 is very safe. It's pretty much how top 8 is, but there is an amount of draws that can happen during the turn, during the game. For the amount of players, just shy of 128, because you go for 8 rounds if you have more than 128 players, if I'm correct. And then it goes back to the 2 to X11.
See, 8 starts at 129.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Over 128.
Now 128,
So, yeah,
you're still in the 7-round territory.
Yeah, you're still in the 7 rounds. But the closer you get to the 128 number, the more likely it is that 5-on-1 might not be enough.
And attack trigger.
25?
Yeah. 25, draw a card.
So what can Jordi draw that earns him pretty much a draw? Esmin Sage is not it.
I don't think there is anything, to be honest.
No, there's one in the graveyard. I think I don't think even that one is enough.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah,
Hold up, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, he needs something against the flyer. Because that is a very big Murktide.
See, Michael doesn't have a wasteland in play right now, right? No.
Nope. I don't think he needs it.
No, he has plenty. Like those beans have drawn so many cards already.
If he has a leyline binding, he's good.
And spell?
Yes.
But I'm more looking into how can mono green force a draw. Because the way I'm looking at it, it's looking very good for Michael.
Jordi doesn't have a loam in the graveyard, so there's nothing he can mill into. Because I feel like it needs to be double Maze of Ith, to be honest. Malevolent Rumble into Maze of Ith, maybe?
Not enough. Like the Euro, the Euro isn't killing you. It's a flyer.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so that doesn't matter. I think it's just Maze of Ith then.
I don't see white cards.
I think I saw white cards.
And take a thing off.
Yeah, then I can discard.
Yes.
I thought I did at least. Yeah, no, this is Source Stabilizer. Oh, Source Stabilizer doesn't do it. Needs to be Leyline Binding.
Needs to be Leyline Binding. I do think I see a Leyline Binding second card in his hand, or is it? What is it? It wasn't a Euro. Sometimes hard to see.
I don't know.
If Michael has a Leyline Binding, there is pretty much nothing that can happen. I don't see it. There might be a crop rotation line, but I'm pretty sure there's plenty of counters to go. A Euro is just 6/6, so that's not enough.
Yeah. I think Jordi's out here is Merit Lage and Prey.
Yeah, pretty much. But if there's an endurance,
but also
that's
then
a different story.
Also, it doesn't give Jordi what he needs.
Endurance does everything for Michael.
You know, for Michael, for Jordi, I think.
Yeah, just play the second one. I don't think it matters, but.
Take me. 1, 2, 3, 4 counter more.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not sure why you want to pick your own. There's not much in the graveyard that he wants to draw. But then again, if he doesn't shuffle the one Mace of it back, he should be fine.
Oh yeah, because you could crop up for it otherwise.
Yeah. Now it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, with the extra body.
With the extra body, yeah. There's 9 coming in, even if he has a 20/20.
I'm wondering what Jordi's thinking about.
I mean, it's at least fighting until the final bell rings. I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, for sure. Well, what's the fight? What's the fight looking like?
It's hoping your coach throws in the towel. But that's how it sounds like. You're absolutely battered and smashed and completely out of it. There is absolutely no way. You can take out the 1 white mana source, sure. It's still in combat, so it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and it's already after attackers.
You can take out the second white mana source, and doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. If he's smart enough, he makes at least 1 white. Now he makes it 20/20. Ah, he's an Otawara. Sure. That's not enough.
Then he dies?
He dies to the 9 damage.
Yeah. Okay, Jordi's slow rolling it. For sure.
I think he's still dead to the 9 damage.
Before.
Yeah, no, he conceded.
Wasteland, and then you attack. Oh no, because I can block only.
So the drama is complete. I mean, there's some 5-1-1 people are having a great Cradle tournament, but getting the bad news that they are not into top 8.
Yeah.
This is the final match that's going on. That is happening. Once this one has reported, we will get the standings for top 8.
Is everyone waiting for Jordi again? Is it that time of the year again? God, how I've missed this.
I mean, he's playing Lance. Is what happens.
Yeah.
It just happens that after boarding, after game 1, it's Michael's deck isn't the fastest anymore, right? He takes out a bit of gas. He plays with very low creature count at that point.
I mean, I shouldn't be complaining. I'm happy for Jordi that he's back on his deck, because he was he was homeless for like a year.
Yeah, it's 4-2-2, 4-2-1. It's still a very solid result.
8 announcement. First place, 7 points, Patrick Pauwels. First place, Joost Den Bieman. Fourth place, Michael Kammer. Fifth place, Thijs Witteman. And then we have 3 more slots in the top 8, but 5 players on 5-1-1. The first one who's on 6th place is Renzo Verkoren. 7th place is Alexander Junic. And our final top 8 competitor will be David Lambrechts.
How many?
Congratulations to all top 8 players. If you could please collect over there at the banner to have a picture taken. This hall where I'm broadcasting from will be closed, so please leave it.
So for those who were still listening, out of the people who drew, the 4 people who drew previous round on 5-1, 3 of them made it in. 1 of them got kicked out.
Yeah.
And tiebreak is on 9th place.
And it's a player I know. It's he's a local. It's 2019 Dutch Open Series Player of the Year, Sebastian Janssen. So sad. So sad. But still a good performance.
Yeah, definitely. It needed both players on 4-on-2 to win. But considering his resistance, it might even not have been enough.
It was really close on resistance.
It's very close on resistance. That's why I said that there's definitely going to be some people getting some bad news. Drawing wasn't safe.
No, for sure, for sure.
Drawing was pretty safe for Renzo, because he was at a very high resistance. And I think Alexander could have been relatively safe, but everyone else shouldn't have drawn. They were not safe enough.
No. Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Anyways, congratulations to our top 8. We're gonna take a small break, and then we're going to start our top 8 matches. So everyone, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching.
See you sign ups. What's Cradle? Emily? Yeah. Trigger. Yes. Nog een battle?
Dit moet ook aan worden gezet. Kijk, nu even
neem 2 van een 18.
Dus wij kunnen gewoon spelen, maar gewoon de komende
Beter spelen.
Wat is dat?
Paint Servant.
Niet dat wij zo lekker zitten lullen.
Noem zwart.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Apparently, we went straight into the top 8.
Ja, een keertje de best.
Straight into the top 8. Well, I thought I had a few minutes to grab a small bite myself, but it's okay. I'll be here solo. We're live from the Willem II Stadium with the top 8 of the Bazaar of Boxes 15. These players are playing for not only a nice prize money, but they're also playing for 2 tickets for the European Legacy Masters.
Dus het is ook wel. Het is wel. Het is private. Ja, €16. Ja, precies. En ik heb gratis eten. Ik heb snel naar huis gevonden.
So on the left side, we're going to see a little mono blue painted deck. It's the only painted deck that made it into the top 8.
Wat zijn? Hij is niet top 8. Hij is niet top 8. Hij is 6. Nee, maar ronde 6 wordt tegen.
Yeah, it's the only painted one that actually made it as the top seed as well. And on the right side, we see an old classic in Dimir Reanimator.
Ja. Ja, ik weet niet of je het verteld had, maar hij heeft 1 oud en die pakte die toch als topdeck. Tenminste, bij één toch nog zo. Die kan met 20 al. En hij pakt een Tamio en die kan natuurlijk flying blokken. Ja, hoort erbij. Ja, ja.
Ja, het is nu 5 minuten rijden. Ja, maar ik kom nog terug. Ik ga heel even mijn hond laten. Yo, ik spier nog, man. Dus, jojo. Jullie ook, wat komen?
Yeah, the mic was indeed picking up some local sounds. It should be fixed right now. So we're getting back straight into the proper top 8 match. We had a nice start. The Grainstone is out there. It's all the way to shiny. There's also a servant out there. That's another Grindstone. Well, it's been served out. So now it's waiting to try and find the Grindstone. See what's happening. There's one Tamio. There's more Tamio on the other side. Trying to create additional artifacts, but so far the Force of Wills are still being handled. What? They are playing at quite the speed, that's for sure.
All right, I'm also here. Sorry about that.
That's what happens. I'm trying to get into the game, and I don't recognize half the cards because they're all fancy and shiny invitations, inventions.
We have a Lotus Petal and a Painter Servant.
That is a Lotus Petal, dear lord.
Yes. It even looks like a petal.
No, it doesn't. Give me
does.
the old one. I only know the Tempest version.
I mean, that's a good one for sure.
Nice and simple. But yeah, it's both players on both sides were trying to get the combo going. At least for Reanimators, get a big fat creature, and for the painted deck, it's a Grindstone. It's all he needs is just one little Grindstone. There's no a Saga in play to find it, so he has to draw it. For now, has to draw it naturally. They're still stuck up as an opportunity to draw it faster. But I don't think it's in hand. Is that the Grindstone in hand?
Didn't quite catch it.
I mean, it's another shiny artifact, that's for sure, but I don't recognize it.
Can I just take a moment to acknowledge the fact that I'm shocked that somebody's still playing Dimir Reanimator?
I mean, you can always play Reanimator.
Yeah,
that's
but
a Grindstone. Yeah,
like a full-on like tempo combo build. Like that was the whole point of the bannings, right?
Sure, you take out the frog, but it doesn't mean Reanimator. Reanimator was fine before the frog.
I'm not talking about the frog. The frog isn't the problem here. The frog never was the problem. It's just it was a really good card.
Sure. I mean, it did a lot for the deck. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Reanimator. I mean, the base package of reanimating something it's an absolute nightmare to deal with still works.
Yeah, no, apparently. I was hoping that banning the troll was going to do more, but apparently
no.
David didn't get that message, so...
Reanimate never got the message. The deck was fine before the troll. The deck will be fine without a troll once again.
Yeah,
and the question is how you build it. They build it with the tempo lineup, which is perfectly fine. You can also still go back and go more on the combo lineup and play a bit more fat creatures. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, Archon of Cruelty is.
It's very, very, very familiar with the old Reanimate list.
Yeah,
it's how I won my first nationals. Legacy nationals, that was.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, 2 months after the first unbanning. So my list got picked up in Europe, and it's the same list that won the Grand Prix Madrid during the same time.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, one big dude is enough to shuffle up and play for next round.
Especially when it's an Archon of Cruelty. Archon of Cruelty is definitely the better reanimator target against any kind of painter variant.
Yeah, Archon of Cruelty is an absolute beating. I do think it's a shame that some of the old ones aren't played anymore, or even get to see playing sideboard anymore.
Yeah.
You don't see, for example, Iona that much again anymore, which is just a shame. Because I do think with the current slower format, it's an absolute beating. And I'm pretty sure it's not on the sideboard as well. No,
It's
this one
also-
is. This is a real tempo list. But then you get the new targets in Archon of Cruelty and Atraxa.
And I feel like if this list were to play Griselbrand instead of Atraxa, like Griselbrand wouldn't even really be good enough here. I think you'd go for the second Archon of Cruelty
If you
first.
go Griselbrand in the current system, you change the deck so the single Griselbrand will win you the game straight out, right? You go back to the old combo variant.
Yeah, exactly.
Which got played quite a bit before Grief even was introduced. There was a small moment where the Griselbrand was an absolute terror to deal with.
Even with Grief.
Oh yeah, it was still there with Grief. Yeah, there's a small moment of overlap. But after the Frog got there, this tempo variant got introduced, and it's what people currently, for now, change back into instead of going the full-blown old version again.
Yeah.
So people are playing the Bowmasters, the Brazen Borrows, and the Tamios as a way to play more for the early game as well, instead of just relying on your one fatty, which the old list used to do.
Yeah, not to say that. I wasn't a fan of the old list because I don't think it's very interesting play patterns. If you enjoy the deck, all the power to you. But
guilty.
Yeah, it's at least that deck you could somewhat interact with. With this, it's just it does everything all at the same time, and it's just overwhelming.
Yeah, sure, but you don't have a lot of everything. That's the whole point, right? Your tempo package is to keep your opponent busy while you draw into the rest, and the old package was just dig until you just do it, and your opponent just has to be capable of dealing with it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can't win against both the game plans.
Yeah, I don't really agree with it because both plans are very strong, but you still need to draw that side of the deck.
All right.
It's definitely not as strong as with the Frog, for example. It definitely helps. I don't think it's as strong as the mono black version was with Grief. Because that deck was an absolute nightmare. It was very consistent. I've not been a Reanimate player for very long, but it used to be. I mean, I kind of reintroduced the deck here in Legacy, but we're talking about 15 years ago. The deck is still very strong. It always has been and still is. I don't think it's about it's this is as much of a menace as most of the other combo decks are in the format. The tempo package isn't as strong as it looks like because it's very limited.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there because I do not agree at all. Like, the tempo plan is the whole point that the deck is as strong as it is. Like you cannot sit here and tell me that the tempo plan isn't the reason why this deck is good right now. Like, I refuse.
I mean, there have been a few players that brought Reanimate to this tournament, and the results are fine.
That's
middle of the pack decks and one top 8.
That's not what I'm talking about. That is completely ignoring what I'm talking about. Anyway, we have a grindstone and a pedal here for Patrick. Gonna bolt in a sink in the stupor. And finds a fast painter.
Yeah, as Reanimate. Now what? So he decided not to counter it, but he doesn't have a second blue card.
I don't think he has to, as the fatal push. And if you try to force the fatal push, then you just fight over that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. He still has. He can just wait until he pulls the trigger, spends another 3 mana in there, fights for the result.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a bit scarier though.
What's the card next to the Fatal Push? The second one? It looks like a second Fatal Push. Yeah, better start destroying. That's one. Like, sure. What's the worst that could happen? There's two. Oh, there's not two.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick could have gone for it, but I think he knows that David must have something, because if you're just playing land go, like you're holding up interaction of some sort.
He has 6 cards. He has so many cards in
Yeah.
hand. Of course, you have to consider that he might have it. But you don't have 3 mana. You can't activate it. So that one wasteland is already buying some time. It's very effective. David is playing very safely.
Ghost Vacuum is one of those cards that, when it came out, people were really hyped about, and I never really saw it do anything. I know people were talking about, oh, you can play one of the cards you've exiled. I've never actually seen anyone do that.
I can remember seeing it being activated as well. But it's a fine card. It's a nice utility. You can find it with Saga, and indeed, if your game goes long, you have something to pick up. Well, yeah, you should be considering if it's better than the other options currently available.
Yeah, I don't see it, but people love the card, so it must be there must be some reason why.
I can see the choice, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Don't think it should be the top choice for Legacy. It's probably better in formats that are guaranteed a little bit slower. But Legacy still seems too fast for me to just aim for the 6 mana part. But then again, the Tamiyo is just one additional card that will get you to the 6 mana. Once again, a lot of the decks are now shutting each other down, so that drags the format along. So maybe the 6 mana isn't that crazy, but do you really want to make your own Painted Servants at this point?
No, not particularly. No. It's mostly just a bad. Well, anything really. There's so many artifacts.
Just a finish slot. Yeah. There is a Tamiyo. That card has surprisingly found itself in a lot more decks than I would have expected it to be.
The Kaito.
The Kaito, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a really good value creature. Even when it isn't a creature.
Yeah, can counter ninjutsu. It's an ability. It's very nice.
True.
Yeah, it's not that Kaito is a bad card. It's a pretty nice card, but I wasn't expecting it to be this.
Yeah, to see
present.
as much play as it has. Yeah.
The Tamiyo definitely helps, but
I'm more surprised that Tamiyo sees as much play as she does.
if you play slow format, people like to draw cards.
Yeah, but people were playing Tamiyo when the format wasn't
when the format
slow.
was faster as well, yeah.
Yeah. Like now I understand the Tamiyo. Just ooh.
Yeah,
that's a that's a one-sided hand.
That's a whole. That's a big nothing burger. Jesus.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's
Hey,
draw.
you see this reanimate plan? How about I don't use it?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think Patrick is dead, but not having a third land is just not helping either.
Yeah.
zijn, maar ja.
But also, like, did Patrick just draw all his sideboard cards and then still lose? Is that what
pretty
happened
much.
here?
That's exactly what happened. You don't want to draw all of them. You don't want to draw some of them.
Cool. Oh no, we had some dismembers as well.
Doesn't the game mean that je eerst
Yeah, sure.
dat je tempo was? En nu
I mean, dismember would have kept Kaido from hitting the battlefield. That's a thing.
It would. The singleton Kaito.
Oh, interesting. Did we born in the Harbinger?
Harbinger Seas?
Yeah. I guess so. No, it turns off Ancient Tomb.
Did he take out his entire Reanimate package?
Maybe.
Because I can see that one. Just
Yeah.
sure, make them bored. Make them bored
that-
out.
Oh yeah, there is Ursa Saga. They never put Ursa Saga near lands. They put Ursa Saga near enchantment, so I always miss it. It's. I never know why. But yeah, no, I would absolutely expect David to just board out the reanimation plan.
Yeah, it's definitely at that point you really need to know the format. Like what does the mono blue painter have in its sideboard? What do they board in order to properly assess if that is an option.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, it makes sense. Right? I think it's very strong.
Thanks for the games.
Oké, dank je. Ja, die had ik al wel doen. Ja, nee, dat was echt een goede draw. Ja, je moet ook zeggen...
So yeah, that was Patrick's moment in top 8. Well, still a very good score to make it to top 8. So congrats to him. Was he first seed?
Patrick
right?
was. The
Yeah.
painted deck was, yeah.
So this is the upset.
Well, I mean, anything in top 8 isn't really the upset, right? And there's only one draw difference between the painted deck and the Reanimator.
Sure, but I love standing on technicality.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, David was the number 8 seed. If you want to go there, he barely squeaked in.
Yeah.
That's in Tropical Island.
Oh, that's much better.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, so I think this is Sam on Infect.
You are correct. That Glistener Elf might be the one.
So then I assume the other player is
Alexander
Alexander.
Jurich.
Yeah, on
Grixis
Grixis Tempo.
It's not the matchup Sam is looking forward to. Especially, he might have enough removal or at least protection spells. But for now, it's Sebastian trying to do everything he can to keep those infect creatures off the table. Yeah.
No, it's Alexander.
Oh, I mean Alexander. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
it's
try to
hard.
get the top fixed as well. I don't know what's happening, but
No,
It's,
so far Alexander's feeling good. He is 1-0 up. He has a removal for his opponent's cards. Let's see if he can keep it up.
yeah, Bowmaster is probably a pretty good card in this matchup because as in fact you need a certain
is-
combination of cards, so you need your cantrips,
It's straight up removal. It's that simple.
and then your brainstorm is straight up just you removing yourself.
Yeah, no more brainstorms, no more fun.
Got some fetches.
Can you imagine there's a time when everyone said brainstorm should be banned? Take it out, it's too good. And now you slowly see less and less brainstorms in Legacy.
Oh no!
There's still
Brainstorm.
plenty. Don't get me wrong, but you slowly see less in the format. There's a lot more space for all the colors to shine outside of blue decks.
Sure, but I think that has more to do with other strong cards being printed, not brainstorm being
for sure.
any less powerful.
Oh, it's still there, but the shouts of it being, oh, it's too good, it should be banned. Brainstorm
Oh, no.
facts, it's crazy.
I think it's still bannable, absolutely. But
It won't happen. It's just
Oh.
it's just one of those cards that it's like a staple of of Legacy. It feels powerful. It feels good.
No, it's mostly just a staple.
And if they hate Brainstorm that much, they can always unban Mental Misstep and ruin the format once again.
Oh yeah, that's true. I certainly hope they don't unban Mental Misstep. My God,
No.
that card was made for a singleton, and it shouldn't have been made.
That was a clear mistake.
Yeah, would have helped against that Fatal Push though.
I mean, it wasn't every deck. It wasn't even in Goblins.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, right now, how can Sam recover? I mean, he has to fight against more removal than he has infect creatures. It is such an uphill battle.
Yeah,
I think he did well for himself, getting top 8 with the Infect deck. I mean, he has to beat plenty of powerful decks, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's funny because he was off of it. He was playing Jeskai Control when Control was considered completely unplayable. And to then have Control be good again, and then go straight back to Infect. I love it.
Yeah, it's... I mean, then again, the deck list not available. That's unfortunate. It's hard to see what he played against. He played against Izzet Delver. So he beat one Tempo deck before, even though it's Izzet and not the Grixis or Dimir one.
Yeah, and I think the fact that this is Grixis is very relevant here.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
That's going to be the biggest problem.
But yeah, he got straight in with into top 8 by winning his first 5 games. So maybe he just avoided all the Tempo decks until that point. And now he's reaping his rewards. Now he unfortunately got pretty much paired against, I would say, is probably his worst matchup. I don't think the Reanimator is any better. Everything else might be, I mean, not so bad for the deck. But he still has a fighting chance. I mean, Alexander doesn't have the pressure to kill Sam anytime soon.
So, to be fair, I think this gets a bit better for Sam post-board. Because we already saw the deck. No, we saw the other Infect player who was playing what's the card? Triumph of St. Catherine. Sam isn't. Sam is actual full Simic.
He is straight up in the old list. Well, it paid well. It paid off. Oh.
Interesting. Because I think it was Sam who first started playing the Triumph.
Yeah, the interesting differences between the lists is what I can see is that this list doesn't play turn it into the 6/4. It does play Embiggen, but that's not it. So it doesn't turn creatures into 6/4s. Oh, one more Infect creature into the bin. So this endurance is having to pull some work. I'm looking to it. There's no real removal for this deck, but I wouldn't count it out on just winning on the endurance if there's only one card in Alexander's hand. He's at 11.
I mean, push come to shove, you can just go with endurance beats. That is where we're headed. So
not just endurance beats. There is this card that's called Berserk in this deck.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean with endurance beats. It's your endurance becomes like a 16/16.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's absolutely possible. And at that point with Berserk as well, Invigorate cancels itself out. it even becomes a benefit at that point.
Yeah, and if you know it's not going to die, which realistically you don't, but
Yeah, I do wonder why Alexander accepted the death of his bowmaster.
Did he have a removal spell?
No, I think he. I think it's the Legolas. Yeah.
It's the quick
yeah.
reflexes, so he
Reflex to untap it. So he kind of got surprised by it. But yeah, that's yeah, Legolas to block bowmaster.
And at that point, the removal spell doesn't work anymore. There's something that's going to get blocked.
So what does Alexander have so far? That 3/4 looks pretty damn juicy.
Yeah, fatal push.
That's a fatal push. That's fine. Can you protect it? It's not a second bowmaster. So that's or is it?
Might be. Yeah, it is. Last card was Bowmaster.
Sure.
I mean, it's not going to kill the endurance.
No, but you still get a 3/3, which is very big, very important. It can still kill the noble hero.
You get the 4/4.
Yeah, with 4/4.
Yeah, ETB plus 3 draws.
Even. Yeah.
But the endurance is still a 4/5 off of the exalted trigger.
Yeah, I mean, he's still dying to fatal push for now.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
There's 3 more triggers. I can just ping one to the endurance, block it with the 4/4, get rid of it. What is he doing? What's happening? Let's see, because there's 5 blocking toughness. And vigor rate would make it 7, 14.
Reflexes. That's what we're doing.
Sure. So I guess there's no blocking allowed.
All right.
Yeah,
now another hierarch.
Sure. I mean, it's 4.
4, as far as you know.
It's time for this game of chicken.
Yeah, let's go see what you could possibly have.
It's a game of chicken.
How many pump spells is that? It's 10. Which of the 10 pump spells you can still have?
Yeah.
Oh, we used one.
Does he know about the Berserk? Oh, now we're going to get Embiggen. Time for a little read. So at nothing target non-bushwhack creature type gets +1/+1 for each stupid type, card type, and subtype it has. So it's a creature. It's what is it? An elemental something. It's 2 subtypes.
Yeah. Yeah, which is fun because with the Phyrexian type being added to a bunch of creatures just are
yeah. So it's
way
just
bigger.
just slightly bigger than the good old giant growth for most of his cards in the deck.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you look at the noble hero, it's big enough to kill off one of his kill York army. But yeah, as said, the game of chicken is happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to block.
The point is, Sam doesn't.
Oh no.
Alexander has to block.
Yeah.
The question is, what's happening with the Berserk? Is there a Berserk? Oh boy.
Ooh.
That works. Oh, that is very lethal.
Oh.
And the Force of Will isn't doing it.
No, but I mean, at least he has a blocker. I think he just waits a turn.
It still has reach. So it still works.
I mean, it's close.
It's very close. I said it's a game of chicken. The Brazen Borer can block. So that's not it. Is this enough? He's only going in with this one. Oh. Okay, that's an invigorate. Sure. That works. He still needs a new one. Let's get rid of the token. What else? What else can you do? It's another card. That's a blocker.
Yeah.
How big is it?
Not that big because we just enduranced.
That's a double days. No, it's a days end. Something else.
I think it was a.
Oh, that's.
I think it was maybe an invigorate. Was it? No, it wasn't. I think we have tropical.
No, we bounced a tropical.
Oh yeah, wait. We have two cards in hand, right?
The other card is an additional days. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said that. I thought you said double days.
Yeah, double days. Yeah, I wasn't sure about the second one. But for now, it's still interesting. It's still a game of chicken.
Yeah. Okay, we know about the trop.
It's a new invigorate.
I think so.
I mean, as Sam, you can just go there. You know, I have two cards, and it's all of the possible cards are an absolute nightmare for Alexander to think about it. Yeah, that is lethal. If you hard cast it. Oh boy. I don't think I would have risked it at that point.
I mean,
but then again, it's a game of chicken.
I mean, can you not though?
I mean, you die to pretty much everything that gives power and toughness.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of it in the Simic deck, right? Berserk would kill him, Invigorate would kill him, and Biggin would kill him.
Yeah.
All of these things will just straight up kill you. And he just considered the fact that I'm on 7. If I take 4, I go down to 3. If he bluffs it, I'm in a pretty good spot because I can attack again. Still keep a blocker open. See what I draw. If I draw a removal or card draw or anything, I can take the swing. But I don't think you can think that way.
No.
As I said, everything kills you, but it doesn't kill you if you block it outside of Berserk. But Berserk also kills the creature. So maybe you should have considered blocking with another Goyf. It also depends on how big the Nethergoyf was.
I think it was.
Graveyard. No, it's a 0/1.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He got 1 or 2 cards in there, so maybe it's a 2/3. Like, it was never going to do anything except block.
No. Yeah. Well, okay, so we got a more nice and exciting game 3. More magic for us. So now Alexander is on the play. So let's see what happens with the hand he's able to keep. I'm pretty much surprised and impressed how Sam did it.
Yeah,
he tried to get the maximum out of his deck, asked the question, make sure the questions were asked to Alexander and not the other way around.
I mean, I think we got a glimpse into how Sam went 5-0 into double ID, right?
Yep.
Because like this man will play through answers. Answers are enough.
No, it's just like he will not place your answers. He just, even though he was pretty much on the back foot, right? He got all of his infect creatures killed. He somehow made it manageable to keep asking questions to Alexander. He was never on. It never felt like he was on the back foot.
Yeah.
Even though there was pretty much not much left to play with.
Yeah. He had almost nothing going on, and still he was asking the questions.
Yes. And at some point you're at a low enough life total, and then the game of chicken happens. Who starts blocking first? And well done.
I mean, it's fantastic to see Sam back on Infect. He's just such a good Infect player.
Yeah, that looks like a way better hand for Alexander, especially on the play.
Yeah, that too.
I see a few lands, I see a daze. If you have a Force of Will, get it out of there. It's not doing anything. Didn't Infect for a while played Cavern of Souls?
I think they might have, yeah. Did they?
I'm looking at the list because I remember seeing like maybe one or two of for Cavern of Souls, like not the full squad. I have to go back and research for a bit.
It would have to have been after the update where they all became Phyrexian, right? Because before that, there's no point.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't even think it's worth it, to be honest.
It depends what which decks are popular, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they did. I think there was also the time where like there is a bit more counter spells available as well, or more blue decks. So with fewer blue decks, it's less necessary.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't cost all your other stuff, but
yeah, and also it's not an island for days, so it feels kind of risky.
Yeah, I think it depends on the. I don't think Days was played everywhere in Infect as well.
Huh.
I know there used to be some
Yeah.
lists in Counterbalance Miracles. That might very well be.
Oh, that's like way back then, before I played.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely way back.
Right.
But those were also the times where I think slightly more counter spells were played. The Tempo decks were playing Spell Pierce's mainboard, stuff like that.
Sure.
I might even see the occasional spell snares. Counterbalance was around. Even after Counterbalance.
Yeah, because I'm thinking in recent memory, I don't remember seeing Cavern of Souls.
No, I also don't remember seeing the full 4, but it might be a 2. Also,
yeah,
the creature update has been years ago by now. It's a very long time.
Oh, it hasn't been that long, right? Like maybe 3 years?
I have to know. No, it's been way longer. Has to be.
No, I think the fact that they added the Phyrexian creature type was fairly recent.
The Grand Creature type updates 2007 with 1,200 affected cards.
Not that one. Not that one.
Let's see.
Yeah, Kabouter, I assume he brought in the stag, for sure. He is playing 2 stags, and they're just so good in this matchup.
Oh, the Great Sable Stag.
Yeah, they're so good.
Holy, I was not expecting the card to ever see playing Legacy.
I mean, it's pro blue, pro black, can't be countered. It's like those are the only 3 lines of text that matter, right?
I mean, those are 3 very good lines of text against Alexander for sure. I'm going to be very honest. I was just not expecting it. But now we do see a card that you are more expecting. That is indeed a
Reflexes.
Ink Moth Nexus.
Yeah. He's not gonna die. He's gonna get pumped.
Yeah.
Okay,
That is,
we-
Alexander, indeed the last time you are allowed to try and target that one.
And I think our players added the poison counters to the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter because Alexander's never gonna do anything with Infect.
I mean, you never know. It's not happening, but we've seen.
We almost had sudden substitution in top 8, so you know
it was very close.
Anything could have happened. Oh, that was such a sweet deck. Yeah, if you missed any of the games, they will be up on the YouTube in usually like a week or so. So definitely be sure to check those out.
I mean, to go back, so Substitution ended it with a nice 4-2-1 score, which for a unique deck like that one, it's a very good result.
Yeah.
So what's happening? Okay, there is a Fatal Summer. He does not want his stuff countered. That's a big one.
Naked Fatal Summer.
Yeah,
no, not even that. If I remember correctly, the way this works is that the Inkmoth Nexus gets hexproof from black, which means that you can then animate it and it doesn't get pushed.
Yeah, nothing can touch it.
Yeah. This is literally just Sam fishing for.
It's not fishing. He's aiming to win here.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
It's right there. Well
just
done.
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got. It's all the removal, yeah.
Alex didn't have it.
I mean, he got a bunch of stuff, and then his opponent was like, "Well, it would be a shame if it's a land."
Oh, and Alexander had to check, and he had a wasteland on top. Oh,
never check your top card. It always makes you salty.
Never check.
Never check.
But that was a great match for sure.
I mean, Sam forced the game 3 very strongly with the way he played, or at least the position or the posture he took in the game. It's like very aggressive. He kept asking questions to Alexander, and then game 3 is just one of those matches where the Infect player is like, "Oh, I have a land. I wish you good luck with everything."
Yeah.
And all your removal, you need everything to even have a solution. But yeah, Veil's Summer and Legolas is it's all that's needed. Yeah, I like stags. These stags are amazing.
Yeah, there they are. The Great Sable Stag. What a card.
Do we know what happened in the other 2 matches of the quarterfinals?
I'm not sure. I don't think we have scores for finals.
We don't.
No.
So we are for the floor information to add up. Who is?
Hopefully, there's somebody on the floor who could tell us what's next.
Yeah, we know Sam is still up.
Yeah, we still have Sam. Let's see, we still have David on Reanimator.
Yep, we saw that one as well. And I don't think. Let me remember. Those are not each other's opponents.
I don't know if Joost won. Nice star. I know he was playing against Renzo on Izzet Delver. But I don't have a.
We currently do not have the results. No.
No.
Best wel kleine creatures dealen, maar als je dat ding gaat resolven, dan kan je niet mee dealen. Dus ja, weet je. Dat is wel lekker spelen.
Hey, good games, man.
Ja, good games. Dat was heel leuk. Zet hem op, hè.
Tot op een volgende legacy toernooi, hè?
Ja.
And hopefully we'll get those results in a moment. Everyone, thank you for watching. I said that a lot, but I am really grateful for everyone that's watching, so pat yourself on the back. You chose a good format.
I mean, enjoy the final hours of sun while we still have it, and be nice to your judge.
Oh yeah, definitely that one, for sure. All right, we're ready for our semifinals coming up.
Spoiler alert, want
We might not have a final, so this could be the end of today, but we'll have to wait and see. Robbin, you're still with me, right?
I'm still here with you. I'm very happy to get to see at least the semifinals play out. In this case, it'll be Sam. We saw in a previous round as well, playing against another tempo-like deck. In this case, it's Izzet Delver. It's a lot of cheap removal spells. On the other semifinals, it's 4-color beans against Dimir Reanimator.
Yeah, that was Michael versus David.
You are 100% correct.
All right. I also have an update on prizes. They did split. I think they split top 4. But they are playing for the ELM slots, both of them. Which I think that means we don't have a finals.
It looks like we don't have a finals, but at least we get to have a semifinals. I'll take it. I'll take 9 rounds of Legacy. It's good fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun format.
Sure.
The top 8 is nice and varied.
Yeah, we had a pretty good top 8. Now also a pretty sweet top 4. With the other table being, what was it again? 4-color beans against Dimir Reanimator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Beans deck, for example, there's been a lot of Beans deck signing up and doing very well. There's another 2 in the top 16.
Yeah.
And a deck that did surprisingly well, we haven't seen a lot during today, is the Yorion Death in Texas version. Having another 2 in the top 16, but just outside of top 8.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them actually missing out on tiebreakers, and the other one had a loss, which should have been a draw. But that's still pretty good performance, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that Death in Texas is back as a deck, for sure.
Oh yeah, if you got 2 copies, I think there's a third one, but 2 out of 3, or even 2 out of 2, are both ending up in top 16. Yeah, definitely it's worth looking at it if you need some inspiration, if you want to play a nice Q deck, but it's not the easiest deck around. Seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, the deck is quite different from the old lists, even though the play patterns are the same, just the same game, different faces, pretty much.
And now this game we are seeing Sam absolutely benefiting from doing very well in the Swiss. Because he's a top seed, he doesn't even have to roll the die roll, he just gets to start first. And for Infect, that is a very, very big deal.
Yeah, Sam with a rather triumphant return, I should say, to Infect. Like, this is his deck, this is what he is known for, and we haven't seen him play it in quite some time, but he's back and he's still killing it.
He's not just killing it, he's straight up having his one mana 1-drop, so better pray for some lightning bolts here.
Yeah. And of course Renzo on an old classic. Not a lot of new cards, right?
No, it's a relatively similar, or at least the staple list. I do see an Unholy Heat. It's more like an addition to your lightning bolts.
Yeah,
But
there is
anything too crazy.
Now there is one card that is worth mentioning, and that is Corey Steelcutter, which is a new addition from Tarkir.
He plays the full 4. It's the one deck I could find that plays the full 4. Or maybe this is the second one. There's full Corys in here. Yeah. And I don't think this is a matchup where we'll see a lot of Corey happening.
No, this is probably not grindy enough for Corey Steelcutter, but game 1, anything can happen. Maybe we
Yeah,
can
sure, and
build up real fast
it
now.
can still create a lot of blockers, right? It's still helpful, but they don't block the Inkmoth Nexus.
Yeah.
They are in blocking.
I
The
guess it's,
unblockable one, but yeah.
it's a good bit of pressure. Like, never underestimate the 1/1 prowess monks.
That's a 2/2. That's outside that is 2/2.
Okay, if it's equipped, it's a 2/2, sure. But you gotta make some more, right? That's
sure.
the idea.
There you go. Yeah, for now, Renzo has the answers available. There's still a lightning bolt in his hand. The question is, are you going to see either more creatures or another Inkmoth Nexus? Ooh, end of turn brainstorm. I don't like it. But maybe it's necessary.
It's not ideal. We're not playing Lorien Reveal.
No, but it's still use your mana. Use your mana effectively is it's the most important thing.
Well, Renzo's thinking about it quite a lot, actually.
Well, he has to. I mean, well, he doesn't have to think too much. It's only the bottom card that matters.
No,
If he wants to fetch in his turn, the bottom card matters. The other one doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was wondering. Is like, it's one card that we're really uncertain about. Oh, we're gonna mill it.
Yeah, that also works. Oh.
And it's a Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want it. Can't see if he has a second one available, but it doesn't look like it.
No, he wouldn't have played both the baubles if it was.
There's a Damio. Sure, it's not the thing you're worried about, but it's nice for Renzo to slowly accrue some value.
Yeah, it's crazy that we've gone back to Ursa's bauble, of all things.
I mean, I didn't. Ursa's bauble. How did that happen? It's just a one-off.
Yeah, sure. Like, I guess we really want the free spell. Because we're already playing the Dragon's Rage Channeler, but then also having the Core Steel Cutter means that we need some way to play something with a bit of tempo.
I mean, it might actually be relevant to look at the one card.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, the Mistress Bubble is still way better. That's why that's the 4-off, and the Ursa's Bubble is the 1-off.
I mean, the good thing about the Legacy format is there's a lot of very small changes, and they're all up to interpretation if you like it or not. Renzo decided, I like my 5th Bauble. I want my 5th artifact to make it more consistent.
I mean, for the same reason he's playing 2 Preordain.
Yeah, that's also the reason why you can play it, is he has the 4 Steel Cutters, so having an additional free spell that draws you a card, it just works.
Yeah. Like, looking at the list, it feels a lot more aggressive than I'm used to from Tempo these days. It feels like we're just going a lot harder, or at least trying to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not setting up his board faster, but it goes harder a little bit after, right? You Steel Cutters a turn 2 play instead of your turn 1 Dragon Rage Channelers. Or, what's the 3/2 flyer again? The flip card.
The Delver.
The Delver. Well, fucker. Because the Delver is gone. There's no Delver here.
Yeah, no, we got rid of the Delvers.
I mean, back in the days, we used to have a Nimble Mongoose.
I mean, back then, we couldn't imagine Nimble Mongoose being power crept. Now people aren't even playing Delver.
No, we could.
Yeah?
Oh, we definitely could, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, we couldn't see Delver getting power crept, and it definitely happened.
I mean, even Delver is bound to happen, like either removal gets too good for Delver to be played, even when after flipped, or just you get something that's stronger. At some point it was bound to happen, to have a more consistent version of it.
Sure.
And in this case, it's a 1 mana more, but it's a Steel Cutter. So pretty much, to be fair, the Delver gets beat by Dragon Rage Channeler as well.
Yeah, true. Also, worth mentioning, I really like the days from Sam here. Yes, Renzo can pay for it, but that means he doesn't have a second spell, and he doesn't actually get the monk, so...
Yeah.
It's not ideal,
Yeah,
but...
he's just buying
I like
he's
it.
just buying time.
Yeah.
Does he have a protection here? Because if he has a protection here, he might actually have something going on.
We get a monk, we get a surveil.
Is that a second lightning bolt? A third one, I mean?
That is a second... Oh, third in his hand, you mean?
Sorry, that works. Yeah.
I mean, if he has it, then he can fetch for it.
Well, guess what's about to happen?
That's very unfortunate for Sam.
Yeah, but Sam only has one card in his hand.
Yeah, he could have a reflexes, I suppose. But then we're using all of this during Renzo's turn, which means Sam is using all his cards. Yeah, he's using all his cards to not lose the Glistener Elf.
Yeah, but that's a very big listener elf.
Yeah, so it doesn't die to bolt, but it's not Sam's turn.
No, Sam gets to have a draw. So he has a 2/3 attacker with the Pendelhaven.
He does have the Pendelhaven, that's true. Is that Opt? I think it is. No, it's not Opt Ponder. What am I talking about? Opt.
Is dat nu een 2-2? Ja, dat is een 2-2. Dat is een 3-3, hè? Dat is een 3-3, hè. Ik heb 3-3.
But you must tell...
Yeah, well, the Panda has to find something. The question is, are his top 3 cards, all 3, are they good? Or is one of them questionable?
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't need a lot, but...
Oh, he needs something, because there's 2 blockers in the way. He needs twice the power of his opponent. I mean, the incoming damage is pretty much the same, right? It's unless the Dragonation is a 3/3 at this point. It's very hard to raise.
Yeah, I'm thinking we have Delirium, right? For Renzo.
There's a land, there's at least an artifact, and there's at least an lightning bolt.
Thinking, I don't remember him.
I'm thinking if there's a
playing-
sorcery in there.
I don't remember him playing Ponder, but
I assume he has Delirium. There could be a creature in there.
okay, he definitely has it after this.
Yeah.
Zoveel? Ja, ik heb geen kaarten.
Yeah, now you see the absolute state of the Core Steel Cutter.
Maand opleven. Sky 2.
You're pretty sure there will be a second spell.
Yeah. I mean, we surveilled to the top, so I assume that whatever it was is worth it. Now we're just wondering which of the 2 we draw first. And what do we draw? No, we do bottom it.
He did bottom both. He just either he has an additional second spell or.
No, he bottomed one, he topped the other.
Okay, yeah, he just wants a spell. He just wants another dork.
And I assume that whatever he topped was the thing that he topped with the surveil. I assume.
Yeah. Your opponent doesn't have cards. You can make your second spell. Make it. Now he just makes a dork. You don't have to swap it, but it gives him haste, so it's good.
Yeah, you don't have to, but you kind of want to.
You kind of want to. So you got 2 2/2s for now.
1 prowess trigger.
Yeah, you're still up against a 2/3 Glisten Elf.
Okay, we swapped it to then swap it. Because they both have Delirium, so now you...
Yeah, so
for
they
6.
they just have flying. It's 7 even. Because Cory Steelcutter gives an additional 1/1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just.
Block. He's gonna save one of them.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. They're all gone. Hooray.
I think Sam is supposed to be at 12, but they forgot to update the life total.
11 even.
11.
Yeah, it's 7 damage. 2 3/3s and the +1/+1
right.
from the PS2
Because they get 1/1. Right. Or the one Darcy gets the 1/1.
Yeah, now it's just another preordain. All you need is just a second spell. I don't think there's anything that can kill him in 2 cards. You can make it a 5/5. And big and berserk. I mean, and big and berserk is quite something.
Well, something berserk is what it has to be, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Invigorate. Yeah, could also be. It's if he has one blocker, it isn't enough. But the Dragon Rage channelers have to attack. That is a given.
Yeah. But you're.
So you need something.
Well,
do you take this? Yeah, you should.
I guess. I guess Renzo needs at least a blocker, at the very least.
Yeah, but that's why I said a single blocker might not be enough. He would really like
sure.
if this other card in his hand is a blue spell, he would really like the force, so he can just be safe and don't think about it.
I think we saw Dace Force of Will for Renzo here.
He might be good. Just takes the damage, goes down to 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's a simple blocker. All he needs is 2 spells. Make it bigger.
Okay, just don't think, just attack.
Nope, that's it.
Do we have a...
He could.
We don't have a removal spell.
I could untap with Legolas.
Right, but they're both flying, so that does nothing.
Doesn't give reach? Oh no, that thing does everything.
Wait, does it give reach? Oh, frick, you might be right. Oh, it has too much text.
Yeah, it gives reach. Screw that one.
Okay, yeah. That keeps you alive, and then you lose your Glisten Elf.
It gives you 2/1. It depends on the second spell, right? If his second spell is a pump spell, you can keep it alive. It's not helping you much, but...
Yeah, and then you're hoping to draw another pump spell.
You still need a lot of help. He's still having to beat the one Force of Will, which suddenly doesn't have cards.
I mean, yeah, but you don't know he has the Force of Will, and you're not going to be able to play around it, I suppose. No main deck.
I mean, for Sam, it's just he accepted.
Yeah, no. It's make him have it, and he probably has it.
Those are 2 lines. What happened here? Oh, yeah, you got so many. Sure. Probably the double trigger for the Dragon Rage channeling.
Oh! Wait. Did he resolve 2 instances of Surveil 1 as 1 instance of Surveil 2?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
or just accidentally drew too many. It happens. No, he just grabbed an additional card.
Yeah, because it wasn't the Ponder, because he was 1 card short of the Ponder. He was.
No,
he was resolving the Surveil.
Accidentally grabbed 2 cards.
Yeah.
It can happen. Cards get sticky. Sure. I got big hands. You just sometimes it happens. It's very rarely. I very rarely like a manned action, right? Especially in the situation Michael is. There's no reason, zero reason for him to do this on purpose. It happens. Judges solved it. He still has to finish his game. He draws another channeler. He just gets to equip something.
Yeah, just give it haste.
Yeah.
And then swing, and there's nothing that Sam can have here.
No, absolutely not.
De tweede spel was de Force en dan de Podder heb ik gecast. Dus de Volcanic heb ik gesurveilled en de Force heb ik gesurveilled. Was Darcy dan de tweede spel? Nee, de derde spel? Nee, dat is
Not sure what it is we're thinking about, but there's something here.
No, there isn't. There's a bunch of triggers. He's about to miss. Oh, he doesn't care.
Okay, yeah, no. Yeah, no, I wasn't sure what Sam was asking there.
Oh, that's a pretty good game by Michel.
Yeah,
he
that's
can say whatever he wanted. Absolutely no complaints. He played carefully. He made as many tokens as possible. Made sure he could do as much damage as possible with the cards available.
I'm surprised how much the Core Steel Cutter actually did, because I figured it was going to be too slow this matchup. But it actually ended up doing quite a lot. Oh yeah, it's Renzo, not Michel. We're trying to get the name change.
Oh, it is neat. Yeah, I always scroll down on the deck list just below the names, so I keep forgetting about it.
Yeah. There we go.
Hooray! Thank you, coverage team.
We'll get there.
Yeah, it's now game 2. I do think Sam has a pretty uphill battle. He might absolutely get the next game, but the final game is where he has to play against Renzo as Izadelva on the draw.
Yeah, it's interesting. Before the game 1, I was somewhat convinced that Grixis was going to be better than Izzet against the Infect because of just the better removal, the access to Bowmaster. But
yeah,
having seen this, I'm not sure if that's actually the case. Like, it could be.
Normally, I would say the other one is better as well. But we did see the absolute crazy things with multiple Dragon Rage channels, manipulating the top of your deck, the Core Steel Cutter, which created additional blockers, additional pressure.
Mostly, I feel like the additional pressure that you mentioned is the difference maker. I feel like Grixis was just too dirtily. It didn't close out the game.
It didn't do much.
No.
And you can say, at that point, the Bowmasters are not just only removal, they also leave up 2 blockers, so it's very hard to fight through. But, is it just has more, let's say, more gas in the tank, so it's less time for recovery.
Yeah, and I think that's a very, very important distinction between those 2 decks.
Yeah, now that he's on the play, there's choices to be made. Will he keep all Force of Wills in his deck, for example? Is he taking out Tamios or Murktides? What is he bringing in? Does he think the Pyroblasts are good enough?
That's a good question. To be honest, I'm not sure if there's anything I like in Renzo's sideboard. Maybe the Pyroblast, but...
Yeah, you don't take up too many. You could consider taking out the Tamios. It's not the most interesting card here.
I think I go -2 Tamio, +2 Force of Negation. I think I don't hate that. that gives you like a emergency panic button, and Tamiyo just doesn't.
I don't think you
do
need
anything
it on.
special.
I don't think you need it on the play. I think the Dazes will do just fine.
No, I don't think you need it. I think it's better than Tamiyo, is what I'm saying.
Sure, but that's why I swapped 2 for 2 Pyroblast. I can see that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Pyroblast over Force of Negation.
I do. On the play, I do. It is a remove all for the Blighted Ancient, for sure. So you don't always have to keep it up. It's just a single card for a single card. It's not like you make card advantage compared to your opponent, outside of course Steel Cutter. You aren't really making cards, right? Tamiyo is the one that makes the cards.
True.
So having less cards that trade 2 for 1 is just fine.
Yeah, that is true.
And the good thing about the Power Blast is that you don't have to keep it open. Neither do you need Force Negation, but the 1 for 1 card is very valuable while you're still trying to develop your own power. And definitely hoping to see Renzo is definitely hoping to see an early Dragon Rage Channeler again.
I'm thinking, would there be an argument for going -2 Force of Will for +2 Force of Negation?
Yeah, on the play, you could.
Yeah. Just to make it a little easier to maybe hard cast.
The question is, do you want to? Because we've seen often throughout the day that Sam is very willing to cast a lot of his important spells on his opponent's turn. Right, for example, Legolas Quick Reflexes, Invigorates, and Biggins. We've seen him plenty on your opponent's turn.
I mean, if you're Sam, that's where you want to cast them. If you're Renzo, I think you'd rather have Sam cast them during your turn, but at that point, you might not even have to counter them, so...
Well...
it helps, but...
We've seen it differently. For example, we've seen it before. He killed off that way. He killed off plenty of creatures of his opponents.
True.
He knows he has enough additional power. And I do think there's a lot of value to be had to not bring them in. But we'll see. We don't know exactly what he brought in. I think I see an Unholy Heat in his hand. Yeah, there's 2 Infect creatures are posing a problem.
Yeah.
I don't see a Wasteland, but there is an Unholy Heat.
And is gonna connect, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johan.
He's not trying to protect it. Force of Will.
The next threat.
Okay. He still favors the Force of Will. 3 cards left. Don't you dare. Don't. Don't. No, not the end of turn brainstorm while cracking your fetch.
I would have preferred a Thundering Falls here. I don't...
He's going to brainstorm. I'm not a big fan.
Like, we should be talking like they're playing top 4, and we're just sitting at home, just talking out of our ass. But oh, that's somehow I like that even less. I don't know why.
I like that one. Dazing a brainstorm, hell yeah.
I mean, if you're
brainstorming this brainstorm,
if that's how you're brainstorming, then there's probably a reason.
This
Yeah,
is
maybe.
about the best top deck you could find, because the Dragon Rage Channeler was definitely not in his hand. That's not a brainstorm.
Bin's a fetch.
Two cards on top. Yeah, you don't want to play the fetch. Just put it on as a top card, depends on what's on bottom. Would have loved to see a Wasteland here. But I don't think that one is in the top. That's a Core Steel Cutter and a Lightning Ball. You can put the Corey Steel Cutter on top.
Yeah. It's fine putting it on top and then drawing it if you're planning on doing anything with it.
Yeah, the question is when you want to get rid of. Right, the next card. If you have to daze something, you can get rid of a card. We have 2 lands. We know there's another land in hand, so there's three lands available. There's the Seville land. These are amazing lands.
I love the Surveillance so much.
These are so great.
I love how they're actually printing lands that Legacy players can consider playing. And I mean, of course, a lot of that is because it's fetchable.
Yeah, it's fetchable because it's very good utility as a. It's just a 1 or 2 off in your deck. I mean, you were complaining about Reanimator, but that's the best feeling you can get there, right? Get that one lucky hit. Get it on top there, get it in there. It's not just for Reanimator. The same goes for the blue painted deck or something similar, like the graveyard-based decks in general.
For sure.
Dredge likes it as well.
I'm currently playing a mono black deck that has 6 fetches and a survey land. Not because I actually use that color of mana. It's a survey land.
Oh yeah, hitting you well. There's so many good hits. It's just it's a nice chance of proper dopamine. And the downside is fair enough, right? It comes with the place tap. There's no way to untap it unless you have to invest something else.
Yeah, Amulet of Vigor and Legacy. Let's go.
I mean, I'll be fair. I am a Reanimate player by heart, but even when I flip the tracks into a graveyard with a civilian, I do feel dirty.
Yeah, sure. Like I don't specifically mind that because it's so situational that you can really plan around it. Like you're playing it, and sometimes you get a little extra value out of it, and I don't mind that.
Yeah, I mean they're very strong, they're very powerful, but they're a lot of fun. Everyone gets to have a little fun with the card. So yeah, these are just feel good land.
Yeah, for sure.
Happy to see them play, but here we are. It's the good old question. I have an Infect creature. Can I have it?
Yep. I also prefer the Surveil to Scrying.
Yeah.
Because
does more.
I play mostly fetchland formats. And scrying just to shuffle your deck afterwards, it feels so bad.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can understand. But what I like about Surveillance, they just fill your graveyard as well. So there's so many more options to work with.
For sure.
Yeah, that's a brainstorm. There is plenty of mana. What are we?
I think we want some bump spells here, right?
Hey, you just need a 1. That is a 2, preferably, because that is a 1, a scary Blighted Ancient that's up there.
Yep.
And if Sam is able to pick up this game on the draw, it puts him in a very good spot, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. That would be incredible. Then you get to be on the play for game 3.
Yeah, Reno is just molding at the fact that is just having a hard time with the fact that he doesn't have a 3rd land, so he couldn't go Lightning Bolt, Corey Steel Cutter, but the other way around. Keeping a Bolt is very risky. You are absolutely correct. But then again, he has 2 targets if he wants to. I think Sam's doing the right thing. He's just connecting for 1. Make sure he doesn't overcommit. Make sure he has a 2nd protection spell available. Make sure he has mana available for counter spells.
Now we get a bolt.
Yeah, that's 1.
Yeah, as Johan was saying, was it? No, as Kabata Malpir was saying in chat, it's risky to try and bolt during Sam's turn Because now if the protection spell comes, you're SOL.
Yeah, but he. This is still. Oh, this is after combat, right? I do see an Infect point with Sam, but I'm pretty sure it's doing it after combat.
Oh, it was
But
after combat, right?
It is one scary thing to have to do it in your opponent's turn.
I keep forgetting to look at Sam instead of Renzo because
I mean, if you play a bolt during combat, you're asking to lose the game on the spot.
Oh yeah, no, that's like the last thing you want to be doing.
I can understand waiting it for until after combat, so that's fine timing. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He was just trying to wait until he could do a second spell with the Steel Cutter, so it's not too crazy.
Like let the combat go, because if Sam tries to go for a kill and then you bolt, then the bolt becomes like a counter spell.
But I'm pretty sure Reza has run out of spells, out of lightning bolts for now.
Oh, he's ran out of pretty much anything at this point, I think.
He has a Daze in his hand, I'm pretty sure. And I would like to have a check if that Dragon Rage Chandler doesn't have to attack. If that is Delirium on the table, Dragon Rage Chandler should be tapped. Tapped and attacking.
We have Land Instant Artifact. That's the ones I know. I'm not sure about anything else.
If there's no sorcery, it's possible. It makes a big change if it is there or isn't. But it seems there isn't.
Yeah.
So he gets to have, well, pretty much no blockers. So it's potential for windows down. Unless it's a force on top, but how much infect damage does he think he can push?
How much impact damage does he think he has to push? Is maybe the question.
He's not dying on the next turn, that's for sure.
Ooh. Quick reflexes.
Okay, yeah, he can ping down the. Wait, he's untapping, tapping. Yeah, he can ping down.
Yeah. If the thing's not attacking, then that thing's not surviving. Okay, the second poison counter.
Yeah, that was 100% an artifact before combat. But there was no sorcery or creature in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Now there is. So, the next one will be attacking.
Speaking of the devil.
As long as it doesn't have haste, it's still a nice blocker.
Yeah. I mean, we could have attacked, right? I don't know what the other card is.
A blocker for now.
Oh. Right.
He's forcing this one. Okay.
Ooh.
Do the math.
Forcing the ponder.
Invigorate Berserk. So always do the Invigorate Berserk math.
I mean, then
it puts it on 10, blocks 3. He puts him down to 1. All right, that's worth it.
Does he have enough mana? Yeah,
For Invigorate and Berserk, yeah, he does.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, shields are down. Your opponent has nothing. He has 2 cards. Don't think he has enough for Embolden and Berserk. Not this turn. Just need 1 additional mana. I'm not 100% sure what he has, because I do think he has an Embolden, but he might be able to just push that 1 card to make sure that he gets 5 in. What else can he do? It's hard to see the card that he has.
Yeah, I don't think it's Invigorate Berserk. I think he would have just slammed that.
Yeah. He wants to go in for 1, but I think it's worth it to embolden away the Dragon Rage Chandler, because your opponent is pretty much out of gas. So he only has the one card, the 1/2/2 available, which is very reliant on creature spells. Maybe he just wants to block out the Dragon Rage Generator because it has to attack now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush. Like the Dragon Rage Chandler isn't killing you, I suppose.
Oh, it is. It's trying to. That's for sure.
I mean, not in this 1 or 2 turns.
I don't think this matters. This is not the difference that matters. Yeah, you block out the 4/4. If you have something like, you have the Embolden or Invigorate.
Do you?
If your opponent doesn't have anything, you might actually try to aim for the kill. Depends on what you have. He'll take it.
Yeah, I think you just take it here.
What's the card in his hand? That's the question. It's not a land, or it's a land. Okay. Not sure if I would have played it here. Once again, is showing that shields are down. So if you have it,
we have a land. We're attacking. Just going to 3. Yeah. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. If you missed anything, the games will be up on the Bazaar of Boxes YouTube in about a week or so. So
yeah, there have been some absolutely banger games. We had absolutely great games.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of games where there were so many outs that could potentially have been found. So many lines that could have been taken. I mean, that's legacy, right?
I mean, it's been an absolute treat to watch. Like no very few one-sided stomps, all hard-fought games.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got rewarded by having to watch excellent games of Legacy Magic.
Some good surveils here for Renzo.
Yeah. Does he have a Legolas or something? Yeah, that's 6. It's, probably not a lightning bolt on top. All he needs is 1 card, I assume. The Infect deck is always seems to be 1 card away from a win.
Yeah. Again, I can't quite see what he has in hand, but he's had it for quite some time, I think.
Mm-hmm. It might be a Legolas card. So it doesn't really add on damage, but it doesn't do anything now either. It can kill off the Dragon Rage Channeler, but it can also do it next turn. But at that point, he's at risk of dying.
Okay, that signals he has Legolas. If he animates.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, so he's trying to kill off the Channeler.
Yeah, if he's worried that he's not going to be able to give enough Infect. Yeah.
Can tap it. He can tap it.
Oh yeah, you kill both, right?
Yes.
Would it have been?
Exactly how it works.
I think it would have been safer to block the other way, right?
There's no interaction. Doesn't matter.
No, fair enough.
At this point, like, if he had a card left, sure. But without cards. Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's at a healthy life total. He has 2 Infect creatures, so all he needs is a single pump spell. That isn't Berserk.
Or 3
I want
turns.
to see Berserk.
Yeah, we haven't seen Berserk at all. We've seen Infect 3 times now.
Yep.
Not a single Berserk. Yeah.
A whole bunch of Legolas quick reflexes, that's for sure. I mean, we've also seen what the card can actually do. Sam has absolutely impressed me with how well his timing for the reflexes have been so far this tournament. And none of these are just the very simple, I'll use it as a protection spell. All of them had been getting the maximum effect. Always taking additional creature with it. Always taking out the important targets. And very rarely it's being used for the protection.
We've seen Sam reflex his endurance. No, every time he reflexed his endurance, he had something else going on.
Yeah, there was something else happening
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, the card is just insane value.
No, but Sam has maximized the value as well.
For sure.
It takes quite a skilled player to figure out the exact lines where you can get optimize the value. We saw here he takes out 2 creatures, not just the one. I said before you could have attacked, make it bigger, right? Force the block, but he's like, no, I can do better. I can kill 2 creatures with it.
Yeah. And I mean, killing he has. These reflexes have been absolutely killing it, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, that's a Pyroblast. I mean,
speaking of endurance,
that's an endurance. It's endurance is very good at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for semifinals with these kind of decks, you couldn't imagine anything better. Why is he not attacking with the Infect land?
Because he hasn't got Naya.
There he is. There we go. But this is pretty big, even if there's a new Dragon Rage Chandler coming in.
Yeah, because we need 2 prowess triggers to get rid of the endurance.
Yeah.
And I mean, at that point, we are getting rid of the endurance. We are absolutely not letting any sort of attack go through.
No, and at that point, you get an additional token as well.
True.
But yeah, all we need is just a single pump spell.
I mean, it's been a single pump spell for like 5 turns already.
Yeah, sure, but there's only surprisingly there's only 4 in his deck. That's only the Embiggen and only Invigorates. I mean, the Berserk isn't good enough here. It's only those 2. The rest aren't pump spells.
We've already used one Embiggen.
Just the one.
And I don't think we've seen Invigorate this game.
Not this game. At least I don't remember using one. Which surprises me, like for an Infect deck, which used to be very aggressive, this seems to be a little more risk-free.
Yeah,
right? There's only one Pendle Haven. There's only 2 real pump spells. There's a Legatus Strike Reflexes, which is more controlling. Oh, that is a Lightning Bolt. Oh boy.
Are we bolting though? Do we want the Steel Cutter trigger?
Oh.
I don't think we can afford to, right?
You can bolt the Endurance, force the trade. Ja.
Ja, dat is sowieso. Dat was sowieso bun. Ja, moet dat nu.
That's risky because I don't think he can actually push through here.
I don't think he has the damage here. The opponent is out of cards, so you could have just kept it in hand until you had a little more. You could have saved the Tamiyo. So why does Renzo think he must play the Bolt? These are 2 prowess triggers. Yeah. Oh, he's going face. Okay, so he puts it on 1. Yeah, you block the Corey Steel Cutter version.
Yeah, and then I guess Sam just he needs something.
Yeah. It feels a little pushed this turn.
Yeah, I feel like if Renzo finds a cantrip, he wins. But he needs the cantrip.
He wins next turn anyway. He doesn't win next turn. He could, like, for example, equip the Steel Cutter on the Tamiyo, so it has 1 power.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that is a thing. Yeah.
So he pretty much puts it on lethal. The question is, was it necessary this turn?
I mean, how many pump spells have we evaded so far, right?
Yeah, Tamiyo is a blocker.
And now Inkbolt Nexus is a blocker.
Yeah, Inkbolt Nexus might bite the dust.
But at least it trades then, right? Assuming,
Yeah, it
assuming
trades with the
Resto doesn't have
token.
anything.
It trades with the token.
I don't know, yeah, it trades with the token anyway, because prowess ends, but the 1/1 minus
That
one counter
Ponder
stays on.
might be up to something. Oh no. Oh, that's a Ponder I'd keep.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
That Wasteland is doing it.
That Wasteland is probably going to kick Sam out of the top 4 here. Unless I don't know what the last card is.
If that's a Legolas Reflexes, there's something.
If that's a Reflexes, that's nuts.
Because at that point he can kill off the...
Oh my god, it is.
Make it a 1/1. It is. So what can he do? Okay, so he protects it. This keeps him alive. This turn.
Yeah. Because I think you... Oh, you don't have to put the damage on yet.
Nope. He can just block. Do the 1 damage.
He doesn't have to block with the endurance even, I think.
No, he does. He doesn't have to block with the Infect one.
No, he doesn't have to block with the Egg Wolf. But...
No.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, you want the Nexus.
Yeah, you can... I mean, you could, but...
Yeah, you could in theory, but...
He doesn't know there's a... He doesn't know there's a second Wasteland on top. But...
Yeah.
You can take out the Tamiyo, but you can also make it smaller. So it's 0 damage here.
Yep.
You take out the token. At this point, the Endurance will break down the Tamiyo for next turn. And now there could be Invigorate on top. Well, this is amazing.
Holy crap.
Oh, this is
And he had
amazing.
the second Wasteland on top.
Yeah, he had it on top.
That was the exact turn that Sam needed to finally find.
I mean, it's just another Legolas's Quick Reflex is doing everything it needs. No, Igmont did not block Tamiyo. It was not necessary. Tamiyo had no power anymore. I mean, he should have blocked the Tamiyo just to drop 2 counters on it.
Yeah,
because he was pretty much safe.
Just to be safe. I mean, it's pretty much free to do so anyway. So yeah, he should have blocked and then shot before damage. But
yeah, for those reading, the Legolas's Quick Reflexes counts the creature's damage. The creature is doing the damage, so that's why the 1 damage it does by tapping it for mana is enough to deal a 1 infect damage to a 1/4 Tamiyo.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
As Jon is saying, these games are not for the faint of heart. I am absolutely entertained with the show Sam is putting up today.
It's just incredible. All right, while they're getting ready for Game 3, the other semifinals match is also currently in Game 3, and they are, I believe, still playing.
I mean, that's been a very long Game 3 for that one. Because they started the Game 3 before this Game 2 even started.
Oh, wait, no. Never mind.
Small correction indeed. Please continue.
They finished, and David won on Dimir Reanimator, so he won the first of the 2 ELM slots for today. beating Michael on 4-color Beanstalk. So congratulations to David on what used to be the best deck in the format. Still pretty good.
A good deck,
looks
still
like.
a good deck in the format. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But there's been a good amount of good decks. I like what I'm seeing so far from the format. But lots of good old classic legacy bullshit happening.
Yeah, for sure.
There is not that many Bowmasters. There is plenty of Bowmasters, but a lot less than we have seen before.
Yeah. Which is strange, because I would think that Bowmaster is actually pretty good in a Beanstalk meta, but it's just not getting the attention that you would expect it to get. I guess there's too many bad matchups for it.
The card is just very good against a lot of matchups. But you just see 2-offs, for example, on main board.
Yeah. Or in some
Beanstalk
cases,
meta. There's plenty of it.
I'm seeing it more in the side, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Infect is not a deck you board for currently. There's too few players for it that are available. Is it still Bowmaster's meta? It's still fine.
Was it ever really a Bowmaster's meta, though?
Yes. I mean, when pretty much every deck plays blue, it is a Bowmaster's meta.
I mean, people haven't stopped playing blue. People haven't stopped playing Brainstorm.
There is so much less blue now.
I don't know if that's actually true. Like, well, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. I think Bowmasters is a beatable card at this point. I think people have
it feels
to play against
feels
it.
a lot more beatable.
Yeah.
And not for my good old goblin. My poor goblin lackeys. Still unbeatable.
Yeah, the lackey is definitely. Well, I mean, if Sam wins this and he goes to the ELM with Infect, I mean, at that point you have to just say, yeah, 1/1s are just playable, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I do wonder what kind of hand we're going to get. It's now that we've seen him play for a little bit, for quite a few matches, and we look at the deck list. Having only 8 pump spells is not a lot, so the decks might draw out way more than I expected. But still, it looks he's playing absolutely out of his mind with this tournament. So, in my opinion, he deserves it. But he's up against no small feat against Izzet Delver.
Yeah. I mean, these two have both proven that they're incredible players. Either way.
He did in game 1. He just decided that drawing the additional card is just worth it against Izzet Delver. Izzet Delver doesn't make a lot of card advantage or straight up card advantage. So it's a lot of 1-for-1 trades, and he thinks just a single Force of Will trade might and the additional card from drawing might be enough. He's not in the matchup for the race. That's why you make the decision. If he was in it for the race, the all in, then he would definitely play first.
Also, is this the third game in a row where we had a end of turn brainstorm with no way to shuffle afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. It feels off. There's definitely situations.
Yeah.
Where you can go brainstorm end of turn. It does. I don't think this matchup is it.
It feels very aggressive, at least.
Yeah. You just need all the card quality you can get. Unless he has a second brainstorm, there's something to say for it to save mana. Or a ponder or something. Right? If he gets a Dragon Race channel in, gets to play a ponder or brainstorm, gets a creature or artifact in there as well.
Yep.
It makes sense, right? And then you have your beat stick. There's a ponder, sure. Any creatures?
It's a Preordain.
Oh, that's a damn good Preordain.
And we know what's on. At least Renzo knows what's on top of Sam's deck.
It's a Wasteland and a Lightning Bolt. Got to feel good. These are two cards you like to have at this point. But they aren't creatures. You still need something to beat him with. So he decides against the Wasteland. There's a Ponder. Not fighting for that one.
Well, we don't shuffle.
That was bad news. I'm missing the bow. Well, yeah, that could be nerfs.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It would be unfortunate if that ends up deciding the game. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are just waiting until either of them finds a proper beat stick. Even though these noble heroics are coming in for 2. Yeah.
And also just a lot of mana for Samir. That's more mana than I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, you should probably go in with the noble heroics. You might as well try to start killing on the regular way. We've seen it before, right? The endurance can get there.
Oh yeah, we've seen endurance beats.
Chipping every point of damage is definitely worth it.
Another Ponder.
Sure. Keep sculpting.
Again, doesn't shuffle.
So bad news for your opponent. That is a Pendelhaven. That is a nice one. He still has a land drop.
I think the first Ponder, he just drew the top card and then played a fetch and shuffled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it was this turn. Yeah, no, he absolutely did that.
Yeah, chipping in for 2.
Was it this turn? I think it was.
Still
this
has
turn.
2 mana available. There's a Pendelhaven. There's an Elf. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah,
and this
now...
is where Renzo has to go for the feels bad moment, right? Is he going to Lightning Bolt it? Is he going to counter the thing he protects it with? Is he going to force straight away?
Yeah, and if I have the read here that I think I do, Sam has at least one way of protecting the Glistener Elf.
Yeah, there's at least an Invigorate.
Yeah. No, but something that costs mana. Because I think Sam would have attacked with one of the Noble Hierarchs.
He did.
If he...
He did.
Oh, wait, he did.
He did.
Right.
He still has a mana available, but...
I am math wrong. No, never mind. I for some reason, I thought he tapped both of them for mana.
But Renzo still has to make a choice, right? Does he force here? Is he forcing the protection? He has 2 removal spells. There's also a Pyroblast, so he could definitely go for a Lightning Bolt here. Or the Unholy Heat. If he still has both.
Ik ken de verkeerde van ja. Je zei ook letterlijk ik cast Pyroblast. Nee, ja, ik ben heel aan het doodgaan.
That is
Wait. What happened?
He tried to cast the wrong spell.
Oh! He cast
No.
the Pyroblast.
Don't untap your lands. Oh, it's his turn.
It was end step. And he wanted to cast the Unholy Heat, but he ended up casting the Pyroblast. And because he actually said Pyroblast, that's what he cast. If he had said Unholy Heat when he showed Pyroblast, then you could make an argument for, he revealed the wrong card.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah.
If only you played Red Elemental Blast here. That is an illegal target. Small things, but yeah, after 8 rounds of playing, this is round 9 for them.
Yeah.
and having an absolute nail biter of a game previous as well, these mistakes can slip in.
Yeah, we started playing over 10 hours ago at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, it happens. It feels incredibly bad, but
These are
happens.
rough. What's the longest day you've played Magic?
Yeah, for me it's been 6 hours.
Okay.
For sure. Longest I've cast is 11.5, I think. Which we're coming up to that pretty fast.
We're pretty close. It's not the first time. My longest day has been close to 12 hours, if not more.
I have to say it's a lot more bearable doing it together instead of just by myself, because that's so much worse.
Yeah, I mean, as a Shoutcaster, the worst thing I had to do is fill in a 4.5 hour void with nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time it was like, the matches will start next. We just have a small technical issue. It will be solved very quickly.
Oh, I can feel that in my bones.
Yeah, he's still not out there. But now you're going to get the Invigorate or sure.
That's the Embiggen, right? Yeah.
You could still consider a Legolas if it's. I don't think it's his turn. Yeah. Okay, so no Legolas here. Yeah, that's the Berserk. Yeah, we got one.
Finally.
No, don't ruin it.
At least we saw it. And then another bomb spell. Yeah, that's a rough way to end it, but still, incredible performance.
I mean, you have to give credit where credit's due. Sam has played as well as he could, and in my opinion, he definitely deserved it.
Yeah, for sure. I like it. If you're gonna lose to anyone, let it be Sam, because Sam's a great guy. He's a good player.
He just played the better Magic today. As what we've seen on stream, he just played deservingly of this top 2 victory, and definitely of his ELM spot. And I hope both players will do very well. Both him and David.
Yeah. Once again, congratulations to Sam. Congratulations to David. Now, unfortunately, David already went home. He has his slot. He has his prices. He figured, you know what, it's enough for today. So, no finals, which is sad. But we've had a bunch of really good games. If you missed anything, they should be up on the Bazaar of Boxes YouTube channel in a week or so. So definitely check those out. There were a couple really, really close matches. Thanks, Robbin, for joining me for this.
Welcome at any time. It's been quite a day.
It's been a great day, for sure. Everyone who's been here, thanks for watching. And yeah, I hope to see all of you at the the European Legacy Masters in Hasselt in August in Belgium. So yeah. I'm sure Marvin is gonna do his little spiel, but we'll be signing off, everyone. Thanks for coming, and I hope to see you guys next time. Take care, everyone. Oh, never mind. Marvin has had enough for today, so we'll see you next time.
Ik heb heel veel top 8 voor de ELM